Chapter 547. Di Lanming Li Lingtian was relieved after hearing Xianyuan Yingying's word. He felt that he had let Tang Qingyue and the others down. However, it was impossible for him to lose any of them. Each of them had experienced countless hardships before they were together. "All right, my big brother Ling Tian is the most outstanding man in the world." Xianyuan Yingying was stunned when she saw Li Lingtian. A smile appeared on her face. Even though she thought so, there was no girl who would not be jealous. However, she was relieved to see that Li Lingtian cared about all this because she realized that Li Lingtian really existed. Seeing Li Lingshan's sense of responsibility, even though she was not his woman, she was satisfied with her current situation. At least her brother was a perfect person. With that said, she pulled Li Lingtian and ran forward. However, it soon stopped. Li Lingtian could feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him as well. He immediately felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. This gaze was like a poisonous snake staring at him. When they looked up, they saw two elders and a young man standing in front of them. The two elders were also looking at Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying. The two old men were at the peak of the 9th firmament martial emperor realm. The young man was also at the 4th firmament martial emperor realm. He was dressed in a long black robe and looked charming. However, that pair of cold eyes made people tremble. They knew that this person was not to be provoked. At that moment, Li Lingtian realized that he and Xianyuan Yingying had arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly River Temple. As long as they passed through the entrance, they would reach Xianyuan Taiming's residence, which was also the residence of some elders in Heavenly River Sacred City. It was normal for outsiders to be here, but outsiders were not allowed to enter the depths of Tianhe Sacred City. "Sister Yingying, long time no see. You're getting prettier and prettier." The young man's gaze shifted from Li Lingtian to the two men's hands. When he saw Xianyuan Yingying taking the initiative to hold a young man's hand, he was furious, but he did not show it. He shifted his gaze and wore a smile that he thought was very natural and unrestrained. He was extremely gentlemanly. He was indeed furious. Ever since he met Xianyuan Yingying 3 or 4 years ago, he had always treated Xianyuan Yingying as his wife and wanted to propose marriage to the family. After the family proposed marriage, the Xianyuan family pushed the matter to Xianyuan Yingying and let her make the decision. However, he had not seen Xianyuan Yingying since. However, ever since he saw Xianyuan Yingying, he was like a celestial being and treated all the women in the world as grass. He didn't expect Xianyuan Yingying to become even more perfect after not seeing her for a few years. He was overjoyed. What was even more unexpected was that Xianyuan Yingying, who kept people 1,000 miles away, actually took the initiative to hold the hand of a young man and looked extremely intimate. Such intimacy was something that only lovers could do. Moreover, the young man in front of him was indeed elegant and graceful, enough to make all the girls in the world fall for him. It was no wonder Xianyuan Yingying would pull this young man along. She thought that Xianyuan Yingying was charmed by Li Lingtian. "Who is your little sister, Yingying? Stop trying to get close to me, Bengong. You can comment on whether Bengong is beautiful or not. Is this the upbringing of your D family? Big brother Lingtian, let's go." Xianyuan Yingying may be mischievous and lively in front of Li Lingtian, but to outsiders, she was a princess who stood high above others. She was a princess who could make all the powerhouses in the Tianhe region bow their heads to her. As he spoke, a holy aura emanated from him, shocking even Li Lingtian. Her beautiful eyes examined the two old men and young man in front of her. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face as he looked at the three people opposite him without saying a word. He knew that this matter would not end just like that. "Yingying, Princess is right, this one was rude. May I know where Princess is going?" Di Lanming's eyes were fixed on Xianyuan Yingying. Her eyes were sparkling and she was shocked by Xianyuan Yingying's beauty. He had completely ignored Li Lingshan's existence and had been fawning over Xianyuan Yingying. Remember your duty. Xianyuan Yingying pulled Li Lingtian along and was about to leave when she glanced at Di Lanming with indifference. However, just as they were about to leave, Di Lanming stepped forward and stood in front of them. And this is... Di Lanming's anger shifted to Li Lingtian. He could not afford to offend Xianyuan Yingying, but he could deal with the people around her. Anyone who was close to Xianyuan Yingying must be eliminated, especially men. With his identity as the #1 genius of the Di family, the Xianyuan family would not do anything if he killed this young man beside Xianyuan Yingying. Moreover, it might even show his heaven-defying talent. Perhaps he would marry Xianyuan Yingying to him. As he spoke, Di Lanming looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. Li Lingshan's aura was fluctuating, but his true cultivation base could not be discerned. Under such circumstances, Di Lanming immediately regarded Li Lingtian as an embroidered pillow. Scram as far away as you can. When Li Lingtian saw Di Lanming's appearance, he realized that the Di family had really turned the tables on him. When he saw Xianyuan Yingying was about to introduce him, he stood up. This guy easily shifted his anger onto himself. Was he that easy to bully? When he spoke, he looked at Di Lanming with contempt. This made Xianyuan Yingying extremely excited. If it were anyone else, she would not be excited or perhaps feel disgusted. However, Li Lingtian had given her the impression that whatever he did was right. Now that Li Lingtian was acting like this, it was a display of his powerful charisma that made her excited. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she raised her head to look at Li Lingtian. Her delicate body leaned closer to Li Lingtian. This action made Di Lanming even angrier. You're courting death. Di Lanming was furious. The girl he liked was holding another man's hand. He was already angry, but he didn't expect this man to humiliate him in front of a beautiful woman. It was intolerable. Even Di Lanming, who was known for his calmness, could not care about anything else. He activated the genuine vitality of the fourth Heaven Martial Emperor realm. A powerful aura crashed fiercely into Li Lingtian. However, the aura was targeted at Li Lingtian alone, and he dared not include Xianyuan Yingying. The two elders did not have any intention of stopping him. Instead, they took a step back with a faint smile on their faces. As long as Di Lanming killed this young man, it would be even easier for them. Perhaps they could propose marriage again. Ignorant! You will pay a heavy price for what happened today. Li Lingtian looked at Di Lanming with disdain. A mere fourth Heaven Martial Emperor dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Was this not courting death? However, he smiled in his heart and did not make a move. Instead, he used the true dragon body barrier. He did not know what to do as the aura of a fourth-level martial emperor crashed into him. In the eyes of the two elders and Di Lanming, Li Lingtian was already a dead man. Moreover, he had been crushed to death by his aura. In this way, Xianyuan Yingying would definitely see Di Lanming in a new light. However, before the three of them could finish their joy, something strange happened. Di Lanming's face revealed a look of horror, and his eyes were filled with fear. Bang! With a dull thud, the powerful martial emperor's aura crashed into Li Lingshan's body. Li Lingtian did not fly away as he had expected. Instead, Di Lanming's body fell forward and almost fell to the ground. The powerful destructive aura was swallowed by a strange aura. Di Lanming's aura seemed to have entered a black hole and was completely devoured. Ah! At this moment, the two elders realized something was wrong. However, by the time they reacted, Di Lanming had already screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian split a ball of icy flame into two and shot it at the two elders. Chi-chi, chi-chi. The two ninth firmament martial emperors were entangled by the two icy flames. They could not call Di Lanming at all. Trash. You'll always be trash. Li Lingshan's eyes gleamed as the exquisite lotus rune on his glabella flashed. He then cast the eye of the divine soul, and a destructive divine consciousness bombarded Di Lan's Mingshur. The damage Li Lingtian had inflicted on Di Lanming's consciousness was forever etched in his mind, causing him to turn dumb. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The two old men were entangled by the cold ice flame, and their true essence was constantly resisting the cold ice flame. They did not dare to be careless at all. If they were careless, the cold ice flame would devour their true essence, and the consequences could be imagined. Di Lanming fell to the ground with a dazed look in his eyes. He no longer had that carefree look on his face. He was just an ordinary fool. After he was done, Li Lingtian pulled Xianyuan Yingying forward with a cold expression on his face. There was no need to hold back against such a self-righteous genius. He had met the 7th young master of the D family yesterday and the number 1 genius of the D family today. The D family was really arrogant. If this guy hadn't shifted his anger onto him, he wouldn't have attacked. "Who are you?" one of the two old men asked. His expression was as cold as ice, as if he wanted to eat someone up. Di Lanming was crippled by this young man, and he even ignored them. How could he not be angry at such humiliation? However, the terror of the ice flame had completely exceeded their imagination. However, he was curious about who this young man in front of him was. He was actually so domineering. His identity must not be simple. Even the people of the Xianyuan family were not so overbearing. In the past, the icy frost flame did not have much power in Li Lingshan's hands. However, his cultivation base had improved and his overall strength had been elevated. He had also refined quite a lot of the icy frost flame in the demonic canyon, and its power had naturally increased countless times. Remember your duty. Today you can scram. If you still think that the D family is powerful, then I can warn you that the D family can leave Tianhe Sacred City. Li Lingtian turned around and retrieved the 2 frost flame balls with a single hand. With a flick of his consciousness, the ice flame entered his body. He looked at the two old men coldly and completely ignored Di Lanming, who was on the ground. His gaze was even more terrifying than the icy frost flame earlier. It made the 2 9th-level martial monarch realm powerhouses tremble. Chapter 548. Xianyuan Taiming's Li Lingtian turned around and walked forward with Xianyuan Yingying after he finished speaking. Soon, he disappeared from the trio's sight. After Li Lingtian left, the trio felt slightly relieved. "Big brother Lingtian, you're too handsome." Xianyuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's hand happily. She had heard about Li Lingshan's legend from her 3rd grandfather in the past. Now that she had witnessed Li Lingshan's strength with her own eyes, she was shocked beyond words. Her heart was filled with admiration. In her heart, Li Lingtian was an invincible god of war. "I think so too. Do you have the urge to marry me?" Li Lingtian stopped in his tracks and touched his face as he smiled narcissistically. Xianyuan Yingying laughed sweetly when she saw this. Li Lingtian also started teasing her. Instantly, Xianyuan Yingying's face turned red, and she looked extremely shy. She never expected Li Lingtian to say that. She knew that Li Lingtian was teasing her on purpose, but she was still embarrassed. She did not know what to say and lowered her head. Narcissistic. When Xianyuan Yingying saw Li Lingshan's triumphant expression, she immediately looked up at him with her blushing face and grunted. Li Lingtian burst into laughter as he ran forward. The two of them soon arrived at Xianyuan Taiming's residence. Xianyuan Tianming had already noticed Li Lingtian and the others' arrival. He had even witnessed the entire process of Li Lingshan's fight against Di Lanming. He was astonished as Li Lingshan's strength had exceeded his imagination. At the same time, they were extremely satisfied. The stronger Li Lingtian was, the happier they would be because the Xianyuan family's hope would be even greater. "Grandpa." Xianyuan Yingying was elated to see Xianyuan Tianming. She had not seen her grandfather for a long time after following Li Lingtian around. Naturally, she missed him dearly. "Ling Tian greets grandfather." Li Lingtian hurried forward and bowed to Xianyuan Tianming. Although he did not take ordinary martial emperor powerhouses seriously, Xianyuan Tianming was considered his family now. Naturally, there was no difference in cultivation base and strength between family members. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. Xianyuan Tianming's face was filled with satisfaction. He then looked at Xianyuan Yingying with a flirtatious smile on his face. Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying felt awkward. He had clearly not done anything bad, but he was seen as doing something bad. Although the Xianyuan family did not follow Li Lingtian during this period of time, Li Lingtian had witnessed everything that happened with the Xianyuan family's strength. Apart from what happened in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, the Xianyuan family naturally knew everything else. Not to mention them, the entire Tianhe region and even some of the superior powerhouses in Yuzhou knew about Li Lingtian. He killed 9 ninth-level martial emperors from the devil race and injured the martial saint, 9 demon venerable, before escaping. Although he was escaping, it was absolutely impossible for a first heaven martial emperor to gain any advantage from a martial saint. Furthermore, any one of the 9 ninth firmament martial emperors could kill Li Lingtian in an instant. On the contrary, Li Lingtian was able to defeat the 9 ninth firmament martial emperors in an instant when they joined forces. He was also able to defeat the martial saint powerhouse. In the end, he escaped and even angered 9 demon venerable to the point that he was half dead, destroying the demon sealing god array blueprint. The Xianyuan family was shocked when they learned of Li Lingshan's battle with the martial emperor and demon supreme. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to escape. In the end, he managed to enter the demonic tower with ease. Among those who entered the tower were a few martial saint powerhouses. All of them were worried about Li Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian had returned safely and his cultivation base was now even stronger. "Grandpa, you're flattering me." Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by the look in her eyes. What kind of elders were they? His face darkened, but he couldn't say it out loud. Xianyuan Yingying was also extremely shy, but when she thought about how there was nothing between her and big brother Lingtian, she felt a little more natural. "Let's go inside." Xianyuan Tianming smiled, and turned around to walk into a small living room. The 3 of them took their seats casually. However, Li Lingtian sat on the other side of Xianyuan Tianming's coffee table, while Xianyuan Yingying sat on Li Lingshan's side. Suddenly, the atmosphere felt strange. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless. The spot where Xianyuan Yingying was sitting suddenly became strange. It should be said that Xianyuan Yingying was sitting on Xianyuan Tianming's side, and appeared more intimate. However, she was obviously on Li Lingshan's side since she was sitting on his side. A grown woman can't be kept. Xianyuan Tianming sighed. There was no reluctance on his face. It was a teasing smile. Xianyuan Yingying felt shy as well. It was nothing much. She was just being a little more intimate with Li Lingtian, so she subconsciously sat beside him. "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Yingying is a young man, so she naturally has to be with big brother Lingtian. Don't tell me she has to hang out with an old man like you all day? Xianyuan Yingying said toot. She thought that she could hide her shyness, but the more she did so, the more guilty she seemed. Xianyuan Tianming laughed out loud. Li Lingtian could only stand helplessly at the side. However, he felt heartwarming as this was the only way to have the atmosphere of family. "Alright, Grandpa is an old man. Look, you're starting to despise an old man. Come, Lingtian, this is my favorite soaring mist fragrant tea. It was made from soaring mist fruit tea leaves from the heavenly river Divine Palace and boiled with rootless water. Try it." Xianyuan Tianming smiled as he busied himself. He took down an exquisite incense burner from the coffee table. The incense burner was boiling. Not long after, a pot of fragrant tea was ready. Xianyuan Tianming's tebering and tebering techniques were very particular. With a glance, one could tell that he was very proficient in the way of tea. At the very least, he cared about the way of tea, or rather, it was a hobby. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Lingtian carefully picked up the saucer and tasted it gently. Although he did not understand the way of tea, he had some basic understanding of the way of tea in his previous life. Not to mention brewing tea, he at least had some understanding of tea tasting. When the fragrant tea entered his mouth, it had a hint of bitterness, but it instantly turned into a sweet feeling. He felt as if he had entered a fairyland, making his entire body float. He couldn't help but be shocked. A tea leaf and tea brewing technique could actually reach such a realm. Good tea, good tea. This wasn't a compliment, but a compliment from the bottom of his heart. This Lingyan fragrant tea had indeed given him a different view of fragrant tea. The Tao of alchemy could refine powerful pills that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. It could allow one to break through their shackles and reach a higher realm. This Tao of tea was actually so powerful, and, as expected of a saint alchemist, to be able to comprehend some Tao, it must have been hard on you. Xianyuan Tianming kept his eyes on Li Lingtian. He was surprised by Li Lingshan's professionalism in tea tasting. Although he was unfamiliar with the tea, he was very accurate. It was already heaven-defying for a person to be able to do this, because no matter who it was, they were not omnipotent. It was already rare for Li Lingtian to have some understanding of the way of tea. At the same time, she could feel Li Lingshan's surprise at the way of tea. Naturally, she understood Li Lingshan's understanding of the way of tea and alchemy. Ling Tian only feels that the way of tea and the way of alchemy have similarities. In this world, no matter what it is, there are similarities. All origins are inseparable from their root. There are thousands of great Taos, but there is only one origin. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke slowly. As his cultivation increased and his knowledge increased, his improvement was not only limited to his cultivation, but also his strength. Instead, it was an improvement to a martial path, which was also a Tao. 5 elements Tao intent, 5 different Taos. Adding the alchemy Tao, he had 6 Taos. He also had his own heavenly sword body, saber intent, ice soul martial spirit, and flaming sacred body. All of them had their own Taos. However, these Taos were not so simple for him alone. Gradually, his comprehension of Tao became stronger and stronger. Most importantly, there were still the 9 stars in the sky, as well as some powerful heaven-grade divine powers and the heaven flipping seal. These all represented existences that surpassed strength. Xianyuan Tianming was entranced by his words, and his face was filled with excitement. Even though he was a 9th firmament martial emperor, he did not have the same opportunities and talents as Li Lingtian. Naturally, he could not obtain a powerful will. However, he had a deep understanding of the way of tea. As such, when Li Lingtian explained it to him, some of the things that he did not understand were quickly cleared up. Ha ha, not bad. Not bad, I see. Xianyuan Tianming finally laughed out loud. His entire aura changed rapidly, and his face was filled with excitement. Li Lingtian was shocked. Could this be the way to enter martial arts through the way of tea? He did not expect that there were so many strange things in this world. He could actually use such a tea ceremony to improve his martial arts cultivation. Although Xianyuan Tianming had yet to break through, if this continued, he would have a high chance of breaking through. At that time, the Xianyuan family would have another martial saint. Congratulations, Grandpa. Xianyuan Ingying was baffled by Li Lingshan's sincere congratulations. However, Li Lingtian would not congratulate her for no reason. He also understood that his grandfather's cultivation base might have improved, so he was overjoyed. Why did you and this girl come to my place? Xianyuan Tianming asked happily as he calmed down and looked at Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Ingying. Grandfather, Big Brother Ling Tian gave some treasures to Big Sister Blue Moon and the others. He also gave me some very precious cultivation techniques, but Big Brother Ling Tian refused to give them to me. He said that he didn't know why I couldn't break through, so I dragged Big Brother Ling Tian to look for you. Xianyuan Yingying did not wait for Li Lingtian to speak before she revealed their objective. She even looked at Li Lingtian with her pretty eyes. She looked mischievous and cute, which made Li Lingtian feel a sense of affection for her. He had no choice but to let Xianyuan Yingying do as she pleased. However, with such a peerless beauty by his side, it was also very pleasing to the eyes when he was cultivating. It could bring some fun to the boring cultivation. Chapter 549. Wood element lacks 5 elements. Yingying is right. I haven't been able to see through Yingying's cultivation recently. I don't know what's going on, so I came to ask Grandpa what's going on with Yingying's cultivation. Li Lingtian waited for Xianyuan Yingying to finish her sentence before he decided to remain silent. However, when he saw Xianyuan Tianming looking at him, he naturally understood what Xianyuan Tianming meant. Oh, you really came for this matter. Xianyuan Tianming's face revealed a hint of disappointment, as if things were different from what he had imagined. Li Lingtian saw it in his eyes and understood it in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. With his knowledge and wisdom, he naturally understood what Xianyuan Tianming meant. Xianyuan Tianming thought that they were here to talk about some private matters. Yes, Yingying can cultivate, but I can't see any increase in her cultivation. She hasn't broken through either, so I'm curious. Li Lingtian pretended not to know anything. His expression was calm and he was amused. This is the secret of the Xianyuan family. Naturally, this secret is not a secret to you. In this world, everyone has an attribute. Whether you can cultivate or not, you still have an attribute. Each person's attribute can either be cultivated or not. It depends on a warrior's talent and the strength of his martial soul. Xianyuan Tianming said slowly with a hint of hope on his face. Xianyuan Yingying's talent and physique had become the hope of the Xianyuan family. However, this hope was extremely small, and it was almost impossible to encounter it in hundreds of thousands of years. Such a rare talent and physique had appeared. However, after such talent and physique appeared, it was very difficult to cultivate. Some heaven-defying opportunities had to appear to reverse it. As long as they reversed it, the Xianyuan family's hope would become a reality. Could it be that Yingying has one attribute but needs other attributes to cultivate? Li Lingtian thought of the 5 elements Dao intent and the incident in the forbidden area of Tianhe Holy City. He immediately thought of Xianyuan Yingying's physique. Unless she attained the 5 elements' perfection, she could not cultivate it. That's right. Yingying is of the wood element of the 5 elements. She also cultivates the art of longevity. However, she needs the other 4 elements to reach the peak of the 5 elements before she can achieve heaven-defying achievement. I originally planned to bring out the 5 elements will from the Forbidden Land and let the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls form the will of the way to achieve the perfection of the 5 elements. However, you have cultivated the 9 heavens stars. This is also the will of heaven. Xianyuan Tianming's face was filled with excitement. Although Xianyuan Yingying had not achieved the 5 elements perfection, Li Lingtian had achieved the 5 elements Dao intent perfection. Li Lingtian had also cultivated the 9 skies of stars. This was the will of the heavens. Moreover, if Li Lingtian joined the Xianyuan clan, there would be hope for the Xianyuan clan. Besides, even if Yingying obtained the 99 5-colored spiritual beads and the will of the 5 elements, she might not succeed. Li Lingshan's achievement of the 5 elements Dao intent without any risk was beyond their imagination, and they saw hope. I see. Then Yingying won't be able to cultivate and break through in the future? Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. He had obtained the 5 elements Dao intent, but Xianyuan Yingying had lost the opportunity to break through. If Xianyuan Yingying did not break through, she would only be an ordinary person. After a few decades they would disappear and become dust. He felt a wave of guilt in his heart. Although he did not know about this in advance, even if he did, he would have achieved the will of the 5 elements. After all, this was to increase his cultivation. Big brother Ling Tian, I knew you were Yingying's nemesis. You've been bullying me ever since we met. Now, Yingying can't even break through. How are you going to make it up to her? Xianyuan Yingying pouted as she listened from the side. She looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes and tugged at his hand angrily. Even though she looked angry, Li Lingtian knew that she was not angry after getting to know her for some time. However, he still felt guilty. A peerless beauty could only live a dull life for decades. If other experts discovered that their fortunes had been taken away, they would definitely fight with all their might. Xianyuan Yingying was just acting coquettishly and wasn't angry. In her heart, it didn't matter whether it was a few decades or a few centuries. She just wanted to be happy in her lifetime. Sorry Yingying, Big Brother Ling Tian didn't know it would turn out like this. Don't worry, Big Brother Ling Tian will make you the happiest little beauty in the world. Whatever you want, Big Brother Ling Tian will find it for you. I won't let you suffer even the slightest grievance. If anyone dares to bully you, Big Brother Ling Tian will definitely kill their entire clan. I won't hesitate even if I have to destroy the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying and spoke seriously. His eyes were no longer as calm as before. Seeing how serious Li Lingtian was, Xianyuan Yingying naturally did not think that he was just trying to cheer her up. Instead, he was making a real promise. She knew that Li Lingtian was a man of his word. In the past, Li Lingtian had dared to go against a heaven-defying clan even when his cultivation base was weak for Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei-er. Li Lingshan's words almost melted her heart. He suddenly felt like he was the happiest person in the world, and his heart kept trembling. Big Brother Ling Tian, thank you. Yingying is the happiest girl in the world. Xianyuan Yingying's beautiful eyes were misty. Even though she knew that Li Lingtian did not treat her like he did Tang Qingyue and the others, she was satisfied that she was so important to him. Xianyuan Tianming was extremely touched as he listened. If someone else said that, he would only feel disdain because those people only knew how to brag and make girls happy. However, he believed Li Lingshan's words because Li Lingtian was a man of his word. He was extremely satisfied and happy for Xianyuan Yingying. After all, it was a wonderful thing to be treated sincerely by Li Lingtian. He knew that Li Lingtian did not harbor any ill intentions toward Xianyuan Yingying. Otherwise, he would have agreed long ago. You two little fellows, are you treating me like air? It's not like there's no way to cultivate and break through. Why did you make it so touching? Xianyuan Tianming laughed. Seeing the two of them like this, he was touched and didn't want to make things difficult for them. Grandpa, you said that Yingying has a way to break through? Li Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If there was really a way to cultivate, it would be a blessing. At the very least, he would not feel guilty. In fact, he also understood that he was just a little anxious just now. With his cultivation and knowledge, coupled with some magical holy scriptures, there should be a way to solve it. Of course, but Xianyuan Tianming could not help but laugh again when he saw Li Lingshan's surprised expression. This little fellow was a monster with heaven-defying strength, but he was extremely concerned when something happened to his family. That's great. I can cultivate now. Grandfather, you're making me and Big Brother Ling Tian anxious on purpose. You're doing this on purpose. When Xianyuan Yingying heard Xianyuan Tianming's words, she immediately understood that her grandfather was teasing them. She pouted and stomped her jade-like feet in a coquettish manner, causing Li Lingshan's heart to palpitate. Just as Li Lingtian was stunned, Xianyuan Yingying was so happy that she kissed him on the cheek. Li Lingtian was baffled by this situation. He was too happy. Even if he was happy, he should not be like this. When Xianyuan Yingying realized that she had kissed Li Lingtian, she was so embarrassed that she wished she could hide in a hole in the ground. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Tianming. Li Lingtian could clearly feel a soft and tender kiss on his cheek. His heart trembled. You know that this kid treats you very well. Aren't you happy? Xianyuan Tianming revealed a kind smile when he saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression. He felt relieved when he saw that his granddaughter was really happy. Xianyuan Yingying had been alone all these years, and he had been worried about her. But now, all of this had become a thing of the past. But there's no need to do this. Big brother Ling Tian, why don't you move aside? Xianyuan Yingying said angrily. Anyone could see that Xianyuan Yingying was not angry at all. Instead, she was happy and sweet. Grandpa, you said there's a way. Is there a problem? Li Lingshan's face darkened. He had not been on guard against Xianyuan Yingying at all, so naturally, he did not notice. Only Xianyuan Yingying could blame him for such a thing. However, this kiss was indeed ecstasy. It was as if he had been electrocuted. He didn't want to continue on this matter, so he quickly changed the topic and looked at Xianyuan Tianming. There is a way. This method is difficult and not difficult. Because you have the method. Xianyuan Tianming had a smile on his face as he looked at Li Lingtian with a flirtatious gaze. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he understood something. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Some things were better left unsaid. Perhaps he didn't need to say anything about the goods. It was better to pretend to be confused. On me? Li Lingtian feigned ignorance with a smile on his face. Xianyuan Yingying was also looking at Xianyuan Tianming curiously before looking at Li Lingtian. She wondered if there was any way for her to cultivate. Humph, you brat, continue pretending to be ignorant. Today, I will make you unable to continue pretending. When Xianyuan Tianming saw Li Lingshan's expression, he naturally understood that Li Lingtian was pretending to be ignorant. With Li Lingshan's intelligence and cleverness, there was nothing in this world that he could not think of. That was naturally impossible. Pretending not to know about this matter was definitely feigning ignorance. The smile on Xianyuan Tianming's face grew even stranger at that thought. Li Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt that this old fox was going to trick him. Yes, this was the feeling. That's right. It's on you. Aren't you at the 5 elements perfection? Moreover, you've mastered the 5 elements Tao intent. Xianyuan Tianming didn't finish his sentence immediately and deliberately kept him in suspense. Li Lingtian felt depressed. Xianyuan Yingying did not understand what the two of them were thinking, but Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Tianming had a clear understanding of each other. Chapter 550. Refining the Tianma Zither, that's right. I'm at the peak of the 5 elements realm and also at the peak of the 5 elements Tao intent realm. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He knew that he would definitely be tricked by Xianyuan Tianming. This was a pit he had dug himself, yet he had to jump into it. Moreover, he had to watch Xianyuan Tianming lure him into the pit step by step. He had no choice but to jump inside. What the hell was going on? Yingying is of the wood attribute and lacks the 4 elements of metal, water, fire, and earth. As long as you become husband and wife, you will be able to become the sacred body of the 5 elements with Yingying's physique. Similarly, you will also be able to become the sacred body of the 5 element. I don't need to tell you what happened after that, right? Xianyuan Tianming burst into laughter after he finished speaking. He was elated to see Li Lingshan's bitter smile. Dual cultivation? Become husband and wife? Me and big brother Ling Tian? Xianyuan Yingying exclaimed when she heard Xianyuan Tianming's words. Her face was flushed red, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. A young girl who had never experienced sex before was naturally extremely shy when she heard that they wanted to dual cultivate and become husband and wife. If they were alone, it would not be a big deal for her grandfather to tell her this. However, Li Lingtian was still by her side and he had just kissed him. Moreover, Her relationship with Li Lingtian had been hazy these days. Now that she had announced that she wanted to become husband and wife, her heart began to beat faster. Who asked him to have the 5 elements Tao intent perfected? These things are all your business. I don't care anymore. What you do has nothing to do with me. Don't waste this Lingyan fragrant tea. If you want to taste it, then continue. If you don't want to waste it, then let's go. Xianyuan Tianming looked at Li Lingshan's blank-out expression and Xianyuan Yingying's bashful expression. He could not help but laugh in his heart, but he forced himself to hold it in. After all, he was an elder. If the two of them were to stay, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. Ling Tian will take his leave first. Grandpa, I'll go back first. I want come to see you again. Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying spoke at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and Xianyuan Yingying's face was flushed red. She looked extremely adorable. Xianyuan Yingying subconsciously reached out to grab Li Lingshan's hand. However, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted the moment she touched his hand. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air and her petite figure flashed as she left the living room. Li Lingtian had no choice but to leave quickly. This old fox was too much of a scammer. This time, he had lost face. He had lost a lot. After he left, Li Lingtian could clearly hear the laughter in the room. At the thought of this, he felt depressed. Old fox, you're disrespectful. Li Lingtian turned around and shouted at the living room. In a flash, he appeared beside Xianyuan Yingying. Although Xianyuan Yingying couldn't break through, she could fly in the air at an extremely fast speed. However, in this place, he was just embarrassed and did not leave quickly. Yingying, don't listen to Grandpa. Li Lingtian could not find any words to say either. He felt that the words he said were powerless and did not have any sense of existence. Big brother Lingtian. Xianyuan Yingying was extremely shy. They didn't have anything going on at first, but after hearing Xianyuan Tianming's words, she had a strange feeling. After calling out to him softly, she didn't say anything else. However, she felt extremely sweet in her heart. She did not know where this sweetness came from. Let's go. Li Lingtian watched as Xianyuan Yingying's smooth and tender hands continued to twist the veil. He reached out to grab one of her hands and pulled her forward. When he grabbed Xianyuan Yingying's little hand, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. He only felt this way when he was intimate with Tang Qinyue and Tang Zimeng for the first time. That strange feeling was intoxicating, and it made one's soul float. Xianyuan Yingying's body trembled as well. In the past, she did not feel anything when she took the initiative to pull Li Lingtian away. She only wanted to be a little more intimate with him. They held hands like siblings or friends. However, after being exposed by his grandfather, the feeling at that moment was different. When Li Lingtian grabbed her hand, her little hand felt numb, and she had lost all her strength. This feeling made her feel a little afraid, but she also felt a strong sense of intoxication. She looked up at Li Lingtian with her heart thumping non-stop. She felt as if she had fallen into honey, and could not help but follow Li Lingtian. No one knew what she was thinking. Her small hand was held, and her entire person seemed to be melting. The two figures gradually disappeared into the grassy path of the holy cathedral. Brat, how dare you call me an old fox and say that I'm disrespectful? In the living room, Xianyuan Tianming, who was laughing heartily, spat out the fragrant tea he was about to savor when he heard Li Lingshan's scolding. He never expected that this lad would actually dare to scold him. However, there was no anger on his face. On the contrary, he was satisfied. This kid had his own personality. Otherwise, he would only be a mortal if he followed the flow. Li Lingtian had been feeling depressed. He had decided not to meet the old man unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he felt a strange excitement in his heart. In the past, he only treated this little girl as his younger sister and did not have any other thoughts. However, after Xianyuan Tianming exposed him, He started to have feelings for Xianyuan Yingying. And this feeling was very unique. More importantly, he liked this feeling very much. He looked at the peerless little beauty beside him. Her red face was perfect and exquisite, and her exquisite body was faintly discernible under the light veil. It made his heart burn. Xianyuan Yingying could feel Li Lingxian's gaze, but she dared not look at him. She allowed Li Lingtian to pull her forward. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace. Big brother Lingtian, I'll go back first. Xianyuan Yingying wanted to follow Li Lingtian to the Mystic Moon Palace, but she was too embarrassed to face him. Because his heart was not calm right now, he needed to calm down. If it was before, she would never return to the Celestial Moon Palace, and would instead play with Shun Mei and the others. But now, Xianyuan Taiming's actions had made them uncomfortable. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as he subconsciously reached out to stroke Xianyuan Yingying's hair. This action was very natural, but Xianyuan Yingying subconsciously dodged it. The sensitivity of a girl made people speechless. However, when she noticed the tender look in Li Lingxian's eyes, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She gently leaned her head against Li Lingxian's side and allowed him to caress her. In the end, Xianyuan Yingying left Li Lingtian and headed toward the Celestial Moon Palace. However, she stopped after a few steps and turned around to Li Lingxian's side. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on his cheek. Without waiting for Li Lingxian's reaction, Xianyuan Yingying ran into the Celestial Moon Palace. Li Lingtian shook his head. This little girl is too infuriating. He then returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Seeing that Tang Qingyue and the others were still cultivating, he did not disturb them. Instead, he went to a pavilion at the side. With a thought, he opened the Holy Demon Ring. When the Holy Demon Ring was opened, it was filled with shocking demonic qi and countless demonic crystals. However, what he cared about the most were the Heavenly Devil Staff, the Heavenly Devil Zither, and the two demonic orbs. A single demonic bead could allow the 7 demon venerables to raise their cultivation to the 5th heaven, and it was a forced increase. If they cultivated quietly and refined the demonic bead, then the true power of the demonic bead would be unleashed. That power would be heaven-defying. He couldn't be bothered with the matter of the Mo bead. After all, he wouldn't cultivate Mo skills under normal circumstances. He used his divine sense to control the Tianma Zither, and a palm-sized Tianma Zither appeared in front of him. As the holy ring closed, the Tianma Zither floated in front of him. Looking at the Tianma Zither, Li Lingtian could not help but think of the peerless woman in red. Heavenly Demon Princess Qing Wu. That peerless woman was his lover in his previous life, the lover who would never leave him. For his sake, he had waited for 3,000 reincarnations in the divine martial continent. In the end, his clone had been destroyed to fulfill his wish. The heavenly demon princess' charming smile was imprinted in his mind. Li Lingxian's face revealed a silly smile, but it eventually turned dull. He secretly decided that he must become the strongest person, break through the void and ascend to the upper realm to enter the demon realm to find Qing Wu. When you cultivate the heavenly demonic 4 tones, you will be able to enter the 99th level of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. The voice echoed in Li Lingxian's memory. He had no idea what was on the 99th floor of the demonic tower, but he dared not forget Qing Wu's earnest words. Heavenly demonic zither, heavenly demonic 8 sounds. Li Lingtian looked at the heavenly demonic zither as he activated his ice soul martial soul. His eyes were as clear as the stars in the void. The heavenly demon zither was the strongest treasure of the fiend race, an existence that surpassed divine artifacts. It was also one of the heavenly demon princess' most powerful treasures. However, she had left it to Li Lingtian. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he had heard the music of the Tianma zither. It was beautiful beyond compare. Although this Tianma zither was a musical instrument, it was also a supreme treasure that could destroy the world. However, it needed to be coordinated with the 8 sounds of the sky demon. 8 sounds of the heavenly demon? Li Lingxian's divine consciousness surged as he quickly scanned the heavenly demon zither. In the end, his divine consciousness merged with the heavenly demon zither. At the same time, he unleashed his true demon qi. In the garden pavilion, a pitch-black ball of demonic qi enveloped Li Lingtian. The heavenly demon zither was the devil tribe's ultimate treasure. Even if Li Lingtian knew about the heavenly demon 8 sounds, he would have to refine the heavenly demon zither to obtain it. The true devil qi continued to chum, and his consciousness quickly fused with the Tianma zither. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a series of subtle sounds and a surge of demonic qi, Li Lingxian's body was suspended in the air as he spun along with the Tianma zither. After Tang Qingyue and the others finished cultivating, they looked at the situation inside the pavilion in astonishment. However, he was relieved when he realized that Li Lingtian was cultivating. Everyone knew about Li Lingxian's cultivation of the devil technique, so there was no need to worry. All of them were staring at Li Lingtian and the Tianma zither in front of them in a daze, their faces filled with shock. In the past, Li Lingtian did not have to go through so much trouble or take so long to refine a treasure. However, 3 hours had passed since he refined the Tianma zither today, and he had not stopped even after 3 hours. After the first note, the zither music paused for a moment, but after that there was a world-shaking change. The destructive zither music destroyed the space between heaven and earth, causing countless martial emperor powerhouses to use their cultivation techniques to resist. The space shattered. Just as the space within 1,000 miles of Tianhe Temple was about to collapse, a 7-colored light shield blocked the space and isolated the sound of the zither. This brat. In the middle of the Heavenly River Holy Temple, the martial saints of the Elder Committee felt the change in space and were extremely shocked. 6 Sixth Sky martial saint experts flew out and cast spells to disperse the zither music. A hole also appeared in the light shield. The 6 Sixth Heaven martial saint elders cast a spell together to receive the destructive zither music. Pft, pft. After a full minute, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as the zither music abruptly stopped. However, a destructive sound wave blasted into the air. The 6 Sixth Sky martial saint elders also spat out a mouthful of blood. The destructive zither music shot into the sky from the opening of the light shield. Rumble! In the Heavenly River Holy City, a devastating explosion sounded above the 9 heavens. The space of the Heavenly River Holy City fluctuated and the ground trembled. Hundreds of millions of martial artists felt this destructive explosion. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. However, after this explosion, it quieted down, which made countless martial artists feel at ease. However, countless experts were curious and shocked. How much power was needed to make such a commotion? Damn it, this little guy is too abnormal. He has actually cultivated such a terrifying zither music. He hasn't truly mastered it yet. If he did, who would be able to resist it? He didn't control the zither music. He knew that something was going to happen, so he deliberately paused to warn the others. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been instantly killed by this attack. They might even die in an illusion. He wouldn't go berserk, would he? I don't think so. Let's look at ourselves. Without a year or two, we won't be able to recover. The 6 Sixth Sky of the martial saint realm elders discussed in low voices. In the end, they quickly disappeared from the Sky River Temple and entered the peak of their secret cultivation. From the beginning to the end, no one had discovered the 6 experts. The faces of the powerhouses within 1,000 miles of Li Lingtian in the Heavenly River Temple turned pale. They knew that they had just walked around the edge of death. He felt fear towards that zither sound, fear from the bottom of his heart. They were experts, so they naturally knew that the zither music had paused for a moment. This pause was to remind them. If they didn't warn them, they would all be dead. This little bastard is trying to scare me to death. Xianyuan Tianming was equally shocked. He was the one who knew Li Lingtian the best. He knew that Li Lingtian had entered the demonic tower and that he must have obtained the zither music there. Naturally, Li Lingtian was unaware of everyone's shock. However, he was extremely weak now, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. A few girls gathered around him with anxious expressions on their faces. The Tianma zither had also shrunk to the size of a palm. Li Lingtian was half lying in Tang Qingyu's arms. Lingtian, how are you? Husband. Big brother. Big brother Lingtian. Young master. The girls were extremely anxious. No matter what happened, they would not be worried or concerned. However, they were more concerned about Li Lingtian than they were about themselves. They would rather put themselves in danger than see Li Lingtian in danger. This was their love for Li Lingtian. I'm fine. I just didn't control the zither properly. Are you guys injured? Hurry up and check. A comforting smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, indicating that he was fine. However, he quickly asked Tang Qinyue and the rest for fear that they might get hurt. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the music was. Even though he had forced himself to pause at the end, he was still worried that Tang Qinyue and the others would be injured. His appearance warmed the hearts of the girls. It was sweet and blissful because they knew that Li Lingtian loved them more than he loved them. Even after he was injured, he was still concerned about their safety. We are not injured, Shun Mayer said hurriedly. Although the restriction couldn't completely block the zither music still didn't hurt them. The main reason was that Li Lingtian had shifted the zither notes elsewhere to prevent them from getting hurt. Otherwise, their martial royal realm cultivation base would not be able to withstand the zither note. It's good that you're not injured. Qinyue, help me back to my room. I need to rest. Li Lingtian stood up slowly, but he felt his chest tighten. The backlash from the zither music had caused him to sustain serious injuries. The girls were extremely upset when they saw Li Lingtian's expression. Husband, we will help you heal your injuries. Shun Mayer stepped forward to help Li Lingtian up. Her face was still blushing when she mentioned healing Li Lingtian. Although they were husband and wife, they were still a little embarrassed and shy. However, since Li Lingtian was injured, she could not care less about anything else and could only speak up. Tang Ziming, Tang Qinyue, Huang Fuyuyan, and Qingling nodded as well. The girls then brought Li Lingtian back to his room. Ge, Little White, and Xianyuan Yingying were left outside as they watched Li Lingtian and the others curiously. Ge, do you think Big Brother Lingtian needs Big Sister Qinyu and the others to heal his injuries? Xianyuan Yingying asked Ge curiously. Ge had been with Li Lingtian for a longer period of time, so he naturally knew more than her. Young Lady Yingying, Young Master and Young Lady Qinyue are dual cultivators. Xiao Xiao looked at Xianyuan Yingying and almost laughed out loud. Xianyuan Yingying was an inexperienced girl, so she naturally didn't know about these things. Although she didn't know either, she had heard of them. Moreover, serving Li Lingtian was her duty and they were close. Naturally, she knew about these things. Dual cultivation? I see. Xianyuan Yingying nodded her head and acted as if she understood. But in the end, she understood what was going on. She blushed and ran back to her Celestial Moon Palace. She was originally at the Celestial Moon Palace and was too embarrassed to see Li Lingtian. However, she heard the beautiful music and was attracted by it. As soon as she arrived, she saw Tang Qinyue and the others hiding in the restriction. If it weren't for Tang Qinyue and Little White protecting her, she would have been injured too. Now that she was talking about dual cultivation, it was exactly what her grandfather had said earlier. She could only cultivate after she and Li Lingtian became husband and wife. Seeing Xianyuan Yingying run away, Xiao Xiao, Qing Ping, and Lu Min couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing. Little White and Ge were the same. Outside, the three girls were maids, but in the Divine Moon Palace, Ge and the others didn't treat them as maids. Chapter 552. 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Devil. Chapter 552. 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Devil. Inside the room, Li Lingtian sat cross-legged. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and focused his energy to protect himself. Otherwise, his mind would be disturbed. Tang Qingyue, Tang Zimeng, Shun Mei, Huang Fuyuyan, and Qingling cast their spells one after another. The spells of the 5 of them fused together with their true qi. The quintessential essence quickly formed a halo that surrounded Li Lingtian. Since they had dual cultivated with Li Lingtian before, they could use their true essence together. Naturally, they did not need Li Lingtian to heal their wounds at this time. The 5 of them had joined forces to help Li Lingtian heal with their true essence. There was only a thin layer of gauze covering their bodies. Their smooth and perfect bodies were faintly discernible. However, they were not distracted at all at this moment as they were focused on healing Li Lingtian. 5 streaks of true essence and a colorful halo were circulating between the 6 of them. After a full hour, Tang Qingyue and the others opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other and withdrew their 5 streams of vital essence. The halo around Li Lingshan's body vanished as well and was absorbed into Li Lingshan's dantian. Within an hour, Li Lingshan's injuries had recovered and his cultivation base had improved significantly. Similarly, although Tang Qingyue and the rest seemed to have consumed their true essence to help Li Lingtian heal his injuries, they had actually benefited greatly and their cultivation base had improved significantly. The speed of the 6 people's dual cultivation was extremely fast. It was equivalent to 6 times the speed of normal cultivation. One could imagine the speed of their cultivation. Although dual cultivation was powerful, not many people knew about its spells. Furthermore, there were differences in the techniques of dual cultivation. A powerful dual cultivation technique could speed up the cultivation of the dual cultivator, and both sides would benefit. However, the prerequisite was that both parties had to give their full attention and not have the slightest defense. They could hand over their true essence, meridians, and dantian to the other party. The dual cultivation of 6 people was even more difficult, because the true essence had to circulate smoothly through the 6 people. As long as one person was distracted, or one person did not reach an agreement, the true essence could not circulate. Moreover, when dual cultivating, one had to reach a state of telepathy. One person knew the thoughts and thoughts of the other. However, Li Lingtian and the rest had practiced this way several times already. Naturally, there was no problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped at the same time. This was the realm of telepathy. They could improve their cultivation and be happy with each other. True dual cultivation was not just about sex, but a normal cultivation method. Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly and it was obvious that his cultivation base had improved significantly. Tang Qingyue and the others were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian recovered. However, they realized that they were only wearing a thin veil and their bodies were barely visible. Their little faces revealed a hint of shyness. On the other hand, Huang Fuyuyan was bolder. She leaned over and kissed Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not expect Huang Fuyuyan to be so powerful. He was pinned down on the bed by her and her smooth tongue entered his mouth. The other girl's hands slid over his body. He didn't know who was holding his treasure, but his body instantly trembled. At the same time, his 2 hands moved around Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei-er's proud breasts. Although there was still a thin layer of gauze, it was almost as if they were not wearing anything. Moreover, it was more exciting. Following that, the room was filled with spring and waves of moans continued. Despite Li Lingshan's strong physique, he still felt a sense of powerlessness after the girls were satisfied. He had lost count of how many times he had exploded. A few girls lay contentedly beside Li Lingtian. Their little faces were flushed and filled with happiness. Many experts knew about the commotion in Tianhe Temple, but they didn't find it strange. This was because when some experts cultivated or broke through, they would often cause such a sign. After Li Lingtian had sex with Tang Qingyue and the others, they rested for an hour to recover their strength. They helped Li Lingtian put on his clothes while he sat on the bed and admired the 6 peerless beauties. Li Lingtian was overwhelmed by her curvy body. Every single one of them was perfect. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen it, he truly admired it this time. Huang Fuyuyan and the rest did not put on any pretense. Instead, they displayed their beauty and allowed Li Lingtian to admire them. They felt a tinge of shyness and sweetness in their hearts. The good times were always short. After they were dressed, they left the room with Li Lingtian in their arms. After coming out, Xiaobai and the others were still waiting outside. "Brother, have you recovered from your injuries?" Xiaobai asked uncertainly when he noticed Li Lingshan's unsteady footstep. Hee. After Xiaobai's question, the girls burst into laughter when they saw the expression on Li Lingshan's face. The few of them had made Li Lingtian miserable just now. Each of them had asked for it 2 or 3 times. No matter how strong Li Lingtian was, he would still be exhausted. "Yes, it's done." Li Lingtian was speechless as he looked at Huang Fuyuyan and the others helplessly. He knew that a few peerless beauties were laughing at him, but he also felt proud that he had satisfied them all by himself. Moreover, he would only let them off after they begged for mercy. The only reason he was laughing at him now was because he saw Li Lingshan's awkwardness when he faced Little White. Naturally, they knew that 2 girls would not be able to withstand Li Lingshan's. "I understand. Sister Blue Moon, you've done something bad." Xiaobai saw the smiles on Tang Qingyue and the other girls' faces and immediately understood. These girls were Li Lingshan's wives. After dual cultivation, it was inevitable that they would have sex. Li Lingtian must have been squeezed dry by them. "Little girl, don't be bad," Huang Fuyuyan said in a delicate voice as she pinched Whitey's face. Looking at Little White, they were amused. When Little White transformed, it looked exactly like Li Lingtian. If it were not for their personalities and charm, they would have mistaken Li Lingtian for Little White. "Lingtian, is there a problem with the heavenly demon zither you just cultivated?" At this moment, Tang Qingyue was concerned about Li Lingshan's Tianma zither. It was precisely because of the heavenly demonic zither that Li Lingshan's performance of the heavenly demonic 8 tones went wrong. Not only was she concerned, Huang Fuyuyan and the others were also curious. This 8 sounds of the sky demon was truly wonderful, but its power was so shocking that it made them feel fear. "The heavenly demon zither has been refined, but I haven't mastered the heavenly demon 8 sounds. 8 sounds of the heavenly devil. The first sound is the ecstasy of all living things. The second sound is the destruction of heaven and earth. The first move is purely music, but it can also become an invisible killing weapon. The second note is the real attack. When the first note is used, it can make a martial emperor lose his mind. When the second note is used, it can kill a martial saint. I'm not sure about the third note yet. Only after I improve my cultivation and slowly master the heavenly demonic zither can I truly unleash the power of the heavenly demonic 8 note. Li Lingtian spoke slowly. Initially, he wanted to cultivate the 8 demonic tones in one go. However, he did not expect that the Tianma zither that he had just refined would lose control. The first note quickly reached the great success realm, and the second move was also displayed. However, since he had not reached the limit of the first note, he could not perform the second note. In this world, there were exceptions to everything except for Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian had managed to unleash a little of the second note. Although it was a forced and uncontrollable display, it was an excellent foundation for his future cultivation of the 8 tones of the heavenly demon. The 8 sounds of the heavenly devil requires powerful demonic chi and cultivation to be used. You're only at the third heaven of the martial emperor realm now. You can only use the first sound and the second sound. It looks like you'll need to be at the sixth heaven of the martial emperor realm. Although the 8 sounds of the sky demon is powerful and heaven-defying, you still have other treasures and divine powers that you can cultivate. There's no need to worry about the 8 sounds of the sky demon. Huang Fuyan pondered for a moment and told him about the requirements of the 8 sounds of the sky demon. It was about the same. One had to be at least at the 6th heaven martial emperor realm to be able to perform the second sound. Li Lingtian had plenty of treasures in his possession, so there was no need for him to study the 8 sounds of the heavenly demon. Moreover, Li Lingshan's divine power was extremely powerful. There was no need to give up a powerful divine power for the sake of a devil skill. You're right. I still have a few powerful treasures and some heaven-tier divine abilities that I need to cultivate. Li Lingtian nodded. He still had the sacred artifacts, heaven-grade superpowers, and almighty arts. Naturally, he would not dwell on the 8 demonic sounds. Not to mention, just the 9 heaven stars and the 5 elements will of the way, as well as the ice, fire, and 9 heavens and the heaven-destroying sword formation, would require a lot of time. There was also the tyrant saber art and the true dragon body protection. These were skills and cultivation techniques that had to be cultivated and could not be relaxed in the slightest. 5 elements' great perfection of Tao intent could give one the chance to become a martial god, while ice, fire, and 9 heavens could also give one the chance to become a real god. After entering the Xianyuan family, he understood that 5 elements' great perfection could give one a better cultivation base, but now he didn't know which was more powerful, ice, fire, and 9 heavens or 5 elements' great perfection. However, he understood one thing. Both cultivation techniques were the most terrifying existences. To him, one could not be lacking. Now that he had treasures, medicinal herbs, medicinal pills, and all the resources, he had to cultivate properly. In the past, he only wanted to become a strong person, but now, he wanted to become an ultimate strong person, shatter the void, and ascend to the upper realm. The stronger one was, the greater the responsibility. The greater the responsibility, the greater the pressure. With pressure, there would be motivation. If he didn't work hard, how could he face Tang Qingyue and the others? They had entrusted their hearts and minds to him, and he had to protect them and make them the happiest women in the world. In order to protect so many peerless women, one had to have heaven-defying cultivation and strength. Thinking of this, his desire to become an omnipotent expert became even stronger. Ling Tian's cultivation base is already very powerful, but we can't increase it anymore. That's why we have to work hard on our cultivation. When the time comes, we will become Ling Tian's helpers. Tang Qingyue said seriously. Each of them was a peerless beauty, intelligent and possessed heaven-defying aptitude and talent. It was just that they rarely showed it when they were with Li Lingtian. She had the mysterious spirit body, the extreme Yin body, the fairy princess, the sacred body of the 5 elements, the body of charm, the dragon clans Xiao Longnu and Huang Fuyan, who was a powerful martial saint. She must have great talent and aptitude. Even Qing Ling was a 1 in 10,000 genius. Each of them was a unique existence in time. Naturally, they were not flower vases. She didn't want to become a flower vase. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 553, Plan 1. Chapter 553, Plan 1, that's right. With our talent and aptitude we should be able to cultivate very quickly, but we have to experience it. Huang Fuyan agreed with him. Although Li Lingtian was powerful, his responsibility was too heavy. As Li Lingshan's women, it was only right for them to be protected by him. However, they had to help him even more. At the very least, she must not become Li Lingshan's burden. She must become stronger. She was a super powerhouse on the outside but a gentle little woman in front of Li Lingtian. That was what they wanted. Yes, not bad. After the matter in Tianhe Sacred City is settled, well, go out and condense. But you must remember that no one can be injured because we are one. We are a family. No one can be missing. Li Lingtian said earnestly with a blissful expression on his face. A man would definitely be happy to be surrounded by so many peerless beauties, but what was even more blissful was that these women were all thinking of him. Each of them was the most outstanding existence in the world. As long as they went through experience, they would be able to become an expert. Alright. Tianhe Sacred City looks peaceful, but there are still some restless people among the four great families. The elders don't want to be exposed and they don't want to attack. However, husband can teach them a lesson so that they know their place. Shun Mayer nodded. She missed the days of adventuring with Li Lingtian. No matter how dangerous it was, she was happy to be in Li Lingshan's presence. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others resumed their normal cultivation. Li Lingtian sorted out some divine powers and treasures. He arranged which treasures and divine powers to use against a martial emperor powerhouse and a martial saint powerhouse. At the very least, he would not be flustered when he encountered an opponent. Apart from the Tianyu sword and the heavenly fault sword, the other treasures he controlled were all divine artifacts. The Tianyu sword and the heavenly fault sword were also peerless saint artifacts, and they were extremely powerful. Coupled with the sword intent and sword momentum, the power was shocking. If he used the metal will of the way, then used the myriad swords return to the origin and the heaven sword unity, the power could only be described as terrifying. With the appearance of the saber intent, the tyrant saber art had also become stronger. He also had the heaven extreme tyrant emperor saber in his hand, so his strength had increased by a lot. This was a treasure that could be controlled. As for divine powers, they were the extreme god destruction, the wrath of the gods, and the great cloud palm. The 9 heavens of ice and fire was a powerful trump card, and would not be used easily. These divine powers and sets of skills needed to be cultivated more. The true dragon barrier was a life-saving defense, so he naturally could not relax. As for the cultivation techniques and treasures of the demons, he did not consider them. He would only cultivate and use them at special times. After the arrangements were made, there was a special time for cultivation. During the day, he cultivated skills and refined treasures, comprehended alchemy, and guided Tang Genji and the others in their cultivation. At night, he would cultivate the true dragon body barrier and the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. With this arrangement, he would also have time to accompany his wife. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, everyone cultivated seriously, and their cultivation increased rapidly. Although there was no obvious improvement or breakthrough, their cultivation and strength were increasing. It was quiet in the Sky River Temple, but not in other places. The 4 families were the Gongsun family, the Lan family, the Di family, and the Bailey family. The 4 families had been in Tianhe Sacred City for hundreds of thousands of years, and had been living in peace. This was also because they were suppressed by the Xianyuan family. But all these years, the Xianyuan family had always been low-key and had not displayed their true strength. The 4 great clans began to have ideas. Most importantly, the Di family and the Gongsun family. Although the 2 families suppressed and opposed each other on the surface, they were secretly at a stalemate and had reached some kind of agreement. In the Di family, a disciple had been killed a few days ago, and he had even threatened to warn the Di family. Such a humiliating matter had been made known to countless experts in Tianhe Sacred City. Moreover, Di Lanming, the number 1 genius of the Di family, had gone to Tianhe Sacred City with 2 elders to seek justice. However, they had encountered an expert and defeated Di Lanming. Such a thing happening to the Di family was a great humiliation, Brother Di Tian, you really have the heart to endure. Di Qingfeng was killed in public, and Di Lanming was defeated, right? It's a sensational event in Tianhe Saint City. Gongsun Mingho had a smile on his face as he stared at Di Tian. Although there was no provocation on the surface, there was a trace of schadenfreude. As long as it was mentioned, it would make the Di family lose face. This seemed to not be sowing discord, but it was indeed a very clever provocation. Between the big families, even if they knew that they had been tricked, they would still save face according to the gains and losses. If other experts saw Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming together, their jaws would definitely drop. Both of them were peak Ninth Firmament Martial Emperor Realm super powerhouses. Moreover, they were the two clan heads. In the eyes of the other powerhouses, these two clan heads were old rivals. He did not expect that the two old rivals would sit together now. Brother Haoming, you don't have to gloat anymore. Your Gongsun family isn't doing any better. Let's not talk about anything else. The Xianyuan family has been suppressing us for hundreds of thousands of years. Are we going to be suppressed by them? Brother Haoming, can you tolerate it? Di Tian, being able to become the Di clan leader, he naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. He naturally understood that Gongsun Haoming was trying to sow discord between him and the Di clan, wanting to use the Di clan to clash with the Xianyuan clan. Since when did he not want the Gongsun family to become cannon fodder and clash head-on with the Xianyuan family? At that time, his Di family would be able to take advantage of it. Even if the Gongsun family was not a match for the Xianyuan family, both the Xianyuan family and the Gongsun family would suffer. At that time, the Di family would still have the upper hand. Even if the Gongsun family failed, the Di family would not suffer any losses. However, he understood that Gongsun Haoming wasn't easy to deal with either. They could only open the window and speak frankly. Joining forces was the safest thing. They could either wipe out the Xianyuan family together, or they would have one to die with if they failed. Brother Di Tian, let's not beat around the bush. Tell me, what do you plan to do? When Gongsun Haoming saw Di Tian taking a step back, he didn't want to go overboard. After all, he wanted to go against the Xianyuan clan. He needed a helper. Even though the Xianyuan family had not done much in the past few years and their power was gradually divided by the four great families, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They did not dare to be careless. Aren't the four great families of Tianhe Sacred City and the Xianyuan family going to have a genius-disciple competition soon? We can take this opportunity to eliminate the geniuses of the Xianyuan family. Then, we can eliminate the few fellows of the Xianyuan family. At that time, won't the world be ours? Our two clans will join hands and wipe out the other two clans, Di Tian smiled and spoke of his plans. He wasn't worried that Gongsun Haoming would tell on him because during these years, they were all in the same boat. It's not that easy to eliminate the genius disciples of the Xianyuan family. It's impossible to eliminate the super experts of the Xianyuan family. The Xianyuan family has at least 6 martial saints. A single martial saint is invincible. What ability do we have to wipe out the Xianyuan family? Gongsun Haoming's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had already eliminated the Xianyuan family, the Lan family, and the Bailey family. However, he did not show it on his face. He was worried about the 9th-level Martial Emperor and Martial Saint powerhouses of the Xianyuan family. The strength of a Martial Saint powerhouse made them afraid. Brother Haoming, others might not know, but how can our Di family not know? Your Gongsun family has 2 Martial Saints who have reached the 2nd sky of the Martial Saint realm. With such cultivation, it's easy for them to deal with 3 or 4 first sky Martial Saints. With the 2 Martial Saint Supreme Elders of our Di family and a Martial Saint puppet, it won't be a problem to eliminate the Martial Saint of the Xianyuan family. If we use the Lan family and the Bailey family, Di Tian slowly spoke, staring at Gongsun Haoming with a serious look in his eyes as a smug smile appeared on his face. The two families had been secretly working together for countless years. Naturally, they knew each other's strength. It was naturally impossible to hide it. Alright, so you've already included my Gongsun family. However, I can't make the decision on this matter. It depends on the decision of the higher-up. Moreover, after we succeed, how are we going to distribute it? There were no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal interests. They would join forces for the sake of interests, so naturally they had to talk about the distribution of interests. When the time comes, we will split the Sky River Holy Temple equally. The same goes for the Sky River Sacred City. It will belong to the Di family and the Gongsun family. Di Tian didn't hesitate to state the distribution of benefit. In this way, there was nothing for the Gongsun clan to argue about. They would split the benefits equally and naturally wouldn't fall out over benefit. Tianhe Holy City was powerful. Even if they obtained it, it would not be stable for a while. After all, Tianhe Holy City did not belong to the Xianyuan family alone, let alone the four great families. There were hundreds of millions of martial artists in Tianhe Holy City, both foreign and local. If the major forces were to reshuffle, it would not be so easy to settle down. Tianhe Holy City held a genius disciple competition every 10 years. This was also to exchange strength. On the surface, they were exchanging their strength, but in reality, they were competing. Over the years, the Xianyuan family had always been strong, but the genius disciples below did not always win. On the contrary, the geniuses of the Gongsun family and the Di family would have the greatest advantage. As the young master of the Xianyuan family, Li Lingtian was naturally aware of the situation in Tianhe Sacred City. Otherwise, he would not have stayed behind to deal with the four great families. Some time ago, he had killed Di Qingfeng, and the Di family would not let him off easily. After that, he had defeated Di Lanming, so the Di family naturally had no reason not to seek justice from the Xianyuan family. Although the Celestial River Holy City was under the control of the Xianyuan family, the Xianyuan family had been keeping a low profile all these years. Their main purpose and thoughts were placed on the major events of the Xianyuan family. He completely ignored these little ants, causing these little ants to think that they were powerful. The four great clans were unaware of the Xianyuan family's strength, but Li Lingtian could see it clearly. Not to mention the four great clans, even the powerhouses of the entire Azure Continent, Green Continent, Serenity Continent, and even the powerhouses of the Mystic Continent combined would not be a match for the Xianyuan family. In his eyes, it was like four clowns playing monkey tricks. Chapter 554 Genius Competition 1. As the days passed, it was time for the Super Genius Competition in Tianhe Holy City. The Genius Competition in Tianhe Sacred City was not only held by the four great families, but also by some other super geniuses. These super geniuses also wanted to attract the attention of the Xianyuan family and join the Xianyuan family like this to become disciples. As long as they could join the Xianyuan family and become a disciple of the Xianyuan family, they would basically be able to climb up the tree and become a phoenix. However, only the super geniuses who had reached the martial emperor realm were qualified to participate in this competition. Unless there were some heaven-defying geniuses, the Xianyuan family would also nurture them as part of the family. On this day, Tianhe Square, which had a radius of 500 miles, was packed with people. Even if the martial artists who came here were not qualified to participate, they still wanted to witness the demeanor of the experts and see who the real experts were. At the very least, he had to get to know the experts here, lest he offended them and died without knowing how. Tianhe Square had a radius of 500 miles. In the center of the square was a 000 meter long and 1,000 meter wide platform. This platform was also an arena. As long as one stood on it, it would not matter whether they lived or died. Moreover, some of the big and small events in Tianhe's sacred city were held here. The high platform was 20 meters tall and was made entirely of the mystical soundless stone. The silencing stone was not considered precious, but it was very magical. This was because the silencing stone was not afraid of any attack from an expert, nor did it have to worry about being destroyed by an expert's powerful divine art. However, this silent stone could not be used to forge treasures. Otherwise, defensive treasures forged from silent stones would become existences that could ignore attacks. 1,000 meters away from the high platform, there was a long corridor that was 10 meters wide and 100 meters long. There were countless seats on it. These seats were for the super experts of Tianhe's sacred city or the judges. As for the other martial artists, they could only watch from afar. I wonder who will become the number one genius this time? Needless to say, the genius of the D family, Di Lanming? Di Lanming? You are really ignorant. The number one genius of the D family, the truly powerful one, is not Di Lanming, but De. De is very powerful, but Gongsun Tianyu of the Gongsun family is even more powerful. I don't think the disciples of the four great clans will be the first this time. I think Ba Wushuang is stronger. Isn't it too early to say this? That's right. We'll only know who's the number one genius after the competition. It's a pity that the Xianyuan family hasn't gotten first place many times. This time, I definitely won't get first place. On the square, countless martial artists were discussing endlessly. They were all discussing who the number one genius would be this time. Some powerful geniuses gradually surfaced. This was the time for geniuses to compete. However, no matter what, none of the geniuses of the Xianyuan family were taken seriously. Although the Xianyuan family was the ruler of Tianhe's sacred city, there were no super geniuses. Countless experts thought that the Xianyuan family disdained to participate in such an event, and some people gradually looked down on the Xianyuan family. As time passed, one super genius after another appeared in the center of the square. Every time a super genius appeared, it would cause a commotion. After all, the geniuses who came here had all become martial monarch realm experts at the age of 200. What was the concept of a martial emperor powerhouse? Although there were countless martial emperor powerhouses in such a competition, it was rare to see a martial emperor powerhouse during normal times. A martial monarch realm expert was almost like a martial monarch realm expert. Everything below a martial monarch realm expert was an ant. This is martial emperor Zero Destruction. He seems to have become a martial emperor at the age of 200. He's a super genius. Martial Emperor Qing Feng. Martial Emperor Bai Ling. One by one, super geniuses arrived. Martial Emperor powerhouses also appeared on the long corridor from time to time. Moreover, the martial emperor powerhouses who came to the corridor were either those who had contributed to Tianhe's sacred city, super powerhouses, or powerhouses from the four great clans. In less than half an hour, the seats on the corridor were basically full. The powerhouses from the four great clans had already arrived. Furthermore, each clan had 10 ninth-level martial monarch realm experts and some judges. However, there were still 20 empty seats in the center. Needless to say, only the powerhouses of the Xianyuan family were qualified to sit in these seats. However, at this time, the people of the Xianyuan family had not appeared yet. Countless people began to look forward to it. This was because none of the genius disciples of the Xianyuan family had appeared, let alone the judges and elders. Seconds passed. Countless martial artists were getting impatient, but they did not dare to complain. I will definitely beat them up until their mothers can't even recognize them. When the time comes, watch how I torture them. Don't tell me you don't dare to come? Not far away from the high platform in the square, all the super geniuses who were participating in the competition gathered together. Although these experts were not convinced by each other, no one dared to cause trouble at this time. However, every super genius scolded the geniuses of the Xianyuan family and waited to beat them up on the stage. At this moment, a young man appeared in the sky. He was strolling in the air with 11 beautiful girls beside him. A few of them were even peerless existences that could topple cities. It was difficult to find a second one in the world. However, they had appeared at the same time. Moreover, the most beautiful girls were together. Any one of these girls would be unique in the divine martial continent. Looking at the young man in the sky being embraced like a moon surrounded by stars, countless experts and geniuses were incomparably jealous. The young man's gaze swept across the area below. Wherever his gaze passed, countless experts could not help but lower their heads. Who are these people? So many peerless beauties. So cool. All of a sudden, countless martial artists, regardless of gender, looked at the figure in the air with envy. She was like a figure in a painting, or perhaps a mighty existence above the 9 heavens, or perhaps a goddess from the 9 heavens. However, just as these experts were stunned, the young man landed on the spot where the Xianyuan family was. The 11 girls beside him also followed. Indeed, it was Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the others. Besides his wife, there was also Little White, Xianyuan Yingying, Ge, and Xiao Xiao. These people were all extremely beautiful. Even if Xiao Xiao and the other 2 weren't as beautiful as Tang Qingyue and the others, they were still 1 in a million. Li Lingxian's appearance was not to pretend to be cool, but to shock and suppress the crowd. Either they didn't make a move, or they did it swiftly and decisively. After they landed, they took their seats at the Xianyuan family's table. Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyan and the rest sat beside Li Lingtian while the other girls sat near him. Only Xiao Xiao and the other 2 were standing. They were maids outside, so they naturally had to act like maids. From this, all the experts understood that the main character this time was that young man. The other beautiful girls were also very close to that young man. The 3 girls behind him were maids. Countless warriors watched Li Lingtian sit on the Xianyuan family's seat. They were puzzled but did not dare to ask. Even the powerhouses from the 4 great clans in the corridor were shocked. They did not know Li Lingtian and the others at all. Li Lingtian and the rest were strangers, so naturally, they did not know who they were. I am Xianyuan Lingtian. Li Lingtian replied calmly. At this moment, his identity was Xianyuan Lingtian, which was rather convincing. He didn't say much, just a simple sentence would do. The 2 words Xianyuan had already explained his identity. No matter what the reason was, he was also qualified to sit on this seat. It was all because of Xianyuan. After he finished speaking, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard again. 2 martial emperor powerhouses flew over. One of them was the head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Tianming, and the other was the elder of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Huio. They were the ones who presided over the competition. After the duo arrived, they found a random seat and sat down. They completely ignored Li Lingxian's seat. This situation left all the warriors in a daze. As Li Lingtian was sitting at the head of the table, this seat should belong to Xianyuan Tianming. However, Li Lingtian was still so calm after Xianyuan Tianming's arrival. Moreover, Xianyuan Tianming didn't feel awkward because of the seat. At that moment, all the warriors began to doubt Li Lingxian's identity. What was his identity? Could it be that he was above the family head? I am Xianyuan Huio, the host of this genius competition. I hereby announce that the competition has officially begun. Xianyuan Huio said loudly. His voice spread throughout the entire square, as he was at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. After this voice rang out, countless martial artists started discussing. If this announcement was made, would the geniuses of the Xianyuan family not participate in the competition? Because if they couldn't come before the start of the competition, they couldn't participate in it. However, no matter how much they discussed in the square, Xianyuan Tianming and Xianyuan Huio didn't explain. In fact, Li Lingtian had communicated with Xianyuan Tianming a few days ago that the Xianyuan family's geniuses did not need to participate in the competition. He wanted to teach these so-called geniuses a lesson. After taking care of the people from the 4 great clans, Xianyuan Tianming's eyes lit up when he heard Li Lingtian's word. His face was filled with excitement. If they were not even afraid of martial saints, they would naturally not be afraid of martial emperors. He also wanted to see how powerful Li Lingtian was and how far the geniuses of the other families were from him. After the decision was made, Li Lingtian made the arrangements. This was the reason why Li Lingtian and the others appeared. Their appearance threw the expectations of the warriors into chaos and shattered the thoughts of some powerhouses. Brother Tianming, could it be that the people of the Xianyuan family are not participating in the competition? Tian couldn't endure it anymore. If the geniuses of the Xianyuan clan didn't participate in the competition, his arrangements would be disrupted. After he finished asking, all the martial artists quieted down and listened curiously. They wanted to know what the Xianyuan family had arranged. Could it be that they really gave up on this competition? For a moment, the entire square was extremely quiet. They stood up and waited for Xianyuan Tianming's answer. Chapter 555. Trash 1. There are other arrangements for this matter. I'm not the one who made the arrangements. I'm just here to watch the show. Let's focus on the competition, Xianyuan Tianming said indifferently with a faint smile on his face. His words were ambiguous, and he couldn't get a true answer at all. What was even more shocking was that he, the head of the Xianyuan family, was actually not the one who arranged these things. He was instantly shocked and puzzled. However, since the other party had already said so, it was not good to ask anymore. They believed that the Xianyuan family would not do anything that violated the rules of the competition in front of all the experts in the world. They could only wait and see the results of the competition. Perhaps the Xianyuan family had really given up on the competition. Otherwise, why would no one participate in the competition? I believe everyone understands the rules of the competition. I will repeat them here. Xianyuan Wuyo didn't give anyone a chance to ask. He loudly announced the rules of the competition and changed the topic. This competition is also an elimination system. Falling off the arena is considered a failure. There's no need to mention falling. However, as long as the opponent admits defeat, they can't attack anymore. At the end of the competition, the last person left will be the number 1 genius. However, everyone must stay in this competition. Xianyuan Wuyo briefly explained the rules. However, everyone was puzzled that all the defeated and victorious experts had to stay. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask, so he could only wait for the competition with doubts. Li Lingtian watched from the side in boredom. Although the participants were all martial emperor powerhouses, none of them were 9th firmament martial emperor powerhouses. There was no need to take these martial artists seriously at all. With his identity, there was no need to put on an act with these little rogues. However, he could pay attention to pulling some talented geniuses into the Xianyuan family and becoming disciples. Yunfeng, 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Hao Yanyu, 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Very soon, the experts below were all distributed according to their cultivation levels. 4 competitions with the same cultivation level, half of the experts would be eliminated in the first round. This was also more fair, so that they would not become the group of death in the first round. There were a total of 120 people competing this time, which was 120 martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian enjoyed the grapes peeled by Tang Qingyue as he watched the competition on the high platform. However, he felt extremely bored watching the competition on the high platform. Are you bored? Huang Fuyuyan spoke softly. She could naturally tell that Li Lingtian was bored. He did not want to watch a 3rd firmament martial emperor competition at all. No matter how heaven-defying it was, it could not be more heaven-defying than him. Forget it. Let's settle the matters here as soon as possible so that we don't get bored here. Li Lingtian replied softly. Although he did not take these martial emperors seriously, he was not too arrogant. Right now, when he saw the competition between ordinary martial monarch realm experts, it was as if he was watching a child fight. Although these martial monarch realm experts in front of him were all super geniuses and had extraordinary aspects, they were simply very ordinary in his eyes. If this continues, it will only be a day. The competition will end today. At that time, we will rest for a while and go out to train. Sitting behind Li Lingtian, Shun Mei Er's small mouth moved close to Li Lingshan's ear as she whispered softly. Li Lingshan's blood vessels surged as he glared at Shun Mei Er. Immediately, Shun Mei Er started laughing, but her voice was very soft. In this place, even if they didn't make a sound, they would still become the focus of countless experts. After all, they were all peerless beauties. With so many beauties gathered together, no matter where they were, they would become a beautiful scenery. All right, I'll listen to you. Li Lingtian stretched lazily with a lazy smile on his face. He looked completely different from before. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Lingtian was either a spoiled brat or a young man who was obsessed with beauty. Only Tang Qingyue and the others understood Li Lingshan's strength. Whatever Li Lingtian did was always right. Moreover, Li Lingshan's current appearance was completely spoiling them, making them feel extremely happy. Life needed something to spice things up, even between husband and wife. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others chatted along the corridor. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Lingtian was already a rich second-generation heir, a good-for-nothing in the eyes of the strong. Time flew by quickly and the high platform was bursting with energy. Even if Li Lingtian did not take a martial emperor powerhouse's duel seriously, a martial emperor was still a martial emperor. The battles were earth-shattering and countless martial artists were incomparably excited. In the eyes of some powerhouses below the supreme realm, a battle between martial emperors was a battle between immortals and gods. It was completely beyond their imagination. A martial emperor powerhouse's casual action contained the mystical mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was enough to destroy the world. However, on the arena in the center of Tianhe Square, there was a magical restriction that suppressed a part of the force and pressure exerted by the martial artist. This meant that it did not affect the experts outside the high platform, but no one dared to get too close. Finally, in the afternoon, all the super geniuses had a round of competition. Those who were eliminated had all been eliminated, leaving only 10 7th-level martial emperor realm geniuses. Each of the 4 great clans had a super genius and 3 rogue cultivators. More importantly, there was a woman among them. The competition has already reached the final crucial moment. The competition of the true geniuses is about to begin. Xianyuan Wuyo said loudly. As soon as his voice fell, the entire Tianhe Square was in an uproar. Although the geniuses who had failed before had failed, they had to admit that they were equally powerful. However, they had only encountered stronger opponents and geniuses. This world was cruel and never fair. Only the fittest survived and the strong were respected. The remaining 7 super geniuses were the most powerful. Moreover, the 7 super geniuses were all existences at the 7th heaven. For a martial supreme, every realm was a world of its own. It was impossible to defeat an opponent of a higher realm because not everyone was called Li Lingtian. D Family DE 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Gongsun Tianyu of the Gongsun family is at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Bailey Yunfei of the Bailey family, 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Lan family, 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Lan Yao. Ba Wushuang, 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Lung Xin, 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Shui Tian, 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Xianyuan Wuyo revealed the identities of the remaining 7 seventh heaven martial emperors and their cultivation realms. The people on this stage might not be the strongest martial monarch realm experts in their families, but they were the most powerful geniuses because they had all become martial monarch realm experts at the age of 2 to 300. Moreover, the age limit for this competition was 300 years old, which also limited the number of experts and geniuses. In the 4 great clans and Tianhe sacred city, there were many 8th and 9th firmament martial monarch realm experts. However, they were all over 300 years old. Naturally, they could not participate in the competition. Although Li Lingtian was chatting earlier, he was also paying attention to the match in the arena from time to time. Their cultivation and strength were completely out of proportion. In other words, a level 3 martial monarch realm expert's true strength was equivalent to a level 4 or even a level 5 martial monarch realm expert. Moreover, a 7th heaven martial monarch realm expert's strength was similar to a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert. Why was he called a genius? This was a genius. The competition can begin freely. Life and death do not matter. After Xianyuan Wuyo finished speaking, a strange smile appeared on his face. Then, he sat down and didn't seem to care at all. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the square were incomparably surprised. Even the 7 super geniuses on the stage were stunned. However, someone quickly reacted. They were free to challenge, and the one standing last was first. On the stage, the 7 super geniuses quickly spread out, each standing in an independent position. They carefully looked at the other 6 experts, worried that they would be attacked. The 7 super geniuses split up, but no one dared to make the first move. As long as someone made a move, they would be surrounded by destructive attacks. The atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists did not dare to make a sound, afraid of breaking this critical balance. The judges and super experts on the 2 long corridors all revealed worried expressions. This kind of competition was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed by the joint forces. Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming felt incomparably anxious in their hearts. The situation had already completely exceeded their control. Since the Xianyuan family didn't participate in the competition, they couldn't kill the geniuses of the Xianyuan family. However, there were 7 super geniuses now, and only 2 of them were on the stage. If one of them didn't do well, the 2 super geniuses would die. Sir Worryless, I don't think this kind of competition is good. Di Tian spoke. After that, the other clan leaders of the 3 major clans also glanced at Xianyuan Wuyo. Xianyuan Wuyo was the most talented disciple of their clans. If he died, they wouldn't be able to bear such a loss. Moreover, the experts of the 4 great clans emitted a faint aura, as if they were working together to exert pressure on Xianyuan Wuyo. All the martial artists in the square could see the situation. Although they were afraid of such a competition, it was too cruel. However, when they saw the 4 families working together to put pressure on the Xianyuan family, they felt unhappy, but they didn't dare to show it. For a moment, all the warriors looked at Xianyuan Wuyo and Xianyuan Tianming. I really feel sorry for all of you. You're just a bunch of trash. Why do you have to put so much effort into it? A cold voice rang out. The voice was flat and cold, and the entire air seemed to be frozen. Some warriors with low cultivation clearly felt a chill. The originally peaceful square was filled with this extremely discordant voice, which sounded extremely ear-piercing. Trash? A super genius at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm was trash? The super geniuses of the 4 great families and Tianhe sacred city were trash. Who else in this world could be called a genius? For a moment, many martial artists were shocked and disdainful as they looked in the direction of this voice. All eyes fell on Li Lingtian. They were so jealous of Li Lingtian's spoilt look and the 11 beauties beside him. If Li Lingtian had not been sitting in Xuanyuan's seat, they would have torn him apart. Chapter 556. Peak Duel 1. Brother Worryless, your Xianyuan family's disciples are really not bad. Lan Yuntian, the patriarch of the Lan family, said loudly. There had not been any geniuses in the Xianyuan family for all these years, but they had actually given up on the competition this time. Now, a person from the Xianyuan family said that the super genius on the stage was trash. How could he not be angry? At the same time, the other family heads were also furious and wanted an explanation. This young man from the Xianyuan family actually called all the super geniuses trash in front of the world and definitely wouldn't let him have a good life. I said that they are trash. Are you not convinced? I originally thought that the 4 great clans were nothing impressive, but it turns out that they are just a bunch of clowns. I can only say that you are ignorant. In front of me, you are just unsightly ants. Li Lingtian looked coldly at the family heads of the 4 great families. His expression was calm and composed as if he was talking about something very normal. In the end, his gaze shifted to the arena. Wherever his gaze passed, the 7 martial emperor powerhouses felt an inexplicable tremble. Good, you have guts. Come up if you have the ability. Let's see how you climb down. Dyl's whole body was emitting a shocking aura. How could he tolerate being called trash? Geniuses had the pride of a genius. They could not care less about anything else as they glared at Li Lingtian with a cold and provocative gaze. At the same time, their eyes swept across Tang Genji and the others. Ignorant! Li Lingtian stood up with a calm expression on his face. Tang Genji stood up as well and helped Li Lingtian tidy up his clothes. Her actions were an insult to the 7 powerhouses in the arena. This was because even if Li Lingtian were to make a move, his clothes would not be messed up at all. Furthermore, his appearance made countless proud sons of heaven jealous. Tang Genji was like a gentle wife, the complete opposite of the icy beauty from before. Big brother Lingtian, you're too bored. Don't lower yourself to the level of trash. Xianyuan Yingying was also extremely mischievous. She naturally wouldn't let go of such a fun thing. Seeing Tang Qingyue like this, how could she not add fuel to the fire? For a moment, the atmosphere in the square was extremely strange. De's face began to twist as he glared at Li Lingtian as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, at that moment, Li Lingshan's figure flashed strangely and his body disappeared. Bang! With a muffled sound, De's body was thrown up in an arc. A mouthful of blood scattered in the air. He was blown 100 meters away. Li Lingshan's vanished figure reappeared on the corridor. He was floating in the air with a faint smile on his face. He looked at De, who was thrown into the air as if he was an ant. Whoosh! There was an uproar in the arena. Hundreds of thousands of warriors did not witness Li Lingshan's attack. The corridor was 1,000 meters away from the arena. When Li Lingshan's figure disappeared, De was already sent flying. Such speed and strength was something that even the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor De, a super genius, could not react to. The number 1 at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm had already reached the peak of the 9th heaven. Even an expert at the peak of the 9th heaven might not be a match for De. Even so, De was easily sent flying by Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian were to kill him, would De still be alive? This thought appeared in the minds of countless martial artists. I said that you are a bunch of trash, and you are still not convinced. Trash isn't scary. What's scary is that trash is thick-skinned and ignorant. I am the natural moat that you will never be able to cross. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as his entire body exuded an aura that looked down on the world. At this moment, the mighty martial emperor's pressure was unleashed and a terrifying pressure was infused into the air. His entire being was one with the world. The 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm had shocking means and aura. Countless super experts were shocked. The 4 family heads were all shocked. All these years, the Xianyuan family had not had any outstanding geniuses. But why was this third heaven martial emperor so powerful? In front of this powerful aura, all the martial artists felt a shocking sense of oppression. Pft! De forcefully stopped in the air, and spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with anger. He was completely caught off guard by Li Lingshan's attack earlier. In his mind, Li Lingtian had launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, with his level 7 cultivation base and astounding skills, even a level 9 powerhouse would not be his match. Li Lingtian would never be able to defeat him. Damn it! Dyl's face contorted as a shocking aura emanated from him. The aura of a 7th heaven martial emperor was accompanied by Li Lingshan's destruction, shocking countless 9th heaven martial emperors. After he released his chi power, the other 6 super geniuses quickly retreated and used their shields to resist De's shocking power. Hegemonic chi of heaven and earth. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, and instantly, countless experts were shocked. Hegemonic QJ of heaven and earth? Isn't this the legendary heaven-grade cultivation technique? I didn't expect DE to practice a heaven-level cultivation method. No wonder he's so powerful. For a time, countless super powerhouses were shocked because this hegemonic chi of heaven and earth art was a heaven-ranked cultivation art. Cultivation techniques were different from skills. Skills could be created by countless people. Although heaven-grade divine powers were rare among experts below the Supreme Realm, martial emperors and Supreme Realm experts used heaven-grade divine powers. However, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were definitely extremely rare. Even if there were 1,000 heaven-grade divine powers, it was not necessarily possible to encounter a heaven-grade cultivation technique. A good cultivation technique could bring heaven-defying cultivation to an expert. The cultivation speed was extremely fast, and it was extremely powerful. The stronger the cultivation technique, the faster the cultivation speed, and the more true essence, the stronger the power. Even among the 4 great families, there were very few heaven-level cultivation technique. It was naturally shocking that DE cultivated the hegemonic QJ of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, the destructive aura continuously tore through the space. The aura was terrifying. Countless martial artists quickly retreated, not daring to get too close to the arena. Every warrior looked shocked and terrified. They were afraid of DE's power. What a terrifying hegemonic QJ of the heaven and earth art. Even a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert might not be a match for him. The few super 9th heaven powerhouses were shocked as they could not help but look at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was lucky to have ambushed DE earlier. If DE had unleashed the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth, Li Lingtian would not have been able to send DE flying, and he would have been the one defeated. The 6 super geniuses also retreated. They did not dare to stay in the ring. Their expressions changed constantly. It turned out that DE had been hiding. All of a sudden, countless warriors were shocked by DE's power. Trash! Trash! Li Lingtian looked at DE's imposing manner. He was curious, but he was not shocked. It was just a heaven-level cultivation technique. Compared to his cannon, it was like a cloud and earth. Even if he was given a heaven-grade cultivation technique, he would not even look at it. Not to mention a heaven-grade cultivation technique, he would not even bother to cultivate the Saint-Demon quintessence. He had all the holy books on him, so he naturally looked down on a heaven-grade cultivation technique. His indifferent voice was in stark contrast to DE's powerful aura. As soon as he finished speaking, he attracted countless looks of contempt and regret. Everyone thought that Li Lingtian was ignorant and that ignorance would bring death. They had already regarded Li Lingtian as one of the 4. However, all the experts were puzzled and shocked. Li Lingtian walked toward the arena step by step in the air. With every step he took, he exuded a shocking aura. His aura continued to rise, but Li Lingshan's expression remained calm, and he did not seem to mind. The terrifying aura came from the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the will of the five elements. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique itself was an existence that fused with any attribute of heaven and earth. The will of the five elements was the five elements that maintained the existence of heaven and earth. They were all natural attribute. With Li Lingshan's current cultivation base, there was no need for him to use dragon energy and the holy demon's quintessence. He did not even need to use the devouring light. Competing with him in terms of aura and divine sense was completely asking for a beating. Under the astonished gazes of hundreds of thousands of warriors, Li Lingtian had already arrived above the arena. His shocking aura tore through the space, but the space was instantly closed in front of his aura. The five elements of heaven and earth. Five elements perfection. It's the five elements paragon. The five elements with the will of the great path. What a terrifying aura! Countless supreme martial emperors had already seen Li Lingshan's aura and were shocked to the point of exclaiming. What kind of existence was the five elements perfection? It was heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. There had never been an expert with the five elements perfection in the Tianhe zone. Even in the divine martial continent, no one had ever heard of a five elements perfection expert. Even if he possessed the five elements, he would not be able to cultivate it. However, the young man in front of him had actually reached the third heaven martial emperor realm, and he was even at the completion of the five elements. What was a genius? What was a monster? In front of this young man, everything was trash. In front of this young man, no one dared to call themselves geniuses. No wonder this young man said that the 7 super geniuses were a bunch of trash. Turned out to be so. Putting everything else aside, just the five elements perfection was an existence that was rarely seen in the divine martial continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Shocked, still shocked. Even if countless low-level warriors did not know the power of five elements perfection, they knew what it meant to possess the five elements. It was definitely heaven-defying. Moreover, judging from Li Lingshan's aura, he was not any weaker than De. In fact, he was even more terrifying. Boom! At that moment, Li Lingshan's aura burst forth like an attack that crashed into De. Similarly, De's cultivation was at the 7th heaven, but his strength had already reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under the martial saint realm. Li Lingtian was shocked when he displayed the five elements perfection, but he was not confused. A shocking aura crashed into Li Lingtian. The two terrifying auras collided fiercely, producing a destructive explosion. The materialization of the aura was even more terrifying than the attack. Only a heaven-defying genius could achieve such a substantial aura. Now, 2 martial emperor geniuses had achieved it. Chapter 557 A Strong Suppression. The Battle of Aura could not be faked at all. It was impossible to have any treasures to defend. Only true aura could determine the victor. It was either defeat or victory. The two auras collided, and De only felt a wave of destructive power coming at him. This kind of imposing attack was all-pervasive and directly destroyed the minds of experts. De was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, but his aura did not disappear. Li Lingshan's body was hurtling forward as his destructive aura formed a halo. De's entire body was suppressed by Li Lingshan's aura as he quickly retreated. Get lost. Li Lingtian lost interest when he saw De's expression. He unleashed all his aura and pressed it down on De. Boom! Bang! With a muffled sound, the destructive aura smashed De to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Li Lingtian spun around and stood in the air above the arena. He stood proudly between heaven and earth like a god of war as his aura emanated from his body. Hegemonic chi of heaven and earth, trash. Take out your strongest skill, or you'll regret it later. Let's go together. Li Lingtian looked at De on the ground with disdain. A genius was only a genius when he was strong. A fallen genius was no different from a good for. The dozen or so super geniuses were all at the 6th or 7th firmament martial emperor realm. Such a formation was only meant to deal with Li Lingtian. Between heaven and earth, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. All the martial artists retreated quickly. There was no one within 100 miles of the center of the square. The destructive wind and force wreaked havoc, and the space trembled continuously. In the face of the destructive attacks of more than 10 martial monarch realm experts, even the world felt like it was trembling. Li Lingtian hovered in the midst of the destructive aura with his hands behind his back and his eyes slightly closed. His face was filled with calmness and composure. Right now, he completely displayed the demeanor of a powerhouse and a grandmaster. He felt inferior when he saw countless ninth heaven martial emperors. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists were filled with admiration and admiration. This was a true expert. He could still be so calm when facing more than 10 experts whose cultivation was countless times stronger than him. The 5 elements combine into one, and heaven and earth are balanced. I'll show you how powerful this world is. Li Lingtian opened his mouth and spoke indifferently, ignoring the dozen or so devastating attacks. Li Lingtian extended his arms out in front of him as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. His aura was one with the heaven and earth. The 5 elements will of the great path circulated, and the true dragon body barrier circulated. The destructive heaven and earth reincarnation art circulated the 5 elements will of the great path, and in an instant 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls within a radius of 100 meters revolved around Li Lingtian, forming a formation. The heaven and earth spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was already in the midst of a storm of attacks and destruction. However, as the 99 5-colored spirit pearls continued to spin, a dull thud echoed in the sky. Li Lingtian's 10 fingers flew as his eyes snapped open. His long hair danced in the wind and he looked extremely elegant. 9 God. Star Shen. For voices that sounded like dragon roars rang out. Every word carried supreme majesty. The voice seemed to come from the heavens. Instantly, the 5-colored spiritual pearl beside Li Lingtian turned into a stream of light and a colorful halo appeared. Countless attacks bombarded the light circle. However, the destructive attacks of more than 10 super genius martial monarch realm experts disappeared on the light circle. It was completely like a clay ox entering the sea. What a terrifying 9 heavenly stars! Almighty technique! How is that possible? That's impossible. How can a martial monarch realm expert control an almighty's technique? How can there still be almighty techniques in this world? On the long corridor and in the plaza, countless martial emperors exclaimed as they stared blankly at the 9 heavenly stars in front of Li Lingtian. Looking at the terrifying 9 stars in the sky, it was as if it was an independent world. In front of the stars in the 9 skies, even the martial emperor powerhouses felt insignificant. They were like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. The hundreds of thousands of warriors in the plaza were completely stunned by Li Lingtian's 9 heavenly stars. They had no idea what was going on in their minds, let alone what Li Lingtian's 9 heavenly stars was. Explode. Ripping the heavens. Freeze the world. Peerless saber intent. Mad god slash. Undesirable finger. The dozen or so super geniuses were shocked beyond words when they saw their destructive attacks being resolved by the other party's light circle. For a moment they felt true fear. He also used his trump card, his eyes filled with terror. There's no point in struggling. It's futile. Li Lingtian's entire being was like a god standing high above the masses. He had the aura of a god descending upon the world. In a flash, 100-meter-wide halo crashed down on the dozen or so martial emperor geniuses, completely blocking the dozen or so destructive attacks. Such a method shocked countless experts. The air was extremely quiet, as if it had fallen silent. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen attacks bombarded the circle of light. Chapter 558. The Elegance of That Sword 1. Chapter 558. The Elegance of That Sword 1. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the originally quiet space was broken. A dozen devastating attacks bombarded Li Lingshan's Nine Skies star. The stars in the Nine Skies trembled as if they were about to shatter. Blood trickled down the corner of Li Lingshan's mouth as his face turned pale. After all, his opponent was not just one martial monarch realm expert, but more than 10 super geniuses at the 6th or 7th heaven of the martial monarch realm. The skills they used were also forbidden. No matter how powerful Li Lingshan's 9 heavenly stars was, it was impossible for him to withstand so many attacks without breaking a sweat. Furthermore, Li Lingshan's cultivation base was too low, and he did not have control over the 9 heavenly stars. It could be considered as a forced display. Bang! Bang! At that moment, more than 10 attacks disappeared into the 9 heavens stars. Li Lingtian cast a spell with both hands. A terrifying force appeared between heaven and earth as a dozen martial emperor powerhouses were captured by Li Lingtian. Immediately after, the halo of the 9 heavenly stars spread out explosively, and more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses fell off the arena. The 99 5-colored spiritual pearls kept spinning and gradually stopped. With a single grab, the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls vanished and transformed into a stream of light that entered Li Lingshan's dantian. Whoosh! After a short period of silence, the entire square was in an uproar. He defeated all the martial monarch realm experts by himself and even used an earth-shattering skill. The powerhouses on the corridor were also shocked beyond word. There was nothing that could describe Li Lingshan's strength. A 3rd heaven martial emperor challenging a group of heroes and controlling the 9 stars in the sky. What kind of concept was this? Who else is not convinced? Come up here. Li Lingtian floated in the air and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with one hand. He then looked around. Wherever his gaze passed, all the experts lowered their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, no one dared to make a sound anymore. They were afraid that they would be killed if they made a sound. Countless young ladies looked at Li Lingtian excitedly. Countless proud sons of heaven felt ashamed at this moment. Compared to this young man before them, they were nothing. No wonder there were so many beauties following him. This was a true expert. On the long corridor, Tang Qingyue and the others were extremely excited. Their little faces were filled with happiness and sweetness because the person on the stage was their man, a powerful man. There was no beauty who did not love a hero. Li Lingtian was a true powerhouse who looked down on the world. Xianyuan Wuyo and Xianyuan Tianming looked extremely satisfied, but they were shocked. They had never seen Li Lingshan's true strength, but now that they had witnessed it, it was beyond their imagination. Although Li Lingtian had only used one move, it was enough to defeat all the geniuses. The geniuses paled in comparison to Li Lingtian. They no longer had the halo of being geniuses. In front of Li Lingtian, they were not qualified to be called geniuses. Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming could only smile bitterly in their hearts. Just a disciple from the Xianyuan clan alone was able to sweep away all the supreme geniuses in Tianhe City. Did the Xianyuan clan really not have any geniuses? Then what was this young man? Not a genius, definitely not a genius, because he was a monster. Big brother Ling Tian is too handsome. Xianyuan Yingying was extremely happy. Her small face was flushed with excitement as she shouted in a delicate voice. Instantly, everyone shifted their attention to Xianyuan Yingying and the others. However, when they thought of Li Lingshan's terrifying strength, they did not dare to show any profane expressions. However, these peerless beauties were too stunning. Only such a peerless beauty could match such a shocking demon. "You're courting death." Just as all the powerhouses were mesmerized by Xianyuan Yingying and the other ladies, Li Lingtian shouted softly. His voice was like a dragon's roar to the heavens. All the warriors stared coldly at the void and saw a huge handprint appear in the air. The handprint moved along the trajectory of heaven and earth as it slammed toward Li Lingtian. Martial Saint. All the super experts were shocked when they saw the handprint in the void and felt the aura that only martial saints could have. What kind of existence was a martial saint powerhouse? They were known as invincible existences. At this moment, it was shocking that a martial saint powerhouse would risk offending the Xianyuan family to kill Li Lingtian. Indeed, it was imaginable that Li Lingtian was only at the third firmament martial emperor realm, yet he had defeated all the martial emperor powerhouses in one move. His strength was terrifying and, more importantly, Li Lingshan's talent. If he grew up, no one would be able to suppress him. Now that he took the risk to kill him and solve the future trouble, it was worth it even if he had to pay too much. The palm print pressed down like the might of the heavens, giving people an irresistible power that made people lose the slightest consciousness of resisting. Countless experts trembled as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The strongest among those present was only a 9th-level martial emperor. The appearance of a destructive attack from a martial saint was naturally frightening. At that moment, everyone felt sorry for Li Lingtian. No matter how heaven-defying he was no match for a warrior sage powerhouse who had once tried to kill him. Naturally, they did not expect that Li Lingtian had not only met a martial saint, but he had also killed a martial saint powerhouse. The palm print in the air was extremely fast and it reached Li Lingshan's control in an instant. The palm print was 100 meters wide and wherever it passed, the space shattered. While everyone was shocked and afraid, they were worried about Li Lingtian. Only a few people noticed the change in Li Lingshan's expression. Although Tang Qingyue and the rest were worried, they knew Li Lingshan's strength. He had killed a martial saint in the demonic tower. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not be in any danger with the current martial saint. Xianyuan Huo and Xianyuan Tianming had been worried for Li Lingtian for the past 2 days. After all, he was a martial saint powerhouse. However, he was relieved when he thought of the few elders hiding in the shadows. The 4th or 5th firmament martial saint realm elders would not let Li Lingtian get hurt. Di Tian smiled bitterly as he looked at Li Lingtian. Apart from him, there were many powerhouses who were looking at Li Lingtian. They wanted to know if Li Lingtian had a way to withstand the martial saint's destructive attack. However, when they saw Li Lingshan's expression, they were confused and speechless. The corner of Li Lingshan's mouth twitched as a look of disdain appeared on his face. His eyes revealed traces of killing intent. This kind of performance made countless experts feel that it was difficult to understand. Could it be that this young man did not take the martial saint's attack seriously? After this thought appeared, these experts also found it unbelievable. This thought was too ridiculous. However, they were so shocked by Li Lingshan's actions that their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. All the martial artists were attracted by a shocking aura. Li Lingtian stood on the arena and unleashed his metal will of the way. A shocking sword will spread out and his entire being was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. Speechless. They're all trash and trash. Metal will. Li Lingtian said coldly with a helpless look on his face. There was even more contempt. The terrifying will of the great path of gold was unleashed, and the space was torn apart by the destructive power of the will of the great path. He reached out with one hand, and a stream of light appeared between his eyebrows. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was translucent, but it emitted a shocking pressure. It was the pressure of a supreme saint weapon. The appearance of this pressure made countless experts tremble in shock. Heaven's Sword Unity. With the appearance of the Tianyu sword, Li Lingshan's body flashed and he charged toward the palm print. The long sword in his hand burst out 100-meter-long sword beam. The shocking sword will transformed into sword force and Li Lingshan's figure disappeared as well. He was completely integrated into the sword beam and had achieved the state of combining heaven and sword. The shocking sword light shook the minds of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. The terror of the sword light exceeded their imagination. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The shocking sword light was like a destructive heavenly might in the sky as it ruthlessly slashed down on the palm print. Kacha boom! Boom! The space shattered like a mirror being broken into pieces. The sword light ruthlessly slashed onto the palm print, emitting a cracking sound. Then, the space within 100 meters of the sword beam shattered inch by inch. A blood-curdling scream rang out in the sky. A thin old man appeared in the air, but the moment he appeared, he was destroyed by the sword light and turned into dust, disappearing from the world. The sky shook and the earth trembled. As the sword radiance vanished, Li Lingshan's figure appeared once again. He hovered steadily above the arena as he looked at the Tianyu sword in his hand with a serious expression and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, he's still too weak. Li Lingtian stared at the void as he spoke coldly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the Tianyu sword transformed into a stream of light and entered his glabella. Tianhe Plaza was silent as hundreds of thousands of warriors stared blankly at Li Lingtian. This young man had defeated all the martial emperor's supergeniuses with one move and destroyed a martial saint powerhouse who had ambushed him with the earth-shattering heaven sword unity. That move, 9 stars in the sky, shocked the minds of countless experts. That move, heaven sword unity, stunned the eyes of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. Tianhe Sacred City is too quiet. You are all geniuses. Tianhe Sacred City needs you to flourish because I am not in the same world as you. There is no need for you to look for trouble. However, some people who are restless better behave themselves. Because in my eyes you are just a clown. This genius competition ends here. Well, continue in 10 years. I am the young master of the Xianyuan family. If you are not satisfied, you can come to me openly. I welcome you, but if you want to play dirty, I prefer it. Li Lingtian glanced at the hundreds of thousands of warriors. Wherever his gaze passed, all the warriors lowered their heads. In front of him, a genius was still a genius, and trash was still trash. Because he was not a genius, he was a monster. The voice was indifferent. No one dared to have the slightest objection. In the end, his gaze landed on Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming. His gaze was as though it was corporeal, but he quickly shifted his gaze. With his divine soul vision, he could see the strangeness in each of their expressions. He didn't want to name them now and just gave them a chance. If they didn't repent, any one of the Xianyuan family members could wipe out the 4 great families. Chapter 559. The Distant Xianzhou 1. Chapter 559. The Distant Xianzhou 1. Being stared at, Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming's hearts trembled. It was as though they had been seen through. He was afraid. A martial saint was destroyed with a single sword strike. What else could he use to fight with the Xianyuan family? The Xianyuan family had never brought out a genius, and everyone thought that the Xianyuan family had declined. But now, someone casually pulled out a person and beat all the geniuses like dogs. Even a martial saint powerhouse was destroyed, and he still wanted to compete with the Xianyuan family for the world. It was simply a joke. Countless geniuses had been thoroughly defeated. A genius was still a genius, but he was not in the same world as Li Lingtian. This was a blow to him. Li Lingtian did not care about that. In a flash, he returned to the corridor. Grandfather, Ling Tian will go back first. He bowed to Xianyuan Tianming and flew toward the heavenly river temple with Tang Qingyue and the others. His elegant figure was embraced by 11 beautiful girls, making people envious. Countless low-level martial artists worshipped him to the extreme. This was a strong person, a true strong person. Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the others sat down to rest after they returned to the Divine Moon Palace. After all, he had used up a lot of energy to cast the 9 heaven stars, and his meridians had been damaged. He needed to recuperate, but this time, he didn't need the help of Shun Mei and the others. Tianhe Saint City was in an uproar. Xianyuan Lingtian of the Xianyuan family was the young master of the Xianyuan family. It was a world-shaking and peerless move. It defeated a genius with one move and shocked the world with one sword. There was also that peerless beauty who was the topic of discussion among countless experts. For a moment, the entire Heavenly River Sacred City was talking about Xianyuan Lingtian and his wife. Without a doubt, Xianyuan Lingtian had become the most powerful monster in Tianhe Sacred City, a chasm that countless super geniuses could never cross. The 4 great clans had truly quieted down. Li Lingshan's appearance had made them realize the true might of the Xianyuan family. It was something that they could not surpass. In Tianhe Sacred City, everyone was curious about who that martial saint powerhouse was and why he would kill the genius of the Xianyuan family in Tianhe Sacred City. Only the Di family understood that they had suffered unspeakably. Also, Gongsun Hao of the Gongsun family knew that the martial saint was from the Di family. Brat, your 9 heaven stars and heavenly sword fusion was too brilliant. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful technique. Xianyuan Tianming and a few elders gathered in the main hall of the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the rest were naturally there as well. Xianyuan Tianming was extremely excited. It was as if the person on the stage today was him. That domineering and powerful aura made people's blood boil. It was just luck, just luck. Ever since Li Lingtian was tricked by Xianyuan Tianming, he had not been kind to the old man. This wasn't to say that he didn't respect Xianyuan Tianming, but that the two of them spoke more naturally. They didn't care about anything else at all and said whatever they had to say without any restraint. Xianyuan Tianming felt much more relaxed. Did you see through the identity of the martial saint who was killed? Xianyuan Tianming pondered for a moment before shifting the topic to the MAM topic. Although the Xianyuan family wasn't afraid of the 4 great families, since someone dared to target the Xianyuan family, they had to be punished. Although Li Lingtian did not pursue the matter, anyone who dared to offend the Xianyuan family would definitely suffer in the future. The people of the Di family are also using the hegemonic qi of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal the warrior sage powerhouse's identity. The warrior sage had a mask that could hide his face, but it could not conceal his cultivation base and aura. It was impossible to hide one's identity among experts unless one changed their aura like Li Lingtian did. However, how many people in this world could do it? Even those who cultivated both magic and martial arts might not be as easy as him. One had to know that the cultivation techniques he cultivated were the holy scriptures of the same race. Even if others wanted to doubt him, they would not believe their own thoughts. After all, the pure aura could not be changed just like that. If Li Lingtian were to change his aura and turn into a demon, he would definitely become a powerful demon, a true demon powerhouse. If he used dragon energy, he would become a true dragon clan powerhouse. By using the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the 5 elements will of the way, one would be a true human expert. As long as he did not change his aura in front of others, no one would suspect his identity. Otherwise, the 9 demon venerable would not have recognized him in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Li Lingtian sensed a familiar aura when he executed the Sky Sword Unity to kill the martial saint. It was Di's aura. In other words, this martial saint powerhouse cultivated the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth. A heaven-grade cultivation technique would not be passed on to outsiders. Naturally, this person was also a super expert of the D family. A mere D family dares to have designs on the Xianyuan family. They really don't know their limit. Xianyuan Tianming scoffed coldly. He did not doubt Li Lingxian's judgment at all. It was a sign of his trust in a powerhouse. Grandpa, after we cultivate for a period of time, we will go out to strengthen our strength. This time, we might not be able to come back. Grandpa, don't worry. Li Lingtian suggested so that he would not have to inform Xianyuan Tianming when he was about to leave. And oh, it's a good thing to go out and gain experience. This old man believes in your steadiness and strength. Oh right, I just happened to have something for you to do. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Xianyuan Tianming was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. The other elders laughed as well. Li Lingtian immediately felt that he had been tricked. He was sure to be tricked again. Besides, it was definitely not easy to be tricked this time. All the outer sect elders knew that, but he didn't know that he was really tricked by Xianyuan Tianming every time. What is it? Li Lingtian glanced at Xianyuan Tianming warily. Even if he knew that he wouldn't do anything about the Xianyuan family, he still had to be on guard against Xianyuan Tianming, that old fox, in case he was tricked and laughed at. Is the old man that scary? It's about the southern Xian continent. The southern Xian continent is a world of countries. There are a total of the martial arts empire, 36 kingdoms, and 3,000 countries. Among the 3,000 countries, one of them is the Qing Xian kingdom, which belongs to the Xianyuan family. However, this power is getting weaker and weaker. The pressure we are facing is increasing. A secret letter has been sent from below asking if we should give up the Qing Xian kingdom to preserve our strength. Although the Qing Xian kingdom is only 3,000 kingdoms, it is still the size of the Azure continent. It is even more powerful than the Azure continent. Therefore, we don't want to give up. I wanted to send an elder there, but it's useless for an elder to stay there. Instead, ITLL exhaust our forces here. If you want to go there to train, that place is not bad. It's definitely beyond your imagination. Xianyuan Tianming's smile disappeared as he spoke seriously. He had a deep understanding of the Xianzhou continent. The extent of its power was not much different from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Tianhe zone used to be the center of the 4 continents, it was only a special place and not very powerful. It was just like Hidden Dragon Island in Green Island. After the incident, the Tianhe zone became useless and completely faded out of the eyes of the experts. Furthermore, countless years ago, the Black Continent was one of the strongest in the divine martial continent. It was not something the Azure continent could compare to. That place was the true heaven and land of the strong. Even if the Xianyuan family was placed in the Black Continent, it would be useless, let alone an elder. However, Li Lingxian's existence was more useful than an elder. First of all, Li Lingtian was lucky, talented and had a strong style of handling matters. The main reason was that Li Lingxian's future was more promising than any of the elders, and he was the best candidate. Grandpa really knows me well. After I settle some things, I'll go to the Black Continent to take a look. Li Lingtian was overjoyed. The more powerful a place was, the more he yearned for it. Although he was powerful, he knew his limits. Only through the experience of blood and fire could he truly become powerful. Okay, but there's basically no one who can help you in Xianzhou. You can only rely on your own efforts. Even with your Wargod, it would take decades to get to the Black Continent from here. Also, the sea area is unpredictable. Even a martial saint wouldn't dare to cross it easily. More importantly, the Xian continent is one of the 2 independent continents of the divine martial continent. There is no teleportation formation, so you can only fly. The Xianyuan family can only contact the Xian state once every few years, and we have to pay a bloody price. It can also be said that the Xianyuan family and the Xian state have basically broken off their connection because it has been too long. I remember that before the Qing Xian kingdom was established, there were a total of 8 martial saint elders who went there. However, only 3 of them managed to reach the Xian continent. You'll have to figure out how to get there yourself. If you can't, don't go to Xianzhou. Xianyuan Tianming said earnestly. Although he wanted Li Lingtian to go to the mystic continent for training, it was too difficult for him to do so. He would not have let Li Lingtian take the risk if he was not completely confident. This isn't too difficult, but Ling Tian wants to know if the green mystic fruit has the core of the world crossing array. Li Lingtian was shocked as well. It was extremely difficult for Cangzhou to go to Xianzhou. However, he would have to fly for decades. He would rather die than do so. Not only would it waste time, but the sea realm was also filled with dangers. If he was not careful, he would die in the sea realm. Moreover, if he was allowed to fly in the sea for decades, he might as well kill him. Thinking of the world-crossing Grand Array, if there was an array core, it was not impossible for him to cross the world once. You want to cross over? No, this won't do. This old man won't agree to it. Xianyuan Tianming shook his head like a rattledrum, and his eyes revealed a look of fear as if he had thought of something terrifying. He could still accept flying over, but he would not agree to flying across world. Looking at Xianyuan Tianming's condition, Li Lingtian was extremely curious. What could make Xianyuan Tianming so afraid? Chapter 560. Before leaving Grandpa, are you saying that an ancient mighty figure has activated the heaven-locking array in the Black Continent and that we can't cross worlds? One Huang Fuyuyan looked at Xianyuan Tianming's expression and was extremely shocked. In terms of cultivation base, she was no match for Li Lingtian. However, she was also a martial saint powerhouse in the past. Moreover, she was a martial saint from a superfamily. One of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent had crossed over from the Divine Continent to the Green Continent. In the big families, they naturally had a wide range of knowledge and experience. They had also read a little about some ancient secrets of the Black Continent in ancient books. Now that Xianyuan Tianming mentioned the Black Continent, he also thought of how terrifying the Black Continent was. She was Li Lingshan's wife and Xianyuan Yingying's good sister. Naturally, she had to address Xianyuan Tianming as her grandfather. It was natural and not pretentious at all. I forgot about you, little girl. That's right. Other places are still alright. Even the Divine Continent has ancient restrictions, but there are people who can break them. However, the Mystic Continent has always been the most mysterious place in the Divine Martial Continent. The ancient Almighty had set up a heaven-locking array in the Black Continent. It's impossible for a real heaven-locking array to cross world. If I forcefully cross over, it'll be courting death. When Xianyuan Tianming heard Huang Fuyuyan's words, he was startled. He immediately remembered Huang Fuyuyan's identity. In the past, this little girl was one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. Although the 10 great martial saints were a little exaggerated, they were still the most outstanding martial saint geniuses of that generation, or perhaps that decade. As the proud daughter of a superfamily in the Divine Continent, she naturally knew a lot. Grandfather, have you forgotten that Ling Tian is also a saint array master apart from being a saint alchemist? Ling Tian knows a thing or two about formations in the world, even if it's an ancient forbidden formation. Even if there's a heaven-locking formation, I have a way to break it. Li Lingtian chuckled with a calm expression on his face. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to formations. As long as Qing Xian or Xian continent had the core of the formation, he would be able to cross over. I'm getting old and muddle-headed. I forgot about this matter. However, you have to be careful. In this world, many things cannot be solved by strength. I won't say anything more. I'll think of a way to contact them and have them activate the core of the formation. I'll inform you when the time comes. Xianyuan Tianming was shocked when he heard Li Lingshan's words. He was so concerned that he forgot about Li Lingshan's identity as a holy array master. If he really was a sacred array master, he would naturally have some confidence in creating a cross-realm array and crossing over. However, he still gave Li Lingtian a few instructions as it was his habit and responsibility as an elder. Ling Tian understands. Li Lingtian nodded respectfully. He knew that Xianyuan Tianming was concerned about them, or else he would not have reminded him like that. You guys can go back. You're not used to this place. Are you going to bring them all? Xianyuan Tianming waved his hand to signal Li Lingtian to leave. A young man like Li Lingtian was not used to such an occasion. In the end, his gaze fell on Tang Qingyue and the other women. He looked at Li Lingtian with a questioning gaze. Yes. Ling Tian will take his leave first. Li Lingtian nodded in reply before he led Tang Qingyue and the others out of the hall. However, Xianyuan Tianming instructed Li Lingtian to bring Xianyuan Yingying along before they left. Naturally, Li Lingtian could not refuse. Furthermore, he had been satisfied with Xianyuan Yingying over the past few days. Having such a beautiful woman by his side was indeed a kind and pleasing thing. The group of beautiful women were talking happily as they surrounded Li Lingtian. Back at the Divine Moon Palace, Li Lingtian began to make plans. Since he was going to the Mystic Continent, he had to make some arrangements first. Back when he was in Green Continent, he had come to Green Continent by accident. However, this time, he was prepared to go to Black Continent, so it was naturally easier. However, in a powerful place like the Black Continent, it was natural to think of a way to survive. He could no longer be as high profile as he was now and attract everyone's attention. In the Azure Continent and the Azure Continent, no matter how high profile he would not have any powerful enemies. However, it was different in the Black Continent. Naturally, Tang Qingyue and the rest were focused on their cultivation. They cultivated during the day and accompanied Li Lingtian at night. From time to time, she would follow Li Lingtian to Sky River Holy City to shop for daily necessities, clothes, and items for the wilderness. When Li Lingtian heard about Xianzhou, he had already made up his mind. He had already made some plans on how to develop in the Xian continent. However, he had not expected that the Xian continent would be a place of great change for him. It was also a turning point that would decide the fate of the Divine Martial Continent. As the days passed, Li Lingshan's cultivation base had also reached the peak perfection of level 3. Tang Qingyue and the others' cultivation levels also increased rapidly. As time passed, they were all filled with anticipation as they waited to go to Xianzhou. On this day, Xianyuan Tianming's message finally arrived. The core of the array in the Xian continent's Qing Xian country had been activated, but it was in the depths of the sea, so no one knew about it. Li Lingtian was relieved when he received the news. As long as the array core existed, he would have a way to cross over. After receiving the news, Li Lingtian bid farewell to his parents before leaving Tianhe Sacred City with Tang Qingyue and the others. Li Lingtian brought Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two along with him, as well as Long De. Needless to say, Huang Fuyuan and the rest had left with Li Lingtian, while the rest of their relatives remained in Tianhe Sacred City. Voila, it feels so good to be out. At the edge of the Heavenly River Holy City, Xianyuan Yingying came out of the Divine Dragon Ring and waved her little hands. She looked very cute and happy. Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying with a faint smile on his face. This little girl was always so happy, but that was only after they had gotten to know each other. After leaving the Heavenly River Temple, Li Lingtian disguised himself to hide his aura and flew quickly to the edge of the sea. He only called Tang Qingyue and the others out when he arrived at this remote place. Yingying, you look so happy every time I come out. Could it be because of someone? Huang Fuyuyan smiled sweetly as she looked at Xianyuan Yingying with an ambiguous gaze. Naturally, they knew about Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying. There was no secret between them and Li Lingtian. They also liked Xianyuan Yingying very much. Now was a good time to tease her. Yeah, I followed Big Brother Ling Tian out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out. Grandpa said that the outside world is too dangerous. Besides, with Sister Yuyan around, Yingying won't be bored anymore. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned for a moment, and her face immediately turned red. However, she soon realized that Huang Fuyuyan and the others were teasing her, so she immediately calmed down and said it directly. There was nothing to be shy about. She had always clung to Li Lingtian. If it were not for him, she would not have come out. This was her personality. She would not hide anything and would say whatever she wanted. She was very similar to Tang Ziming and the others. They had been together with Huang Fuyan and the rest for a long time, and they had become very close. It was common for them to joke around. Apart from the fact that Huang Fuyan and the rest were together with Li Lingtian, they basically shared everything else. However, when Xianyuan Yingying was curious, Huang Fuyuyan didn't mind mentioning it, causing Xianyuan Yingying's face to turn red. A young girl of 18 or 19 years of age was in the prime of her youth. Naturally, she was curious and afraid of such things. Let's go. Let's get on the spaceship first so that we won't be noticed by others. Li Lingtian watched as the girls huddled together and chattered non-stop. He walked up to them with a faint smile on his face. He extended his arms to hug Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan as he shouted at the girls. After saying that, he flew towards the flying ship in the sky. Longda had already summoned the flying ship and was waiting in the air. This time, there were only him and Marshal Saint Ming Luo. On the other hand, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were cultivating with the Tier 5 and 6 peerless pills that Li Lingtian gave them. For a Marshal Saint, a Tier 5 or 6 pill would not be of much use. However, the pill refined by Li Lingtian was no exception. A peerless-grade medicinal pill refined from precious materials, its power was absolutely even more powerful than an ordinary 7th-grade medicinal pill. Naturally, cultivating with such a pill would be extremely powerful. Moreover, Li Lingtian would give them a level 7 pill every month to cultivate. This way, their cultivation base could be improved rapidly. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the Heavenly Demon King had reached the second firmament of the Marshal Saint realm, while Marshal Saint Yun Hao had reached the peak first firmament of the Marshal Saint realm. The three of them were delighted to submit. Not only was Li Lingshan's cultivation base heaven-defying, but his innate skills were also heaven-defying. With the four of them as guards, there was naturally no need to worry about any trouble. However, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two had suppressed their cultivation to the first heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. Even so, they were still impressive existences. After all, this was a martial emperor, not a martial arts grandmaster or martial emperor. Longda was still at the peak of Tier 7, Level 5, and was not far from breaking through. With Li Lingshan's cultivation base, no one would be able to discern his cultivation base as long as he did not make a move. In this way, the identity of Commander Long was even more obvious. As for Huang Fuyuyan and the others, it was normal for them to be martial emperors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out, and all the girls flew onto the spaceship. Although this spaceship wasn't as powerful as the Wargod, it was still very powerful. It had 2 floors. Li Lingtian and the rest stayed on the top floor, while Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 3 stayed below. Li Lingtian began to arrange the 4 guards after they arrived on the spaceship. During this period of time, Ming Luo and Yun Hao will be responsible for safety. Longda, Tian Yao, you two enter the Divine Dragon Ring to cultivate. Try to improve your cultivation before you leave. Let's go to the Azure Continent's Lingyun City first. After Li Lingtian brought Huang Fuyuyan and the others to the second floor, he went down alone and began to make arrangements for the next step. Although he did not need to care about these things, Long Da's cultivation had already reached the peak. Naturally, he had to make a breakthrough. Moreover, Marshal St. Yun Hao was more familiar with the Azure continent and there weren't many dangers. Chapter 561 Returning to Spirituality City 1. This subordinate will obey. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was not displeased by the way Li Lingtian addressed him. On the contrary, she was delighted. He now understood that even if he was a martial saint, it would only take Li Lingtian a blink of an eye to wipe him out. These are the 4 Tier 7 Heavenly Yao pills that I refined the day before yesterday. They should be able to increase your cultivation. Li Lingtian tossed the 2 jade bottles to Long Da and the Heavenly Demon King. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated the Divine Dragon Ring and the 2 of them vanished before re-entering the Divine Dragon Ring. Apart from the mysterious dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, the Divine Dragon Ring was extremely large. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yun Hao were unmoved when they saw the Tier 7 pills that Li Lingtian gave Long Da and Heavenly Demon King. They knew that Li Lingtian would not give them less than they deserve. With a super alchemy saint by their side, even if they did not want to raise their cultivation, it was not up to them. After following Li Lingtian, they had learned something that a warrior would never know. Pills could improve one's cultivation but could also kill a warrior. No martial artist could know the time when a martial artist used medicinal pills, as well as the matters that needed to be taken note of when using medicinal pills. After Li Lingtian told them, they understood. Pills had to be used at critical places and times. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to increase cultivation, but they would also be harmful to a martial artist's future cultivation. After Li Lingtian returned to the second floor, he lay down on the deck chair outside the spaceship and watched Huang Fuyuyan and the others chat. The 11 girls were chattering away, and they looked extremely happy. The happiest ones were Little White, Xianyuan Yingying, and Ji. The 3 of them spent the most time together. Together with Xiao Xiao and the others, they had a great time. At that moment, Shun Mei'er came to Li Lingshan's side and brought a small stool over to sit beside him. She leaned against Li Lingshan's body, and the lazy look on her face caused Li Lingtian to be in a trance. Her delicate figure was faintly discernible under the veil. Her snow-white, smooth skin had a youthful glow and a faint scent wafted into Li Lingshan's nose. 1/3 of her proud and firm chest was exposed, causing Li Lingshan's eyes to widen. Naturally, Shun Mei'er knew the look in Li Lingshan's eyes. Not only did she not feel shy when he looked at her like that, she was even happy and proud. After all, everything belonged to Li Lingtian, so she was not afraid of him looking at her. The more Li Lingtian behaved like this, the more it showed that Li Lingtian liked her charm. "Husband, shall we return to the Queen's palace for a few days?" Shun Mei'er looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were filled with lust and charm, giving off a peerless charm. No matter the occasion, Shun Mei'er always had a charm that Li Lingtian was intoxicated with. This charm did not need to be deliberately put on as it would appear naturally. Shun Mei'er did not know why, but perhaps it was due to the body of charm. "Of course, we're going to Spirituality City this time. Did you miss Her Highness the Queen?" Li Lingtian reached out and placed his palm on Shun Mei'er's back. He gently stroked her back and looked at her tenderly. This was his first woman and he had a special feeling about her. Although it wasn't his first love, it was still his first time with Shun Mei'er. "Yes, I do." Shun Mei'er's face lit up with joy as she gave a soft before gently leaning her head on Li Lingshan's chest. In front of her man, there was nothing to hide. As the other girls watched Li Lingtian and Shun Mei'er together, they naturally did not disturb them. They understood that even though Li Lingtian was by their side every day, he rarely wanted to be alone with them. Naturally, they had to leave such opportunities to Shun Mei and Li Lingtian. Besides, warriors had more time to cultivate. If there were only 1 or 2 girls by Li Lingshan's side, he was destined to be lonely. Now that Li Lingtian had 5 wives, he had someone to keep him company at all times. Xianyuan Yingying and Little Bai Ji, and the others could also chat with Li Lingtian. The flying ship flew quickly above the sea. With 2 martial saints guarding it, even if it encountered a hurricane, they could deal with it. Martial saints did not care about things that a martial supreme could not resolve. Moreover, a martial saint powerhouse was very sensitive to the world. If there was any real danger, they would naturally warn Li Lingtian in advance. Sister Yuyan, you guys continue. I'm going back to rest. I'm feeling a little tired. Huang Fu Yuyan and the others chatted for a long time before Xianyuan Yingying stood up and went back to rest. On the spaceship, there was nothing else to do. Only a few girls gathered together to chat or cultivate. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Li Lingtian looked at the sky. The sky was gradually darkening. Above the sea breeze at night was fierce. If he was not careful, he would be eroded by the sea breeze. Although he wouldn't fall sick, he still felt uncomfortable after the sea breeze eroded him. Moreover, the sea breeze at night was very strong. The girls were all wearing light muslin and could not catch a cold. Yes. Shun Mei nodded obediently before leaving Li Lingshan's chest. She stood up and held Li Lingshan's hand. The other girls returned to their rooms to cultivate. Huang Fuyan came to Li Lingshan's side and held his arm with Shun Mei. The 3 of them returned to the room in the spaceship, and the 2 women began to tidy up the room. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a restriction around the room to prevent Little White and Xianyuan Yingying from barging in. After she was done, Huang Fuyan's jade-like hands moved around Li Lingshan's body. She removed his clothes and placed them neatly on the cabinet at the side. Li Lingtian took the opportunity to lie down on the spacious bed. Shun Mei and Huang Fuyan removed their veils, leaving only a tube top and a pair of tights on their bodies. Their perfect bodies were revealed to Li Lingtian. The 2 ladies lay on Li Lingshan's left and right, their bodies clinging tightly to him. The 3 of them did not do anything. Although they liked Li Lingtian, they did not indulge in lust. They were satisfied as long as they were in Li Lingshan's arms. Moreover, it was not safe in the sea. If they encountered a hurricane or danger, their vigilance would be lowered. Soon, the 3 of them fell asleep. The sea was vast and boundless. The flying ship flew for a full 20 days before leaving the sea and arriving at the edge of East River City. They did not stay in East River City. Li Lingtian still had feelings for the place he used to live in, but he could not stay there anymore. When they reached the shore, the flying ship did not stop and continued to fly in the direction of Spirituality City. However, Li Lingtian stopped his spaceship after coming to the Azure continent. After all, he had been on the spaceship for a long time and was still not used to it. After living in a city for a month, they finally began their long flight. In 4 months, Spirituality City was in sight. Finally, the flying ship landed 100 miles away from Spirituality City. I'm finally back. Shun Mei was overjoyed as she planted a kiss on Li Lingshan's cheek with her rosy lip. Even if she was a girl who had to get married and was now with her beloved, she was still excited to return to her mother's house. Is this Sister Mei-er's home? Xianyuan Yingying knew that Shun Mei-er was from Spirit City, but she didn't know who it was, so she thought that she hadn't arrived there yet. Yes, this is Spirituality City. Shun Mei-er said happily, her face glowing with excitement. This kind of excitement was a kind of nostalgia. Then let's hurry up and leave. Sister Mei-er is already at the Queen's palace. Huang Fuyan said with a smile. She was from the Divine Continent and was currently hundreds of millions of miles away from the Divine Continent. Naturally, she wouldn't be able to return to the Divine Continent for the time being. However, when Li Lingtian became stronger, he would naturally go to the divine continent. By then, his family would also become stronger because of Li Lingshan's strength. It must be like this. I used to be like this too. Oh right, Sister Mei, do you feel afraid of being close to your hometown? Tang Qingyu's face cracked into a smile. It was a smile that only appeared in front of her sisters and Li Lingtian. No one else had ever seen her smile before. Of course, I haven't been back for a long time. Shun Mei and Tang Qinyu held hands as she spoke in a coquettish voice. These sisters were even closer than best friends. There was no privacy between them because they shared a beloved man. Then let's hurry. Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's hand and dragged him forward. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying. These two girls would never grow up. They would always be mischievous and lively. However, the group quickly flew towards Spirituality City. Although they didn't use a flying ship, their speed was still very fast. The distance of 100 miles was covered in less than half an hour. Looking at the tall city walls, the Spirit Rhyme City was prosperous. Countless martial artists came in and out. Countless warriors were stunned when they saw Li Lingshan's group. The man was elegant and graceful, and the girls were all peerless. Any one of them was an unparalleled existence in the world, but now there were several of them together, which gave people a visual impact. At that moment, more than 20 patrol members at the city gate stopped Li Lingtian and the others. Although Li Lingtian and the others were not ordinary people, the safety of Spirit Rhyme City was still a must. Sir, you need a token to enter Spirituality City. A martial arts grandmaster's team leader said politely. After all, a martial arts grandmaster like him could not afford to offend people like Li Lingtian. These people, even those super-large families, might not be able to see them. Every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not have a token, but his name alone was enough. In the Azure Continent, even if one did not know his master's name, one would not be unaware of Li Lingshan's reputation. Li Lingtian. Saint Alchemist Lingtian. So it's young noble Lingtian. I'm also from the Azure Continent. Young noble Lingtian, please come in. When the patrol leader heard Li Lingshan's name, he was instantly shocked. Li Lingshan's reputation was so great that it was known to everyone in Green Province and the Azure Continent. His name was like a supreme token. Chapter 562. Welcome, 1. Li Lingtian glanced at the patrol leader and nodded. In the end, he was dragged into the city by Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying. Li Lingtian had long gotten used to the envious gazes of countless warriors. Tang Qingyue and the others were naturally the same. This was a kind of capital. If he grew ugly, naturally no one would look at him. The group of people walked directly towards the Queen's palace, leaving behind countless discussions. So many peerless beauties. Any one of them is a 1 in 10,000 existence. If I had such a wife, even death would be worth it. I think I've seen that man before. Yes, I've seen him before. That's right, he's young noble Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian, the one who used the Wargod to wipe out the House of Storms, right? No wonder there are so many beautiful women following him. Only such an expert is worthy of those beautiful women. Beauties and powerhouses would always be the center of attention. Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the others were undoubtedly a gathering of powerhouses and beauties. Each of them was a peerless beauty, while Li Lingtian was elegant and graceful with heaven-defying strength. Some of the discussions were completely ignored. Because in this world, no matter how powerful you were, you couldn't control the mouths of others. Soon, the news of Li Lingshan's return to Lingyun City spread like wildfire. Countless Green Province warriors came to greet him. In Lingyun City, tens of thousands of warriors came from Azure Continent and were brought here by Li Lingtian. There were also countless warriors who had escaped to Azure Continent after Li Lingtian helped them fend off the demons. Gradually, countless Azure Continent warriors gathered in Spirit Rhyme City. The warriors knew that Li Lingtian was heading to the Queen's palace and were waiting at the main avenue with excitement on their faces. Even though they did not speak to Li Lingtian, they were able to show their gratitude and respect for him. In an instant, the main road leading to the Queen's palace was filled with countless genius martial artists, but the middle of the road was unobstructed. Young noble Ling Tian! Young noble Ling Tian! Waves of cheers rang out. Even if the martial artists in Lingyun City were not from Green Island, they were still cheering. As Li Lingtian had once resisted the assault of the House of Storms and saved Spirituality City, his status in Spirituality City was equivalent to that of the Queen. The warriors of Green Island were naturally grateful and excited. Immediately, cheers resounded throughout the world. In an instant, Li Lingshan's popularity reached its peak. Xianyuan Yingying and Tang Zimeng were proud of Li Lingshan's popularity. In this place, Li Lingtian was like the ruler of a dynasty. In fact, it was beyond the fear of the ruler of a dynasty. Instead, these warriors respected him from the bottom of their hearts. The girls were also extremely happy, and their little faces were filled with happiness. Li Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Although he didn't need to greet these people because of his status, he wasn't someone who would put on airs. If they respected him, he would return the favor. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian and the others arrived before the plaque of the Queen's palace. When they arrived, countless powerhouses from the Queen's palace were already waiting in front of the signboard. Even the Queen had come, but this time, the Queen was not Shun Yu, but the new Queen, Li Yingyu. Welcome, young noble Ling Tian, to the Queen's palace. Junior sister Mei welcome home. Li Yingyue saluted Li Lingtian. Although she was the Queen's Majesty, she was of the same generation as Li Lingtian and the others. She also knew how powerful Li Lingtian was. Her Majesty, the Queen, was nothing more than a word in front of Li Lingtian. He was also extremely grateful to Li Lingtian and Shun Mei. Then, he greeted Tang Qinyue and the others. He was extremely surprised. He had only seen them from afar before, but now that he saw them up close, he was shocked. There really were such beautiful girls in the world. Previously, he thought that Shun Mei was the most beautiful and charming girl in the divine martial continent. However, he did not expect all the girls around Li Lingtian to be so beautiful. After greeting them, Li Yingyue led Li Lingtian and the others into the Queen's palace. Shun Yu and Shun Tianzhou had already abdicated and were living a life they had never enjoyed before. After chatting for an hour in the main hall, Li Yingyue finally instructed someone to bring Li Lingtian and the others to rest. Naturally, Shun Mei had been staying here all this while. The place where they rested was also where she lived. After settling down, Li Lingtian brought Shun Mei and the others to Shun Ye's place. Ling Tian greets your Majesty and Uncle Shun. When Li Lingtian saw Shun Tianzhou and Shun Yu, he forgot how to address them. However, after he addressed them, he realized that he should change his address. Mother, father. When Shun Mei saw Shun Yu and Shun Tianzhou, she was overjoyed, and her eyes reddened. She threw herself into Shun Ye's arms. Now that Shun Yu was not a queen, but a mother, she naturally did not have any scruples. Greetings, uncle and auntie. Tang Qinyue and the others also came forward to greet him, looking extremely respectful. Shun Mei's family was also their family. Husband, are you still not going to change your mind? Shun Mei snuggled in Shun Ye's arms as she looked at Li Lingtian with a pout. Ling Tian greets mother and father. Li Lingtian did not hesitate to change his tone naturally. He bowed to Shun Yu and Shun Tianzhou once again. Tang Qinyue, Huang Fuyuyan, and the others also bowed and greeted him. In the end, they all sat in the pavilion and chatted happily. Soon, Tang Qinyue and the others got to know Shun Yu better. Shun Yu didn't have the Queen's aura like before. Now, he was just an ordinary parent, so they were naturally closer. You guys still call us uncle and aunt? Shun Yu looked at Xianyuan Yingying, Little White, and Ge and said in confusion. Mother, this is my husband's younger sister, Ge, the princess of the fairy clan. This is my husband's sister, Xiao Bai, the dragon clan's Xiaolongnu. This is my husband's sister, Xianyuan Yingying. She is the princess of the Xianyuan clan and the princess of Tianhe Sacred City. Shun Mei and the others laughed, then introduced Ge and the other two. They knew that Shun Yu had mistaken Ge and the other two for Li Lingshan's women. Although Ge and Little White had met Shun Yu before, he didn't know their identities. Now that he heard Shun Mei's introduction, he was extremely shocked. The identities of these three people were all incomparably powerful. None of them could be provoked. He admired Li Lingtian even more. Apart from Shun Mei, he had so many peerless beauties by his side and three powerful sisters. It seemed like the three girls had a close relationship with Li Lingtian. One was the Dragon Clan, one was the Elf Clan, and one was the Xianyuan clan. Which one of them was not an ancient clan? Why did you come back this time? Only Shun Tianzhou and Li Lingshan's men were present at this place. The other women were naturally chatting away. The two of them were naturally chatting at the side. We plan to stay here for a while before leaving for the Black Continent to train. It just so happens that there's an array corps in front of Lingyun City. Ling Tian plans to cross over to the Black Continent. Li Lingtian did not hide anything after hearing Shun Tian's words. He told them about their trip to the Mystic Continent but did not say what they were going there for. Shun Tianzhou was Shun Mei's father, so he naturally had to respect him. Xianzhou. The Black Continent is not the Azure Continent or the Azure Continent. You must be careful when you go there. Shun Tian's expression changed several times as he looked at Li Lingtian seriously. This expression was the same as Xianyuan Taiming's, but Xianyuan Taiming's was because of the matter of crossing over, while Shun Tian's expression changed because of the power of Xianzhou. Ling Tian knows. Li Lingtian nodded. His heart was filled with warmth. He was satisfied with his family's concern for him in the divine martial continent. From the Black Continent. I only know a little about the power of the Black Continent. Oh right, I brought this token with me when I left the Black Continent. Maybe you can use it in the future. As Shun Tianzhou spoke, he passed a token to Li Lingtian. Rather than calling it a token, it was more like a jade pendant. Moreover, this jade pendant was obviously a girl's item. Li Lingtian was stunned. Was Shun Tianzhou not afraid of Shun Yu finding out that he had a girl's item on him? Shun Tianzhou was not Li Lingtian. She had a few wives. Other men would have higher status the stronger they were. It was normal for them to have 3 or 4 wives. However, it was impossible for Shun Tianzhou because he was the queen's man. Don't worry, your mother won't say anything. This was a personal item of a friend of mine. It was said that this was his daughter's jade pendant. They lost contact. But that friend of mine also died on the way to the Azure Continent. All these years, I've been in the Azure Continent and haven't returned to the Black Continent, so this matter hasn't been resolved. Shun Tianzhou smiled. Although he envied other men having multiple wives, he didn't. Outsiders knew that the queen's husband was a puppet, but only he knew how loving they were. Seeing how worried Li Lingtian was for him, he was extremely satisfied. He was quite fond of this son-in-law of his. If Ling Tian were to encounter her, how would he explain it to her? Li Lingtian looked at the jade pendant. It was obvious that the pendant had a restriction on it. Although he was a holy array master, he would not do such despicable things. Without the owner's permission, he would not open the pendant. You only need to say a few words. Blood-drinking heaven's favorite maniac, heaven's favorite snow-drinking maniac. Shun Tianzhou said lightly, his face serious. Li Lingtian was puzzled when he heard those 2 sentences. It should be said that those 2 sentences were a spell or some kind of code. However, he did not say anything. Some things could only be pretended to be ignorant. In any case, it was not easy to find a person in the vast sea of people in Xianzhou. It would be easy to find an expert or a famous figure, but it would be like finding a needle in a haystack if he were to find an unknown figure. There was still a target to find a needle in a haystack, but finding an unknown target in the vast sea of people was too difficult, even harder than ascending to the heavens. P.S. October 3rd to October 6th, all channels. On the afternoon of October 6th, 20 chapters will be released. If the monthly votes and recommendation votes are good, 20 chapters will be released in a row. After that, there will be 4 to 5 chapters updated every day. Let's see if everyone is enthusiastic enough to add more chapters. Chapter 563, Crossing Worlds 1. The few of them chatted for a long time before Li Lingtian and the others returned to their own quarters. Spirituality City was the Queen Palace's headquarters and one of the 3 super forces in the Azure continent. However, the strongest of the 3 superpowers, House of Storms, had been wiped out by Li Lingtian, leaving only the Queen's Palace and the Windy Moon Palace. The Wind Moon Palace's Wind Spirit Prince was Li Lingshan's brother. Naturally, the Wind Moon Palace would not oppose the Queen's Palace. More importantly, Li Lingtian was standing in the Queen's Palace. As long as Li Lingtian was around, no one in the Azure continent would dare to provoke the Queen's Palace. Shun Mei was from this place, so she was very familiar with the city. Naturally, she brought Tang Qingyue and the others to play while Li Lingtian was studying the transboundary formation thousands of miles away from Spirituality City. Originally, with his array Dao techniques, the world-crossing Grand Array was very easy. Moreover, he had used the cross-realm formation before. After his cultivation reached the martial monarch realm, his array Dao skills had also improved. It should be said that cross-realm was even easier. However, he did not dare to be careless. This time, he was going to the Xian continent hundreds of millions of miles away. Not only was it far away, but there was also a heaven-locking array on the other side. It was a heaven-locking array cast by an ancient mighty figure. If he was not careful, he would experience space-time disorder halfway through the world crossing. At that time, he would not even know how he died. Therefore, Li Lingtian had Tang Qingyue and the others tag along with Shun Mei while Longde was in charge of protecting her. Longde and the Heavenly Demon King had been focused in the Divine Dragon Ring for half a year. Due to Longde's dragon energy and the 7th grade Heavenly Demon Pill, his cultivation had reached level 7. The Heavenly Demon King had also raised his cultivation to the peak of the 2nd firmament of the Martial Saint realm. He was only a step away from the 3rd firmament of the Martial Saint realm. However, it was not that simple to enter the 3rd heaven. But even so, it was beyond his imagination. According to the cultivation speed of the monster race, it would take him 50 years to reach the peak of the 2nd sky of the Martial Saint realm from the peak of the 1st sky of the Martial Saint realm. Usually, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough in his entire life. She did not expect to achieve a breakthrough after following Li Lingtian for less than a year. Their cultivation base had improved, and their abilities had also soared. Now, one of them was protecting Li Lingtian, while the other was protecting Tang Qingyue and the others. As for Martial Saint Yun Hao and Martial Saint Ming Luo, they were also cultivating peacefully. Li Lingtian looked at the center of the array before him and cast the divine array diagram. He quickly cast countless array formations within 100 miles to secure the area. After everything was done, the Heavenly Demon King stood guard outside while Li Lingtian entered the array formation alone. He began to study the world crossing formation. This time, he had to set up the world crossing formation. Not only did he have to do a lot of things here, but he also had to understand the landing point on the other side. Just like that, after half a month, Li Lingtian was finally relieved. Then, he walked out of the array formation and got the Queen's palace to send experts to guard this place. The Heaven Demon Monarch was also hiding here. Li Lingtian was worried that someone would destroy the array core, but he was prepared for this. With his array Dao, even martial emperors and martial saints could not easily destroy the array he had cast. After leaving the array, Li Lingtian returned to the Queen's palace to rest. He had not been with his wife for half a month, so he had to spend some time with her. After Tang Ziming accompanied Li Lingtian to take a bath, she returned to her room. Li Lingshan's heart burned with excitement as he watched Tang Qingyue meditate on the bed. Although he was with a few girls, and there were 2 girls accompanying him every day. However, this was the first time the 2 sisters had been together. The thought of having the 2 sisters serve him alone made him excited. When the 2 of them returned, Tang Qingyue had also stopped cultivating. Tang Qingyue's face turned red for no reason when she saw Li Lingshan's expression. If she were to serve Li Lingtian with the other sisters, she would be more relaxed. Even if she was shy, she could still accept it. However, she was excited to serve Li Lingtian with her own sister. However, Tang Qingyue still got off the bed and walked to Li Lingshan's side. The 2 sisters took off Li Lingshan's clothes and their own gauze. The 3 of them lay on the bed, their hearts racing. This feeling was extremely exciting. After all, the 2 sisters were serving the same man. Li Lingtian could not help but feel his heart pounding. His hands wandered between the sisters' hands. They were already feeling extremely excited, but after being touched by Li Lingtian, the sisters could not hold it in any longer. She moaned as her delicate body caressed Li Lingshan's. Even before Li Lingtian had started, the sisters could not take the stimulation. That night, as Li Lingtian and the 2 sisters made love with Tang Qingyue, Tang Ziming watched curiously and was extremely excited. While Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming were making love, Tang Qingyue watched curiously. It was Li Lingshan's first time realizing that the 2 sisters were telepathic. Furthermore, it was a reaction in this aspect. When Li Lingtian and Tang Qingyue were making love, Tang Ziming felt as if she was being cultivated by Li Lingtian. Tang Qingyue reached the clouds, and Tang Ziming also reached the clouds. The 2 sisters did the same. When they were having sex with Tang Ziming, the 2 sisters moaned the same way. The 3 of them were extremely excited when they discovered this feeling. It was even more comfortable and exciting than usual. They only stopped when the 3 of them fell asleep in satisfaction. In the following period, the sisters served Li Lingtian for a few nights but not every day. They understood that a married couple must exercise restraint. Even if it was love, there had to be a limit. The more wonderful the thing, the more restrained it was, because this way, it could retain the excitement in the future. Just like before, it was still Shun Mei and Tang Ziming, Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan, and sometimes Qingling. Time passed day by day. It had been 2 months since Li Lingtian and the others arrived at Spirituality City. It was also time to leave. After all, martial artists had to constantly strengthen themselves in their lives. It was imperative to go to the Black Continent for experience. On this day, Li Lingtian called Shun Mei and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring before he went into the Array Core alone. His body flashed continuously as he unleashed the 12 Supreme Spiritual Stones. The 12 Supreme Spiritual Stones formed a formation, and with the addition of the Array Core, Li Lingtian was able to reduce his consumption. The Divine Array appeared in front of Li Lingtian. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a series of magic arts. The magic art struck the Divine Array and it emitted a golden glow. Thunder and lightning bolts continuously sounded between heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! Hoo! Hoo! A shocking thunder exploded and a sharp wind sounded. The entire Spirituality City could feel the changes in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, countless arcs of lightning appeared in the sky. The endless arcs of lightning transformed into meteors that continuously shuttled through the sky. Furthermore, fiery red clouds appeared in the sky. The fiery red clouds dyed the sky red, and the entire world turned fiery red. Countless warriors in the city looked at the changes in the sky and found that the place where the changes happened was thousands of miles away from the city. This change was caused by the strong. Countless warriors were flying out of Spirituality City. When they arrived 100 miles away from the array core, they looked at Li Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with admiration and envy. As this shocking phenomenon was unleashed by young Master Ling Tian, Li Lingtian hovered in the air as a golden array diagram shone with a golden radiance. He was also like a god of war floating in the air, giving people the feeling that he was the ruler of the world. Li Lingtian continued to cast his magic arts, causing the world to rumble incessantly. The 12 supreme-grade spirit stones also emitted a shocking spirit chi light pillar. In an instant, 100 miles around Li Lingtian became a world of light. World-crossing formation. Young Noble Ling Tian is using the world-crossing grand formation. Young Noble Ling Tian wants to cross worlds? Could it be that he's going to a very distant place? Only an expert like young Noble Ling Tian can cross over. So this is the world-crossing formation. This is the first time I've seen it. It's so magical and powerful. In an instant, many powerhouses saw Li Lingtian's transboundary formation and were filled with admiration and admiration. A powerhouse who could cross worlds was a true powerhouse. Li Lingtian turned a deaf ear to the discussions outside. He stared at the void with a sharp gaze as he continued to cast the magic art in his hands. After a quarter of an hour, Li Lingtian finally stopped his incantation gesture, and the colorful light shield in the sky stabilized. Li Lingtian spoke in a secret voice, and a tall and mighty powerhouse flew up to Li Lingtian's side. "You go in," Li Lingtian said indifferently. He did not make any movements as the tall powerhouse beside him vanished into thin air. Rumble! Walala! Explosions continued in the air, and thunder and lightning descended endlessly. 100 miles away from the light shield, there was a sea of people. Countless warriors looked at Li Lingtian with admiration and respect. Li Lingtian looked at the light shield in the sky and activated his divine consciousness. He channeled all his true essence, and a silk banner appeared in his hand. The spatial banner was a decent saint artifact. Although it didn't have any offensive or defensive properties, it was still a good support-type treasure. At this time, using the spatial banner was just the right time to display its true use. He looked at the void and waved his hand. A 100-meter wide grid appeared in the void, and the red grid quickly changed. Gradually, the grid expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters. In the grid, a gray hole appeared. The appearance of this hole caused the world to change color. It had a negative impact on countless martial artists, and their hearts began to tremble. However, Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all. He channeled his vital essence and unleashed the true dragon body barrier. He even activated the limitless feather coat he wore underneath. With a flash, he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the gray hole. His figure was instantly swallowed by the void. The world became even more violent, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. After Li Lingtian disappeared, the light shield vanished as well. A massive destruction occurred within 100 miles of the light shield as countless warriors retreated hastily. After a full 2 minutes, the world finally quieted down and everything returned to normal. In the Queen's palace, Shun Yu, Shun Tianzhou, and Queen Li Yingyue were looking at the void with a worried expression. However, they were more happy than happy as they prayed for Li Lingtian. Chapter 564. Young Girl 1. The Azure Continent, Spirituality City, was in an uproar. The entire spirit-resonant city was in an uproar because young noble Ling Tian had crossed over. Even though he didn't know where young noble Ling Tian was going, he knew that a powerhouse who could cross worlds was a heaven-defying existence. Furthermore, young noble Ling Tian was a legend and a miracle. He became a saint alchemist at the age of 19, the first saint alchemist in the Azure continent. He wiped out the House of Storms by himself, shocked the Azure continent, and returned to the Azure continent to fight the demons. At the age of 22, he had become a heaven-defying expert at the third level of the martial emperor realm and refined a peerless great rejuvenation pill. He fought against a martial saint and escaped from the hands of the 9 demon venerables. Naturally, they did not know that Li Lingtian had killed the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped in shock. There were also countless shocking things that these martial artists could not know. He was an earth-shattering existence in everything he did, and now he had crossed over. Almost everyone in the Azure continent knew about this. This was young noble Ling Tian. All of a sudden, the deeds of Li Lingshan's 8 generations of ancestors were dug up. From his birth to his rise to his current heaven-defying achievements, Li Lingtian had become a miracle in the Azure continent and even the Serenity Plains. However, Li Lingtian, who was surrounded by the powerful halo, was about to cry to death. The moment he entered the space-time tunnel, he felt the destructive devouring power. This power was something he had never encountered before. Even if he circulated his true essence and the true dragon body protection, he could not resist this power. He was shocked. The last time he crossed the border from the House of Storms to the Lingyun city, it was very easy and he didn't encounter any danger. However, this time, he encountered an irresistible destructive force. Chi. Threads. In the dusky passageway, Li Lingtian unleashed all sorts of treasures and powerful techniques, but they were not able to withstand his attacks at all. The heaven and earth creation cauldron was still useless. Heavenly demon region. Space pennant. True dragon body protection, giant dragon power. The will of the earth. Li Lingshan's expression changed drastically. He had used all the treasures and divine powers he could. However, the destructive power was still destroying him, and he did not know when it would end. The true essence in his body was also rapidly flowing away. What made him feel despair was that his cultivation continued to fall. The only thing he could do now was to hold his spirit. The peak of the third heaven of the martial emperor realm, third heaven of the martial emperor realm. Peak second heaven martial emperor realm, first heaven. The martial emperor realm had fallen. The 9th level of the supreme realm, the 8th level, the 7th level, the 6th level. Li Lingshan's eyes were filled with despair. He was most worried about his death. After his death, Tang Qingyue and the rest would perish in the divine dragon ring forever. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingshan's eyes and consciousness began to fade as his mind turned dark. Finally, he fainted. Xianzhou, the divine martial continent, was the most magical continent. It was so vast that no one knew how big it was. Moreover, the Black Continent was a world of countries. There were endless countries here, and the entire Black Continent was controlled by countless countries. The boundless sea was just like its name. It was a boundless sea, describing the vastness of the sea. It was this sea region that nurtured billions of experts. In the depths of the sea, there were powerful sea beasts. The materials and inner cores of these sea beasts were essential cultivation resources for martial artists. Rumble. Crash. Princess, leave quickly. An earth-shattering battle was taking place at the edge of an island in the sea. A middle-aged woman wielded a red caltrop in her hand. The red caltrop emitted a terrifying aura, and the space trembled. Seawater soared into the sky. The woman was obviously a third-level martial emperor, but her opponent was a terrifying sea beast. The sea beast was extremely huge, and its lantern-sized eyes were emitting a cold aura. It was a Tier 5, Level 4 sea dragon beast. A Level 5, Level 4 sea beast was equivalent to a Level 4 martial emperor. Moreover, the geographical position of the sea beast was much stronger than that of a martial artist of the same level. Moreover, the woman in front of him was only a Level 3 martial emperor. Among the warriors, women were much weaker than men. Facing a Level 4 sea beast, the woman's face showed fear. Moreover, they were heavily injured and looked extremely miserable. There were more than 10 martial arts grandmaster corpses floating in the sea. They were obviously killed by sea beasts. The woman retreated as she fought, shouting at the girl on the flying sword with an anxious expression. "Aunt Yun, hurry up. Let's escape together. Come up quickly." The young girl's face was filled with panic, but she did not escape alone. Instead, she called the middle-aged woman to leave together. It was already very rare to see a girl with such a temperament in this world. "Hurry up and leave." Pfft. The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed with gratitude when she saw that the young woman was not leaving. In her moment of distraction, the sea dragon beast's shocking water pillar struck the middle-aged woman, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Its body was also on the verge of collapsing. When the sea dragon beast saw that its opponent was injured, it immediately attacked even more intensely. Ah! With a scream, the third-level martial emperor woman was also killed by the sea dragon beast. The middle-aged woman lost her life in an instant. When the young girl saw that Aunt Yun had also been killed, her small face turned pale. Her small mouth also trembled, and her face was filled with helplessness. Completely forgetting that the sea dragon beast was already pouncing over, the Level 5, Level 4 sea dragon beast unleashed its bestial nature and shot up, attacking the girl. The girl was only a rank 1 martial king. She could not even move her fingers in front of the sea dragon beast's pressure. She watched helplessly as the sea dragon beast pounced towards her, and she was already scared silly. She could clearly feel the foul smell of the sea dragon coming at her, and its huge bloody mouth was biting towards her. "We're done for," the young girl muttered in her heart. She had already accepted the outcome of death. At this moment, a muffled sound was heard. Bang! Plop! A burst of energy shot out in the air, followed by a plop, stirring up thousands of water pillars. Endless water pillars and icy cold seawater woke the girl up. The girl tried to open her eyes and found that she was still floating above the flying sword, but the flying sword was already swaying. Moreover, that terrifying sea dragon beast was floating on the surface of the sea. Its head had been smashed into pieces, and it couldn't be any more dead. Seeing this, the young girl's face revealed a look of horror. Even his martial royal realm guards were easily killed. More than a dozen martial arts grandmaster guards were also killed. However, this terrifying sea dragon beast was easily killed by someone. He looked around in shock, but he did not find any experts in the air. The more it was like this, the more afraid the girl was. To be able to kill a level 4 Tier 5 sea dragon beast, it must be a Tier 5 or 6 martial emperor. If there was a super expert, she would be finished. However, a white-robed young man appeared in his line of sight. However, this young man was floating above the sea. The girl looked around and saw no one else. She thought to herself, could it be that he killed the sea dragon beast and injured himself? After thinking for a moment, the young girl used her divine sense and shot the flying sword toward the water surface. She tried to grab it with one hand, but the young man didn't react at all. With this kind of probing, the young girl knew that this young man was injured and unconscious because the aura on his body was faintly discernible and was almost dissipating. Without any hesitation, she summoned a colorful caltrop and wrapped it around the young man. After entangling the young man, he exerted force with one hand, and the young man had already left the water. His entire body was drenched. The girl looked at the middle-aged woman's corpse. The woman's corpse had already been bitten into two halves by the sea dragon beast. She hesitated for a moment before waving a hand and burning the woman's corpse. After doing everything, the young girl had a sad expression on her face. She grabbed the young man and rode the flying sword towards the island not far away. Arriving on the island, the young girl quickly found a hidden cave and placed the young man in a dry place to size him up. The young man's face was pale and powerless, but it could not hide his delicate and handsome appearance. "What should we do? I can't leave him alone. If not for him, I would have died long ago. But why is his injury so serious? Without a tier 4 or 5 healing pill, it's impossible to wake him up." The young girl spun around anxiously, her face incomparably anxious, because the aura of the young man who saved her was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, this young man would definitely die. He was able to defeat the Type 5 Sea Dragon Beast because his strength isn't simple. I wonder if he has any pills on him? The young girl's mind spun rapidly as she looked at the young man on the ground. He carefully walked toward the young man, preparing to search for medicinal pills on the young man. However, the moment her jade-like hand touched the storage pouch on the young man's waist, the young man's body moved. "Yes." The young man nodded softly and opened his eyes weakly. You woke up, you woke up." The young man suddenly opened his eyes. The young girl was frightened and quickly retreated. However, she realized that the young man did not move at all. It was obvious that he did not have any strength. She was relieved. He stuttered as he asked the young man. After asking, he felt that what he asked was nonsense. "Thank you for saving me." Li Lingtian felt guilty and curious when he saw the girl's trembling face. He did not expect such a timid girl to exist. Indeed, this white-robed young man was Li Lingtian who had crossed over. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt that he was still alive. Moreover, he didn't have any strength in his body, let alone any cultivation. "No need to thank me. If you hadn't killed the sea dragon beast in the end, I would have died too. If you want to thank me, I should be the one saying it." The young girl gradually relaxed. This young man had saved her first, and now he was thanking her. She was satisfied with the manners of this young man. At least a warrior with such conduct would not be a big evil person. "I saved you. What is this place?" Li Lingtian was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He couldn't even protect himself, so when would he save this girl? However, with his experience and wisdom, he naturally reacted quickly and covered up his word. Something must have happened between them that he didn't know about. He was curious, and more importantly, he wanted to know what this place was. Although the world-crossing formation rarely made mistakes, there were times when space-time would be distorted and the place would be shifted to the opposite direction. Chapter 565. Qingxian Country, Nandu County. Young Master, this is the boundless sea. It belongs to the Nandu County of Qingxian. Your memory must have been damaged. Just now, my guard was killed and I was almost killed by the sea dragon beast. However, a strange attack killed the sea dragon beast. I don't know how it was killed. When the young lady saw that Li Lingtian did not remember that she had saved her, she immediately felt guilty. Hence, she told him everything that had happened. After explaining what had just happened, he continued. Thought it was a super expert who attacked, but I didn't find anyone else. I saw you floating on the sea, and you were right where the sea dragon beast was. Its head was shattered. I see. I don't remember. It must be because of my injuries. Li Lingtian was relieved. At least this place was Qingxian. He would be satisfied even if he was in Xianzhou, let alone Qingxian. According to the girl's description, the sea dragon beast was either too unlucky or the girl had escaped death. At the critical moment, she had just come out of the space-time tunnel. As for the attack that killed the sea dragon beast, it was not difficult to understand. It was likely that the destructive force from the interrealm formation had struck the sea dragon beast and saved the young lady. The young lady was so shocked that she did not know if it was Li Lingtian who had done it. After he finished speaking, his body was extremely weak. Fortunately, his divine sense still existed. It was a trace of divine sense that could be completely ignored in the past. However, this trace of divine sense was a life-saving straw. His clothes were drenched, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, all the meridians in his body were broken, and his dantian was extremely empty. He felt as if he was in the 18th level of hell. Even though he had gone through countless painful tempering, he almost couldn't hold on anymore. "Miss, can you help me find someone? My friend came with me. He should be nearby." Li Lingtian quickly thought of a way to send the girl away. Otherwise, Tang Qingyue and the others would be finished once his divine consciousness completely dissipated. "Alright, wait here. I'll go out and look for it." By the way, Chu Meng, the princess of the Nandu County's king. Chu Meng did not know what to do when she saw Li Lingshan's expression. She heard that Li Lingtian had a friend with him. If she could get his friend here, he would be saved. Moreover, it was really inconvenient for a young girl like her to follow a young man. With that, he walked out of the cave and introduced himself at the entrance. Soon, the young lady left the cave. Li Lingshan's divine consciousness was extremely weak, and it was dissipating. He didn't care if the girl had gone far or not. Suddenly, a destructive pain came from his sea of consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that he had tempered his body with dragon energy and achieved the heavenly sword physique and the sacred sun physique, such pain would have killed him directly. He activated his divine sense and activated the divine dragon ring. Longde and Xiao Bai appeared in front of Li Lingtian, but it was too late for the others to come out. Li Lingshan's divine consciousness dissipated and the divine dragon ring was shut off. Li Lingtian almost passed away. He was relieved to see Longde and Xiao Bai's appearance, and his eyes were filled with relief. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Young master, how did this happen?" When Xiao Bai and Longde came out and saw Li Lingshan's appearance, they were shocked. With Li Lingshan's strength, he would not be in such a miserable state even if he encountered a martial saint powerhouse. Could it be that he had encountered a super martial saint? However, there was no time to think about it at that moment. He quickly walked forward to check on Li Lingshan's injuries. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but after the check, Long Da's face turned pale and he looked extremely ugly. Due to Li Lingshan's broken meridians and the loss of his cultivation base, he was now an ordinary person without any cultivation base. How could he accept such a thing? After all, Li Lingtian was a heaven-defying powerhouse. Without his cultivation base, what was the use of him? There might be a problem with the crossworld array. There's a destructive power in the space-time tunnel. I watched as my cultivation rapidly flowed away. Fortunately, I was able to survive when my cultivation was at its peak. Oh right, a girl saved me. I sent her away. Later, tell her that you're my friends and found this place. Don't reveal your identities. Li Lingtian closed his eyes after he finished speaking. The moment he closed his eyes, a secret voice reached Little White's ears. He wanted Little White to keep an eye on him. If he was really in danger, he would take the divine dragon ring away and call Tang Qingyue and the others out. Moreover, he was too tired now. He did not have the slightest strength at all, and his consciousness was also very scattered. Big brother, I'll bring you out of here. When the time comes, I'll let big sister Mei and the others help you heal your injuries. Longde, hide your cultivation first. When the time comes, find a place to settle down. Brother needs to heal his injuries. At this moment, Little White no longer had a mischievous expression on its face. Instead, it emitted the aura of a superior. The dragon might of the dragon race was even stronger than Xiao Longness. In the past, she was just a little girl in front of Li Lingtian and had never encountered any powerful enemies. She had never dealt with a single matter alone, but now that she had encountered a problem, she would step forward. Her identity could definitely represent Li Lingtian, because if Li Lingtian fell, she would fall with him. There were no secrets between the two of them, and they could even reach a mutual understanding. All right. Longda didn't hesitate at all. He quickly hid his cultivation base, leaving only the appearance of a martial emperor. Little White was from the Dragon clan, so no one could see her real cultivation base after she transformed. She only looked like a martial emperor. Although Li Lingshan's cultivation base had vanished, Longda knew that Li Lingtian would not be defeated by such a minor injury. After all, Li Lingshan's identity was too terrifying, and he had countless means to quickly recover his cultivation base. All he needed to do was to protect him during this period. Longda had just concealed his cultivation when he saw a young girl rush in with an extremely flustered look. With their cultivation bases, Xiaobai and Longda had naturally noticed it long ago. They also roughly knew that this young lady was the one who had saved Li Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he let this girl barge in? That would really be a joke. Chu Meng looked at the two people in the cave and was shocked. However, she thought of something and calmed down a little. Are the two of you his friends? Chu Meng was a martial king and the princess of Nandu County. She had seen a lot and was very smart. Yes, thank you for saving my brother. I'm his sister. This is my brother's good friend. Xiaobai noticed the girl's panic and was probably worried about Li Lingshan's injury. He was rather satisfied since this girl cared about Li Lingtian. How are his injuries? Chu Meng looked at Little White. She looked exactly like Li Lingtian, but the one standing in front of her was a girl. She was a peerless beauty that even the 9 heavenly maiden could not compare to. Naturally, he believed that this girl was the younger sister of the young man on the ground. My brother's injuries are very serious. He needs to find a place to heal. Xiaobai spoke calmly. It was exactly the same as Li Lingtian, but it was influenced by Li Lingtian. Even though she had never done such things before, she was influenced by Li Lingtian. Whatever Li Lingtian knew, she knew. Hello, I am the princess of Nandu County. This is Qingxian country. Your brother was injured because he saved me. I can't just ignore him. I'll bring you back to Nandu County. Once we're there, we can treat his injuries. Chu Meng didn't hesitate and voiced her thoughts. Although this place was not dangerous for the time being, there were often experts who came here to hunt sea beasts. This island was undoubtedly the best place to rest, so there were many experts coming and going. It was naturally impossible to heal in this place. Moreover, she had to return to Nandu County so she could bring them back to Nandu County. Another thought was that these two were his friends and sister. Their cultivation levels must be quite good. They could also protect her on the way. All right, let's go. Little White nodded and glanced at Longda, who quickly summoned the spaceship. Little White carried Li Lingtian and flew onto the spaceship. When Chu Meng saw the flying ship, he was extremely surprised. There were many flying ships in Qingxian country and even Nandu County. However, only martial emperors could use flying ship. Only martial emperors could buy flying ship. If they were able to use the flying ship like this, it meant that the two of them might be martial monarch powerhouses. After being slightly surprised, he also rode his sword and arrived on the spaceship. Longda piloted the spaceship while Chu Meng pointed the way. Little White carried Li Lingtian back to the room in the spaceship. Li Lingshan's clothes were soaked in the seawater and were still wet. Little White hugged him and wet her veil as well. She quickly changed out of the veil in front of Li Lingtian. Even though Li Lingtian was unconscious, it should be awkward and embarrassing for a girl to change her clothes in front of a man. However, Xiaobai was not shy at all. In her eyes, she and Li Lingtian were the same person. It was just that their personalities and genders were different. Besides, Li Lingtian was still unconscious. Before she transformed, she had seen Li Lingtian making love with other girls. It was just that at that time she didn't know anything because she hadn't transformed yet. After changing out of his own clothes, he took out a set of clothes from the storage pouch at Li Lingxian's waist and helped Li Lingtian change out. She was extremely shy as she helped Li Lingtian change his clothes. After all, she was an inexperienced girl, while Li Lingtian was a man. She closed her eyes and nervously changed out of Li Lingxian's clothes. This way, Li Lingtian would not be soaked in his wet clothes. He could feel the spacecraft flying at high speed, but he could not heal Li Lingtian at the moment because his current condition was not suitable for healing. He had to wait until Li Lingtian woke up to repair his meridians. Then, he would ask Shun Mei and the others to perform dual cultivation to help Li Lingtian recover his cultivation base and heal his injuries. Chapter 566. Settling down. Qingxian was a medium-sized country among the 3,000 countries in the Xian continent. Even if it was just a country, it had immense power and vast territory. No one knew how big the Qingxian country was. In the Qingxian country there were vast seas and mountains. Whether it was the seas or the mountains, they were the places with the most cultivation resources. The overall strength of Qingxian was only below average among the 3,000 kingdoms. However, it was one of the places with the most abundant resources. Because Qingxian had the advantage of terrain, but because of this, Qingxian's forces were in turmoil. Countless kingdoms and kingdoms coveted the resources of Qingxian. Hence, Qingxian was always in a state of turmoil, and war had never stopped. Below Qingxian there were also endless wars. The 48 commanderies were also at war for resources. Each commandery had its own power, but no matter what the war was, they had to listen to Qingxian's orders. No matter how powerful a commandery was, it was no match for other countries. Nandu County was only one of the 48 counties in Qingxian. It was located at the edge of the boundless sea and occupied endless resources. However, the other commanderies coveted the resources of Nandu Prefecture, and they were constantly fighting with each other. Chu Tianlan, the commandery prince of Nandu Prefecture, was definitely an outstanding and powerful commandery prince. He managed Nandu Prefecture in an orderly manner. Even in the face of the rejection of countless commanderies, he still stood proudly in the boundless sea. However, in recent years, the competition for resources between the various kingdoms and kingdoms had become more and more intense. Naturally, the Qingxian kingdom had become the target of the countless kingdoms and kingdoms. Big Brother, I'll use the true dragon chi to stabilize your mind. When we reach Nandu County and your divine sense recovers a little, I'll let Sister Mei and the others heal you. Inside the spaceship, Li Lingtian woke up feeling weak and powerless. When Little White saw that Li Lingtian had woken up, it was delighted and stopped circulating its true dragon chi. Both she and Li Lingtian cultivated the true dragon's body barrier. Although they could not use their true essence together, they could use the true dragon's chi to help Li Lingtian stabilize his mind. Along the way, Little White used its true dragon's chi to stabilize Li Lingxian's injuries. However, this method was almost useless because Li Lingxian's injuries were not caused by external forces but were destroyed by a mysterious force in the space-time tunnel. The loss of cultivation was also the most critical reason for his injury. He did not know where to start to recover from his injury, so he could only rely on Li Lingtian now. My clothes. Li Lingtian gave a short aha, but he did not even have the strength to nod. However, when he felt that the clothes on his body that were originally wet and uncomfortable were gone and had now become clean clothes, he was instantly puzzled. He did not know who had helped him change. I saw that you were drenched and it wasn't good for your body, so I helped you change. I wasn't peeking. When Little White heard Li Lingtian mention the clothes, it blushed and lowered its head. After all, it was indeed a little embarrassing for a naked girl to help a young man change his clothes, but there was nothing she could do at that time. It's been hard on you. Li Lingtian felt awkward. Although the girl was very close to him, they were still a couple. Little White had no choice but to help him change his clothes. Now that he had lost his cultivation, if he kept soaking in his wet clothes, even if he was not injured, he would still fall sick. It's okay. Aren't you my brother? There is no distinction between us. At this moment, Xiaobai was very open-minded. The two of them looked exactly the same, but their gender and personalities were different. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them was simply incomparable. Naturally, he did not care about these things. I'll go to Nandu County and buy a mansion. I need to recuperate for a period of time and make proper arrangements. When Li Lingtian heard Little White's words and his head was held in Little White's arms, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Before Little White transformed, it was just a battle partner. As his cultivation base soared, he didn't need Little White anymore. However, as time passed, he and Xiao Bai had gotten along very well. Because Xiao Bai had never left him, and in his heart, Xiao Bai was like the closest person to him. After all, he had watched Xiao Bai grow up with his own eyes, and he had practically brought her up. After Little White transformed, this beautiful and mischievous little girl became his joy. Humans were not plants, and no one could be heartless. As time passed, Little White's position in his heart became more and more important, and this position was irreplaceable. There was another person who was almost the same as Little White, and that was Ji Yi. Brother, I understand. You should rest first. I'll call Longda to make arrangements later. Xiao Bai hugged Li Lingshan's head. There was a strange feeling in her arms, but it was not a wild thought. Instead, it was a warm feeling that she hoped the two of them would be like this forever. Girls, regardless of their age, all had maternal love. Li Lingtian was a heaven-defying powerhouse, so they all snuggled up to him like little birds, rarely showing their maternal love. Now that Li Lingtian was injured, she felt extremely upset. If not for her strong will, she would have cried. Yes, I need to rest well. The divine dragon ring can only be opened with true dragon chi. This secret must never be leaked. Li Lingtian leaned into Little White's arms as soon as he finished his sentence. He squeezed his head into Little White's arms as if he was looking for a safe and warm place to sleep. Little White blushed when it saw Li Lingtian like this. However, she understood that Li Lingshan's actions were instinctive. It was a human nature. Li Lingtian was like a child who wanted to find his mother. Otherwise, with his current injuries, he would not have any other thoughts. Gradually, Li Lingtian fell asleep in Little White's arms. This time, Li Lingshan's breathing was much more stable. He was truly sound asleep, just like a very tired person. After an unknown period of time, Little White looked at Li Lingtian who was in its arms. The entire world felt peaceful and Li Lingtian was the quietest. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a blanket appeared in his storage pouch before he settled Li Lingtian down. She gently closed the door and a string of tears fell. His brother was so powerful in the past, but now he was injured like this. When he came to the deck of the spaceship, the tears on his face had already been wiped away. Longda, find a quiet mansion in Nandu County. My brother needs to recuperate for a period of time. Whitey came to the front of the deck and looked at the flying ship. It said calmly, and its body emitted a powerful aura. Yes, I understand. Longda nodded. There were outsiders here, so he naturally couldn't show too much respect. He had enough spirit stones to buy a mansion. However, Little White handed a storage bag to Longda. She had countless spiritual stones on her. Since she was looking for a mansion, she naturally couldn't lack spiritual stones. The most important thing now was to find a mansion and settle down. How far is it to Nandu County City? Little White turned around and looked at Chu Meng. The current Little White's way of handling things was exactly the same as Li Lingshan's. If it were not for her shorter stature and the feminine charm on her face, no one would be able to tell who she was from Li Lingtian. At this speed, I still need about half an hour. I am more familiar with the matters of the mansion. Some time ago, the Baiming family rebelled and was severely punished by my father. The Baiming family was originally a spy of the Nanming Kingdom. That mansion is currently empty. You guys can move in first. I'll go and inform my father. Chu Meng looked at the distance of the sea and told him the distance to Nandu County. Then, she offered to help. Li Lingtian was injured because of her. Now, they needed a place to settle down. If she could not help them, they would be left speechless. There's no need. My brother never owes anyone a favor. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. With Li Lingtian's cultivation base and heaven-defying nature, he naturally did not want to owe him a favor when he was in a difficult situation to avoid future troubles. I'll sell that mansion to you for 10 million spirit stones. Chu Meng didn't expect Little White to reject her so straightforwardly. She was stunned. However, he understood the logic, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. He thought of a way. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to Longda, meaning for Longda to give him the spirit stones. Miss, go take care of your brother. I'll handle these things. Longda was worried that Little White would reject him again, so he quickly sent Little White away. This was because he knew that Xiaobai was worried about Li Lingtian. There were many things that he had not thought of at the moment. Even though he was worried, he calmed himself down. This was the most critical moment for Li Lingtian, and he had to shoulder all the challenges. All right. Whitey turned around and walked into the spaceship without hesitation. She definitely understood Long Da's character. As a member of the Dragon Clan, it was impossible for there to be any evil people. This young girl didn't know their identities when she helped them, so she definitely didn't have a motive. When he returned to his room, he kept his eyes on Li Lingtian and paid attention to the changes in Li Lingtian's aura. Finally, half an hour later, the spaceship stopped. Longda found a beast carriage, and Little White carried Li Lingtian into it. Chu Meng personally led Longda and the other two to the mansion. The beast carriage sped forward for 20 minutes before it suddenly stopped. A huge mansion appeared in front of them. Whitey scanned the area with its divine sense. The entire mansion occupied a radius of 10 miles and was built against the mountain. The spiritual energy was extremely dense, and the environment was quiet. It was definitely the best place for martial artists to cultivate. However, the mansion was completely silent. There was not a single person in sight. However, this was nothing to Xiaobai and the others. If there was someone inside, they wouldn't need it. With Li Lingtian in its arms, Little White moved swiftly into the depths of the mansion. There was an independent courtyard in the depths of the mansion surrounded by man-made lakes. After finding a room, he brought Li Lingtian inside. Longda was in charge of the matters outside. He was now responsible for the safety of the mansion. If Li Lingtian had not been injured, he would not have needed to do all these things. However, there was no array formation in this mansion now, so he had to guard it personally. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 567. Healing with the Universe Jade. I'll go back first. I'll see him again when the time comes. Seeing Little White carrying Li Lingtian into the room, Chu Meng could not follow. He came outside and greeted Longda with a trace of guilt on his face. No need. Longda waved his hand. Now that he had a place to settle down, he naturally would not let anyone disturb him. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had many women around him, all of whom were peerless beauties. It was not good for outsiders to see them, lest they attract attention. He did not know what Li Lingtian was planning to do, but he must not allow anyone to disturb him or reveal his identity. Chu Meng did not mind. She only thought that Long De and Little White were not feeling well after seeing Li Lingshan's condition, which was why they were being rude to her. When Li Lingtian woke up again, it was 3 days later. In 3 days, his cultivation had not improved at all. He was worse than an ordinary person. It was like a person who was about to die. Because he had no cultivation, his meridians were all broken and his body was weak. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to survive at all. "Brother, you're awake." Little White's eyes were red as it stared at Li Lingtian. When it saw Li Lingtian open his eyes, it quickly greeted him with a sentimental expression. "Yes." Li Lingtian acknowledged his words as he looked around. He soon realized that this was not an inn but a mansion where he had settled down. Little White, open the divine dragon ring and let Blue Moon and the others out. Now that they had settled down, they could call Tang Qingyue and the others out. Moreover, it was not a good thing to not have any cultivation at this time. Cultivation was a person's second life. Without cultivation, it was a fate worse than death for martial artists. However, this was not the first time Li Lingtian had experienced such a situation. The last time he went from Green Continent to Azure Continent, his cultivation base had also dropped, but he had quickly recovered in the end. Moreover, he had also obtained endless benefits. He had cultivated some skills that he had not cultivated before to the perfection of martial art. The current Xianzhou was terrifyingly powerful. Without cultivation, it would definitely not be able to survive. "All right." Little White nodded. It extended its consciousness and connected with the divine dragon ring. Previously, Li Lingtian had mentioned that the divine dragon ring could not be activated without the true dragon's qi. A trace of pure true dragon qi extended out and wrapped around the divine dragon ring. With a thought, the divine dragon ring opened. His divine sense entered the divine dragon ring and came before Tang Qingyue and the others. She didn't know what to say when she saw how worried Tang Qingyue and the others were. Moreover, she had only entered with her divine sense. "Little sister Xiaobai, what happened?" Huang Fuyuyan asked when she sensed White East's divine sense. This was because Little White was the only one who went out at the beginning. Although they wanted to follow them out, the divine dragon ring had been shut off. It was obvious that Li Lingtian did not do it on purpose, but his divine consciousness was insufficient. Now that White East's divine sense had entered, they felt that something was wrong. Everyone was extremely worried. "Let's not talk about it for now. Come out quickly." Whitey quickly withdrew its divine sense. Then, Tang Qingyue and the others appeared in the room at the same time. The first thing he did after coming out was to look around for Li Lingtian. However, when they saw the weak Li Lingtian lying on the bed, the girls were heartbroken. They did not know what had happened. "Big brother, what's wrong?" "Husband, how are you?" "Lingtian, what happened?" "Big brother Lingtian." "Young master." The girls were anxious as they quickly gathered around the bed and sized up Li Lingtian with their divine perception. When they realized that Li Lingshan's meridians were all broken and his cultivation base was gone, they were shocked to death. They could also sense that Li Lingshan's aura was extremely weak. How could they not feel their heartsache for the once powerful Li Lingtian who had turned out like this? However, they did not dare to upset Li Lingtian at this point in time and forcefully endured the sadness in their hearts. "I'm fine. I won't die yet." The power of destruction appeared in the space-time tunnel. "My cultivation was exhausted, but fortunately, I survived in the end." Li Lingtian briefly explained what had happened. Just a few words had drained all his energy. The girls were heartbroken. Even the calm Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyue were at a loss. "Yingying, you guys go out first. Let Blue Moon and the others heal me." Li Lingtian did not hesitate either. Time waits for no one. It was only right for them to be anxious. He didn't want to worry this slim and elegant beauty. The only way was to recover from his injuries. He could think of a way to deal with his cultivation in the future. And, Big Sister Mayer, you guys must definitely save Big Brother Ling Tian. I still want to become Big Brother Ling Tian's wife. Xianyuan Yingying nodded obediently. Her face blushed as she whispered to Li Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the room. Little White and Ji also left. Only Shun Meier, Huang Fuyuyan, Qingling, Tang Qingyue, and Tang Zimeng were left in the room. Watching Whitey and the others leave, Huang Fuyuyan cast a few restrictions to cover the room. Without hesitation, he sat on the bed and the 5 girls surrounded Li Lingtian. One after another, he cast a series of spells. In an instant, the dual cultivation technique was activated and 5 beams of true essence radiance transformed into colorful light that entered Li Lingshan's body. However, the dual cultivation that had been smooth in the past was now useless. Due to Li Lingshan's broken meridians, he was unable to circulate his quintessential essence. Pft! Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Shun Meier was covered in scarlet blood, but she did not seem to mind at all. Instead, she hugged Li Lingtian at once. Husband, what happened? This won't do. Ling Tian's meridians can't circulate his energy. I have to find a way to repair his meridians first. No, I have to repair my meridians. It's better to enter the dragon energy, but Big Brother Ling Tian can't withstand such dragon energy right now. Young Master doesn't have any cultivation base now. We are all martial emperors. Even if Young Master's meridians are good, he can't take it for the time being. The 5 girls were extremely worried as they began to discuss ways to help Li Lingtian repair his meridians. However, after a long time, there was no way at all. He could not even use dual cultivation, so he could not think of any other way. Sister Qingyue asked Little White to come in. Little White should be able to open my husband's divine dragon ring. There's a piece of cosmos jade in the divine dragon ring. I want to use the cosmos jade to dual cultivate with my husband. Shun Meier suddenly thought of the heaven and earth jade. This heaven and earth jade was given to her by Empress Shunyu. It was also a treasure for dual cultivation. He had never thought of a solution before, so he did not delve into it. Due to their rapid cultivation in the past, Li Lingtian had no use for the Cosmos Jade and had kept it in the Divine Dragon Ring. Now, he could try using the Cosmos Jade. All right. Tang Qingyue quickly stood up and went to the door. She opened the restriction and the door and saw Little White and the others in the courtyard. Little Sister Xiao Bai, come here for a moment. Tang Qingyue shouted when she saw Little White in the courtyard. Sister Qingyue, what's wrong? Xiao Bai was not embarrassed at all. Although she knew that Li Lingtian and Tang Qingyue were dual practitioners, she could not be bothered to be shy for Li Lingshan's sake. Dual cultivation won't do either. Ling Tian's cultivation is gone, so our true origin can't enter. Go and open the Divine Dragon Ring. There's a piece of Cosmos Jade inside. Try it out with the Cosmos Jade. Tang Qingyue said hurriedly. She then pulled Xiao Bei's hand and walked into the room. Seeing Shun Meier and the others on the bed wearing clothes, Little White couldn't help but be startled. Wasn't dual cultivation supposed to be like that? Why were they all wearing clothes? The girls could not help but blush. They knew what Xiao Bai was thinking, but they did not say anything because Li Lingtian was not in the mood to do so. Little White came before Li Lingtian. With a flick of its divine consciousness, it unleashed its true dragon aura and sent its divine consciousness into the Divine Dragon Ring. She began to search the Divine Dragon Ring. She was shocked to see the wealth in Li Lingshan's Divine Dragon Ring. She knew that Li Lingshan's wealth was astounding, but she did not expect him to have so much. There were mountains of spirit stones, huge piles of weapons and treasures, countless cultivation techniques and skills, jade scrolls and jade bottles. All of these were piled up like a small mountain. However, Li Lingtian had placed the precious items on a shelf. Every item was grouped together according to their level, making it easy to find them. White E's spirit sense searched for the most precious jade slip. 2 minutes later, White E's divine sense withdrew. At the same time, a jade pendant appeared in front of everyone. Then, Little White handed the jade pendant to Tang Qingyue and left the room. After Little White left, Tang Qingyue gave the jade pendant to Shun Mei. She went to the bed and surrounded Li Lingtian. A stream of quintessential essence stabilized Li Lingtian and waited for Shun Mei to use the Cosmos Jade to save him. Shun Mei didn't hesitate at all. She threw the Universe Jade into the air and a true Yuan Dynasty Jade pendant wrapped around it. At the same time, she released a wisp of blood essence. The blood essence and the Cosmos Jade came into contact. Immediately, a ray of light appeared. Shun Mei cast a spell with one hand and pressed the other on Li Lingshan's head. Her true essence slowly entered Li Lingshan's body. Li Lingshan's body began to tremble as his face turned red. He looked like he was in extreme pain. Heaven and Earth Yin Yang reincarnation. After Shun Mei finished casting her spell, she allowed the Cosmos Jade to float in the air as she placed her hands on Li Lingshan's head. Instantly, the true essence circulated between the two of them through the Qiankuan Jade. Tang Qingyue and the others were filled with anticipation when they saw this. At the very least, Li Lingtian could not rule out the possibility of using quintessential essence. Gradually, the light from the Heaven and Earth Jade enveloped the two of them. Moreover, the mysterious light emitted by the Universe Jade also entered their bodies. The Cosmos Jade gradually shrank before it vanished into nothingness. The final ray of light vanished and entered Li Lingshan's body. Sister Qingyue, Sister Yuyan, hurry up! Shun Mei's face was pale as she shouted at Tang Qingyue and the others. As Li Lingshan's body was now activated by the Universe Jade, his quintessential essence could circulate slightly. This was the critical moment for dual cultivation. If he missed the best opportunity, the power of the Universe Jade would be wasted. Chapter 568. Plan for a great plan and fight for the world. I swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One spell after another was quickly executed, and the 5 true essence fused together. Finally, it entered Li Lingshan's body. However, they could only infuse a tiny bit of their true essence into it. As Li Lingtian did not have any cultivation, his powerful true essence and wisdom could not be supplemented. The 5 of them had serious expressions on their faces, but they gradually revealed a trace of gratification. In Li Lingshan's body, the 2 meridians had been opened and repaired, allowing his true essence to slowly circulate. After 7 days, Tang Qingyue and the others walked out of the room. Their faces were obviously thinner and haggard. However, the expressions on the 5 people's faces calmed down. Sister Qingyue, how is my brother? Xiaobai hurried over. They were more worried outside than inside because they couldn't see what was going on inside. Xianyuan Yingying and Ji Yi were also extremely worried when they saw Tang Qingyue and the others coming out and asking. All right, Ling Tian's injuries have temporarily recovered. He can heal himself now. His cultivation will recover quickly after a period of time. He won't cultivate again. Tang Qingyue quickly explained Li Lingshan's situation when she saw the anxious look on Xiao Bai and the others' faces. She felt much more relaxed after she finished explaining. No matter what, Li Lingshan's life was saved. His injuries were able to heal automatically. After a few days, the 5 of them continued to circulate their true essence and finally managed to repair a portion of Li Lingshan's meridians. That's great. As long as Brother Ling Tian can heal himself, he can enter the Divine Dragon Ring to cultivate. At that time, his injuries will recover quickly. Xiao Bai and the rest were elated when they received news of Li Lingtian. To them, they would feel that something was missing if any one of them was missing, let alone Li Lingtian who was injured. Sister Yuyan, you guys go back and rest first. I'll go take care of Big Brother Lingtian. With Xiao Xiao by my side, we can take care of Big Brother Lingtian too. Xianyuan Yingying said as she looked at Tang Qinyue and the others. They had been helping Li Lingtian heal all this while and were both mentally and physically exhausted. Even a man would not be able to withstand it, let alone a girl. The only reason they were able to persevere was because of Li Lingtian. Even if they died, they would not give up on Li Lingtian. This belief allowed the 5 of them to persevere. All right then. Tang Zimeng and the others nodded. They did not even have the strength to stand now and almost fell to the ground. Xiao Xiao, Qing Ping, and the others quickly helped Tang Qinyue and the others back to their rooms. In the past few days, Long De and Xiao Bai had tidied up everything in the courtyard. He had bought a dozen maids and servants outside to take care of this mansion. In such a large mansion, even 100 or 200 maids would be too few, let alone a dozen maids. However, this place only needed to be cleaned up a little. Furthermore, they were worried that they would disturb Li Lingtian's rest, so they only found a dozen of them. On the other hand, Long De had specially gone out to find some decent guards to guard the mansion. This mansion had a total of real entrances. The middle was almost independent. Outsiders could not enter the innermost few courtyards. The servants lived outside. The place where Li Lingtian and the others lived was the place where the family of the Baiming family's head used to live. Naturally, it was the best place. After Tang Qinyue and the rest returned to their rooms to rest, Little White went to Li Lingtian's room and watched him recuperate in the Genesis luck technique. Li Lingtian's face looked a little haggard, but his complexion had changed. However, Li Lingtian could only channel his cultivation technique at the moment. He had no cultivation base and his channeling speed was very slow. Xiao Xiao, well, wait here. Little White turned around and spoke to Little White behind him. It then sat on the chair beside Li Lingtian's bed and waited for Li Lingtian to finish his cultivation. The 2 women waited for 3 hours before Li Lingtian stopped. Little White, take care of this. I'm going to the Dragon Chi of the 3,000 worlds to recuperate. When Li Lingtian woke up and saw Little White there, he spoke without a second thought. All right, be careful. Xiao Bai nodded. Li Lingtian always had his own plans. At this time, she naturally did not have any objections. Li Lingtian used his divine consciousness and vanished, leaving only a ring on the bed. Xiao Bai quickly put away the divine dragon ring and closed her eyes to meditate. She used her divine consciousness to sense the divine dragon ring because she needed to know Li Lingtian's condition at all times. While they were recuperating in the mansion, Chu Meng had already returned to the prefecture. Qingxian had 48 counties, which meant 48 commanderies. Nandu County was equivalent to a country, but it was 1 level lower than Qingxian. Chu Tianlan, the king of Nandu Commandery, was already an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor. The cultivation of an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor was considered a super expert among the rulers of commanderies. There were countless experts below. These experts had all formed an army. In Nandu Prefecture, as long as one's cultivation reached warrior spirit, they could join the army and become a member of the commandery army. When one reached the rank of Martial King, they would basically be a team leader. When one reached the rank of Martial Grandmaster, they would be a small commander. The higher one's cultivation was, the higher one's official position would be. Apart from the army, there was also a powerful group of elders. The powerhouses in the elder group were all martial monarch realm experts. Nandu County had a total of 3 million soldiers, all of whom were warrior spirits and martial kings. There were also countless martial ancestors and martial emperors. Martial honors were generals and martial emperors were commanders. However, these troops were only used for the most basic defense. The real battle would be between martial supremes and martial emperors. Over the years, Nandu Prefecture had been constantly harassed by other commanderies. Not only the commanderies under Qing Xian, but also the experts from other countries had come to harass Nandu Prefecture from time to time. Chu Tianlan had been confused by the fight for Nandu Prefecture's resources for the past 2 years. On this day, as soon as he came out of the meeting hall, he saw Princess Chu Meng returning in a sorry state. Chu Meng was his treasure. Other than Chu Meng, he had a few sisters and brothers. In the royal family, there was no relationship between brothers and sisters. There was only competition and assassination. Menger, what's wrong? Chu Tianlan looked at Chu Meng, who didn't have a single guard by her side, and suddenly, a murderous intent surged in her heart. Father, when I went out to train, I encountered a sea dragon beast. Aunt Yun and the others have all died. When Chu Meng mentioned Aunt Yun, she clearly felt a hint of disappointment on her face. Aunt Yun had brought her up and was almost no different from her mother. Now, she had seen Aunt Yun die in order to save her. Sea dragon beast. There's no sea dragon beast in Nandu County. How did you get it back? Chu Tianlan's heart was filled with killing intent. As the ruler of a commandery, nothing could be hidden from his eyes. Someone must have done something in secret, but he didn't want Chu Meng to see anything. He was curious about how Chu Meng had returned safely. Even Aunt Yun had fallen as a rank 3 martial emperor. Chu Meng was only a martial king. He was indeed curious about how she had returned safely. At the most critical moment, a person appeared and saved me. He was also seriously injured and almost died. Chu Meng recounted everything that had happened that day without missing a single detail. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chu Tianlan. Yes, you did a good job on this matter. Don't tell anyone. In the future, don't disturb them so easily. Nandu County has been in some trouble recently. Countless experts have quietly entered Nandu County. Our Nandu County is in danger. This time, perhaps our Nandu Prefecture will disappear from this world. This Nandu Prefecture will belong to someone else. Chu Tianlan pondered for a long time. From Chu Meng's description, she could not find any reason to say that Li Lingtian was a spy. After all, it happened too suddenly and he was severely injured. If they had any schemes, they would definitely be able to scheme against the Chu clan. Moreover, in the face of a true expert and a great battle, schemes were useless. Menger knows. Chu Meng nodded and returned to her palace. Although Nandu County was a county, it was no different from a big family. However, this family had to listen to the orders of other countries. If they were attacked, Nandu Prefecture would be merged by other commanderies, and their resources would be fought for. Similarly, there were countless experts in the commandery. Experts also had families, and they all wanted to compete for the throne of the commandery. This was a world where the strong were respected. There was naturally no such thing as rebellion. It could only be said that the throne was a symbol of the power of the strong. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's injuries had completely recovered. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two also began to gather information from the outside to relay some news to Li Lingtian. Gradually, Li Lingtian gained a certain understanding of the place. Nandu Prefecture was one of the 48 commanderies under Qing Xian. It was a very important commandery, and its resources occupied half of Qing Xian's world. In the past, it was relatively quiet. Only some experts came to the sea and mountain ranges to hunt demonic beasts and sea beasts in search of medicinal herbs. However, in the past few years, for some reason, the surrounding countries had surrounded Qing Xian. The 48 commanderies below them were also fighting each other. It was as if they were about to leave Qing Xian. Such a situation posed a huge threat to Qing Xian. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind after learning about this. I have a rough understanding of the situation in Qing Xian. The situation is not that good. My cultivation base can only recover by 1 realm per day. During this period of time, we should try our best to gain a foothold in Nandu Prefecture. After that, we can stabilize Nandu Prefecture and slowly resolve the crisis in Qingxian. After that, we will use Qingxian to unify the 36 kingdoms and compete with the kingdoms to establish our own dynasty. However, during this period of time, we have to understand the surrounding countries of Qingxian and secretly recruit some experts. Let Ming Luo and Yun Hao do this. Sky Yao and Long De are responsible for safety. I'll try my best to recover my cultivation during this period of time and use our original strengths to build a powerful army. On this day, Li Lingtian gathered Tang Qingyue and the rest to discuss the next step. He didn't plan to start from the Qingxian kingdom. Instead, he planned to start from the commanderies below and slowly develop a stronger force. The world of a country and the world of a sect had their own benefit. A world war between countries would affect countless low-level martial artists, but it could be easily managed. P.S. Friends, today's monthly votes are doubled. Falling Flowers will not compete for the rankings. My friend's work, My Grave-Robbing Life, needs monthly votes. Everyone, help out. Thank you. Chapter 569. Planning the World. I think countless experts have come to Nandu County. It's not that simple. Huang Fuyuyan waited for Li Lingtian to finish his sentence. They had been handling some matters during this period of time, so the information they received was more direct and they could glean some information. Li Lingtian's arrangements were definitely stable, but there were some things that he had to consider. It was often the smallest detail that could cause a shocking change. Tell me. Li Lingtian nodded. He was not worried about these women because they were all extremely intelligent and had many things to consider. It was impossible for him to be more thoughtful than them. There was another problem. The things he considered and the steps he took were all steady and magnanimous. He displayed the manly demeanor to the extreme, but he lacked some detail. It just so happened that Huang Fuyuyan and the others were all peerless beauties. They were also extremely meticulous. Girls were naturally meticulous, so they naturally considered things very carefully. Ever since he cultivated the 5 elements will of the way and the 9 heaven stars, he understood one thing. This world was about balance. When things reached an extreme, they would reverse. The balance of yin and yang, the matching of men and women, the fusion of grandeur and detail. Even if it was not perfect, there would not be any mistakes in the basic principles of sacrifice. In this world, there must be something strange about the abnormal situation. Although the wars in the Xian continent have been going on for countless years, they rarely involve the Qingxian kingdom. Qingxian is currently being looked down upon by the other kingdoms. There must be something that we don't know about. More importantly, Lord Nandun's experts are increasing. Something must be happening in Nandu Prefecture. Nandu Prefecture has become the center of the war. A slight change will cause a huge impact. Although Huang Fuyuyan didn't know about Nandu Prefecture, from her experience, there were definitely some secrets that outsiders couldn't know. In her mind, she should have infiltrated the Nandu Commandery. The people in Nandu Commandery must know some secrets, which was why she reminded Li Lingtian. Sister Yuyan is right. The resources of Nandu Prefecture are indeed powerful, but it's not to the extent that experts from other countries and kingdoms would compete for them. After all, if the other countries want to merge with Qingxian, it would be too far for them to do so. Hence, they would not want to merge with Qingxian for this. Tang Qingyue agreed with Huang Fuyuyan. They were both intelligent and good at thinking. Naturally, she had many things on her mind. Now that Li Lingtian was faced with a huge decision, as his woman, she naturally had to give him advice. What about you guys? Li Lingtian immediately became alert after hearing Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyu's conversation. He understood many things. Although he had thought a lot, He had always been the only one who had his own thoughts. Now that he had Tang Qingyue and the others by his side to remind him, he would make fewer mistakes in his decisions. He looked at Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyue with a gentle gaze and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he asked Tang Zimeng and the others, "Sister Yuyan and Sister Qingyue are right. Yeah, although we didn't think much of it, we also felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Let's attack Nandu County first. By the way, aren't Ming Luo and the others outside? Let one of them go out and enter Nandu Commandery to see what's going on." Tang Zimeng and the rest agreed with Huang Fuyuyan after Li Lingtian asked. Even though they wanted Li Lingtian to be the man who looked down on the world and controlled everything, they had to be wary of any plots or schemes to prevent Li Lingtian from falling for them. Moreover, they had just arrived and had yet to gain a foothold. They could not act rashly. "You guys reminded me. This is a good thing. However, we can develop our forces on the surface while developing our forces in the dark. This is a two-pronged approach." Li Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. After that, he spoke of his plans again. This time, his plan was to recover his cultivation while refining pills. He would use heaven-defying pills to control all factions. In the past few days, his cultivation had already recovered to Tier 9 warrior. The speed of his recovery was extremely fast. He had also discovered a secret, which was that the rapid consumption would be followed by a rapid recovery. Naturally, refining pills was one of the fastest ways for him to expend energy. He had never been afraid of anyone in alchemy. Now, he was destined to develop in this place, so he wanted to establish his own power. In the Qing Xian country, martial emperors were already the strongest experts. They had never seen a martial saint before. However, Li Lingtian knew that there were definitely martial saints in each country. Otherwise, each country would not be a country. It was just that those experts hid themselves and were rarely seen. Moreover, in the Black Continent, the hierarchy of national forces was very strict. Commanderies had to have at least a first Heaven Martial Emperor expert, each country had to have a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor expert, and each kingdom had to have a Martial Saint expert. As for empires, they had countless experts. In fact, the power level of this country was just a base number. A real commandery had countless Martial Emperor realm experts. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand the attacks of countless enemies. One country had to govern dozens of commanderies. One could imagine how powerful they were. Li Lingtian was well aware of these basic things. He also understood that the more powerful a country's powerhouse was, the deeper they would hide. Big Brother Lingtian's plan is indeed not bad. He's steady and magnanimous. He's definitely a trump card to win people's hearts. No matter where he goes, there are the most low-level martial artists. Other low-level martial artists often gather together. The power of unity is enough to shake the foundation of a country. No matter how powerful a country is, the weakest is still the low-level martial artist. Without low-level martial artists, there will be no popularity. Tang Zimeng said with a smile. She was in full agreement with Li Lingtian's plan to use pills to recruit warriors. This way, no one would dare to offend Li Lingtian so easily. In this way, Li Lingtian would be able to gain a foothold. Even the experts of other countries did not dare to easily provoke alchemists. With my husband's recovery speed, I believe that he'll be able to recover to the peak of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm in 2 months. That piece of heaven and earth jade has brought heaven-defying benefits to the 5 of us. When we dual cultivate again, our cultivation speed will be even faster. Now we can already share our cultivation and true essence. Shun Mayer smiled charmingly as she watched Li Lingtian's cultivation base recover rapidly. She was overjoyed. Fortunately, he had the Cosmos Jade this time. Otherwise, Li Lingtian's cultivation base would not have recovered in such a short time. 2 months' time, to a martial artist, was simply just the time of a blink of an eye. The cosmos jade is indeed heaven-defying. My 5 elements perfection will has become even purer. It's a pity that I didn't find any extreme eyes. Otherwise, I could have reached the 4th heaven of the heavenly Tao. Li Lingshan's face was also full of smiles. Every time his cultivation base fell, he would recover quickly. Moreover, he had gained many benefits from it. The benefits were unimaginable. It was also an incomprehensible benefit. Such a thing had never happened in this world. With young master's cultivation, as long as he recovers to the martial arts grandmaster realm, ordinary experts are no match for young master at all. Qingling behaved naturally in front of Li Lingtian because Huang Fuyuyan and the rest treated her well like sisters and did not treat her as a maid. Li Lingtian was elated to see Huang Fuyuyan and the others like this. He did not treat Qingling as a maid. As time passed, feelings would grow. Besides, people were not plants and could not be heartless. In the past, he treated Qingling as a maid and let her serve him. However, after being together for a long time, he had changed a lot. Qingling's position in his heart was getting higher and higher. Do you think we don't exist? What's with the dual cultivation nowadays? Little White and Ji looked at Shun Mei and the others, their faces flushed. For a young girl, these topics were a little too serious. Ji, Xiaobai and Xianyuan Yingying were all looking at Li Lingtian and the others. Huang Fuyuyan, Tang Qinyue, Qingling, Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were all Li Lingshan's wives. It was normal for them to speak amongst themselves. However, the 3 of them were a little shy in front of him. All right. Is there anything else that the 3 of you don't know? Right, little sister Yingying, didn't you say that you wanted to become big brother Ling Tian's wife? If you have forgotten, I haven't forgotten. Tang Zimeng laughed sweetly. Then, she looked at Xianyuan Yingying. Thinking of Xianyuan Yingying, she started to tease her. I did say that, but not now. Well, talk about it after big brother Ling Tian has settled down. Xianyuan Yingying's face turned red. She was worried about Li Lingtian that day, so she said that. However, she never regretted saying that because she liked Li Lingtian. From a friend to a lover, she could only become Li Lingshan's wife if she wanted to cultivate. Besides, she was extremely happy to be with Li Lingtian. Naturally, she would be delighted if this continued for the rest of her life. Meng. When Li Lingtian saw Tang Zimeng and the others change the topic, he glared at her. How could he talk about these things? He didn't care about these things now. He was thinking about how to deal with the matters in Xianzhou. Although he had just arrived in Xianzhou, he had to have a plan. Everything depends on man, success or failure depends on heaven. Alright, I won't talk about this anymore. That's about it. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest. You should discuss it with sister and sister Yan. Tang Zimeng said coquettishly. Since the matter had been discussed, she naturally did not want to delay her sleep. During this period of time, he was very tired, both physically and mentally. After saying that, he pulled Qingling and walked out. The other girls also left, leaving behind Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qinyue. Naturally, the 2 of them knew what was going on. Tang Zimeng and the rest wanted to give Li Lingtian and the other 2 a chance to be alone. After all, everyone had been exhausted and depressed during this period of time. Now that Li Lingshan's injuries were healed, his mood naturally improved as well. He was going to return to his normal and happy life. Chapter 570. Growing Power 1. Chapter 570. Growing Power 1. Nandu County was originally calm on the surface, but the sky was no longer calm. This was because a pill shop had appeared in Nandu County. To a county city as large as Nandu County, it was nothing. There were more than 10,000 pill shops in the Nandu County city. The appearance of a pill shop was like an extra ant in a group of ants. However, the elixir store that had just appeared sold extremely precious elixirs. Pills from the 1st to the 5th grade were all peerless pills. What was the concept of peerless pills? It was a quality that had never been heard of in Xianzhou. A peerless pill was many times stronger than a pill of the same grade. Moreover, it was countless times more miraculous than the level of medicinal pills. Often, peerless medicinal pills brought endless benefits to martial artists. They had not expected that the legendary peerless medicinal pill in this world had already appeared. Moreover, someone was selling it. Such a matter immediately spread among countless martial artists. Did you know that a peerless pill has appeared in North City? Supreme grade pills? Are you kidding me? There's no such thing as a supreme grade pill in this world. It's just a fantasy of pill refiners. Even if a supreme grade pill appears, we won't be able to get it. No one will take out a supreme grade pill to sell. In a place where martial artists gathered, 2 martial artists were drinking tea and chatting. The former was a middle-aged rank 3 martial arts grandmaster, while the latter was also a martial arts grandmaster, but he had already reached rank 7. Their words immediately aroused the curiosity of countless nosy martial artists in the tea-house. They all listened attentively. In this world, gossip spread the fastest. No matter what news it was, it spread throughout the entire city in less than a moment as if it had wings. Brother Ling, you probably don't know. What do you think this is? The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster had a smug look on his face. It was as if he had seen the shocked expression of the expert surnamed Ling. He was extremely pleased because when he saw the peerless medicinal pill, he was also extremely shocked. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle with one hand and poured out 2 pills. The pill was suspended in the air by the Zhenyuan, and immediately, a fragrant smell spread out. The entire tea-house was filled with a faint fragrance, which made people's spirits rise. The pill was light purple and crystal clear. It emitted a faint spiritual qi, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell how magical this pill was at a glance. The appearance of the pill attracted everyone's attention. They stared at the pill in a daze. Gradually, their eyes became fiery, revealing greed and even more shock. A peerless purple jade pill. It really is a peerless medicinal pill. The Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster, who was addressed as Brother Ling, exclaimed. He was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse, so he had naturally used a lot of pills. Although the medicinal pills he used in the past were also 4th grade, they were all low-grade medicinal pills. Compared to this purple jade pill, the quality was completely different. At a glance, he could tell that this purple jade pill was of peerless quality because there was no impurity in this pill. It even carried a mysterious aura. This mysterious aura was a unique mysterious effect. At this moment, how could he not be shocked? A peerless purple jade pill? There really are peerless pills in this world. Tier 4. Pills are all of peerless quality. Tier 1, 2, and 3 pills should also be of peerless quality. Just what kind of pill refiner can refine such a pill? What a miraculous peerless medicinal pill. Brother Qin, where did you buy your peerless medicinal pill? Yeah, where did you buy it? Let's go buy some too. The power of a peerless medicinal pill is incomparably magical. You must not miss it. In the tea-house, countless warriors stared greedily at the peerless purple jade pill in the air. They were all incomparably excited. Supreme-grade pills were a shock to every cultivator's heart and mind. They were a shock to their imaginations. In this world, supreme-grade pills were legend. They could only exist in legends. It was impossible for them to appear in front of the world. But now, this peerless medicinal pill had really appeared. It was like an iron tree blossoming. The impossible had become possible. They were shocked and asked about the source of the pills because it was unrealistic to fight for these 2 pills here. Since someone had bought a peerless medicinal pill, It meant that this medicinal pill shop definitely still existed. He could just go and buy it when the time came. This peerless medicinal pill is not cheap. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster chuckled and kept the pill. As he spoke, his eyes swept across the other martial artists. Seeing the shock of these martial artists, his heart was incomparably happy. Isn't Brother Chin speaking nonsense? Since it's a peerless grade pill, it definitely won't be cheap. That's right. Even if it's 100 times more expensive than ordinary pills, we still have to buy some to break through the bottleneck. Brother Chin, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, where is it? That's right. If the medicinal pills are sold out, we won't be happy for nothing if we go. Some of the ancient martial art practitioners started to get anxious when they saw the middle-aged Wu Zong's unhurried manner. Pills are indeed not cheap, but I have good news for you. That's a peerless pill. You can buy it with spirit stones for the first 10 days, but there's a limit to how many you can buy. After 10 days you won't need spirit stones. Instead, you'll need medicinal herbs and natural treasures. As for other methods, you can go and find out for yourself. Oh right. You have to queue up for 10 days. Every day you will have 300 chances to buy pills. After the middle-aged Wu Zong finished speaking, he laughed out loud and the two of them opened a tea house. In the tea house, countless warriors were silent for a moment. After a short period of silence, they finally exploded with endless power. In an instant, the tea house was empty. Chapter 571 Chu Tianlan's Plan 1 Chapter 571 Chu Tianlan's Plan 1 It wasn't just one place, but the entire county city. The entire county city was talking about the North City's Divine Pill Pavilion. Without a doubt, the peerless medicinal pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion had become the most sensational matter in the county city. The Li residence in the North City had now become the Divine Pill Pavilion. The pills that came out of the Divine Pill Pavilion were all peerless pills. Although the price of peerless pills was several times higher than ordinary pills, the number of martial artists who bought pills was several times higher than usual. Father, the person who saved me that day seemed to be an alchemy saint. In the prefecture, Chu Meng walked up to Chu Tianlan with a surprised look on her face. She was as excited as if she had just found a treasure. She had told the rumors outside. She had never expected that the person who saved her was actually in existence like a saint alchemist. How could she not be shocked now? Pills Saint Master? 3 saint alchemists of Xianzhou. Could it be that Nandu County is here? Chu Tianlan's face was filled with shock. What kind of existence were the 3 saint alchemists of the Xian continent? They had actually come to his Nandu County. What kind of information was this? Father, isn't he one of the 3 saint alchemists? He's even stronger than a saint alchemist. Look at this. Chu Meng took out the jade bottle and handed it to Chu Tianlan. The excitement on her face did not disappear from the beginning. What kind of existence was a peerless medicinal pill? It had never been seen in legends, but it had appeared in Nandu County. Moreover, it was the young man who had saved her. If he's not one of the 3 saint alchemists, how do you know he's a saint alchemist? A peerless purple jade pill. Chu Tianlan glanced at Chu Meng. He was a martial emperor and had been the king of a commandery for hundreds of years. He was an old fox. Naturally, he did not believe in such things. He thought that his precious daughter had been deceived. What kind of existence was a saint alchemist? If he could believe it casually, there were a lot of saint alchemists in this world. However, when he saw the medicinal pills in the jade bottle, he was instantly shocked. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This was because the quality of the pill in the jade bottle was even better than that of a top-grade pill. This quality already had no impurities. It was a peerless pill. Coupled with the mysterious aura emitted from the surface, this pill was 100% peerless. He did not expect a peerless medicinal pill to appear in this world. It really exceeded his imagination. That's right. Just 2 days ago, when you were in seclusion, there were rumors that a peerless pill had appeared. I didn't believe it, so I went to inquire about it personally. I didn't think that this pill would actually come from the young man who saved me. In this world, other than a saint alchemist, there's no one else who can refine a supreme-grade pill. Even a saint alchemist doesn't have the ability to refine a supreme-grade pill, right? Otherwise, no one in the Black Continent can refine a peerless pill. Chu Meng voiced her speculation. Coupled with the rumors that Li Lingtian was a holy alchemist, it seemed that he was indeed a holy alchemist. He is indeed powerful. I didn't expect that there would really be an alchemist in this world who could refine a peerless medicinal pill. This alchemy technique has already surpassed the scope of a saint alchemist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to refine a supreme-grade pill. To be able to sell a supreme-grade pill, he must have an easy time refining a supreme-grade pill. I'll send someone to follow this matter. If they don't target Nandu County, it might be a turning point for Nandu County. Chu Tianlan looked at the pill in shock while listening to Chu Meng's thoughts and opinions. In the end, she decided that the other party's background was a little mysterious and she could not come into contact with him easily. However, he couldn't offend them. Even if he offended a country, he couldn't offend a saint alchemist. This saint alchemist was definitely not inferior to the 3 saint alchemists of the Xian continent. One had to know that the status of the 3 saint alchemists was something that even the 3 great emperors did not dare to provoke easily. They even had to be polite to the saint alchemist. A saint alchemist had heaven-defying benefits for an empire. Popularity, resources, and status were all closely linked to the fate of the empire. Each of the 3 empires had a saint alchemist. Pill saint masters were known as the empire's exclusive pill masters, and their pills rarely leaked out. Therefore, the empire controlled countless powerful pills, which also controlled the fate of countless kingdoms and countries. The empire could take out top-notch pills and reward meritorious officials. This way, the empire would be as stable as a rock. Now, a saint alchemist who could refine peerless pills had appeared in Nandu County. What did this represent? It represented destruction and hope. They would either destroy Nandu Prefecture or even Qingxian, or push Nandu Prefecture and Qingxian to the level of a kingdom. Those who understood could naturally see the crux of it. I understand. Chu Meng nodded, but she couldn't help but be shocked. He looked so young, but he could actually refine a peerless pill. No wonder his cultivation was so strong at such a young age. He also thought that with such alchemy skills, he naturally did not have to worry about injuries. Even if he was injured, he would recover very quickly. Oh right, you're familiar with him. You can go out with him, but you can't make others dislike him. A person like him isn't someone we can offend. Sigh, Nandu Prefecture is already at the cusp of the storm. This way, the future of Nandu Prefecture is uncertain. It will either be destroyed or reborn. Alchemy Saint. Chu Tianlan sighed after he finished speaking. Even though he was the ruler of the country and a martial emperor powerhouse who controlled 1 million troops and had countless resources, he knew very well that a saint alchemist was definitely a godlike existence in front of him. He could be completely ignored in front of a saint alchemist. He walked step by step into the palace. Nandu County was in turmoil now, and the army was constantly mobilized to defend the border and the county city to prevent it from being attacked by other counties. After returning to the secret chamber under the palace, he made a hand gesture. Silk. A faint sound appeared in the air, and an old man in gray appeared in front of him. The old man had a respectful expression on his face. Go to Qingxian Kingdom and pay a visit to His Majesty the King. Give this to the king personally. No matter what happens, you have to hand it over to the king. Xianan Iron Wind Cavalry, this is the king's secret signal. If the other party can take it, give this to the king. Ask him to send someone over. Chu Tianlan said lightly, but his expression was extremely serious. Even if he was the ruler of the commandery, he couldn't bear the responsibility. If something went wrong, not only the entire commandery, but even Qing Xian would be destroyed. This subordinate will definitely handle this matter well. The gray-robed elder took the jade slip. The jade slip strangely disappeared into his palm and slowly entered his bloodline. One could imagine how important this communication was. If he kept the jade slip in his bloodline, no one would know the secret even if something happened. Hurry up and come back. Chu Tianlan instructed again as she walked towards the front of the secret chamber. This subordinate will send the news to Qing Xian within 10 days. The gray-robed old man disappeared in a strange manner after he spoke. His body movement was extremely strange. If Li Lingtian were to see such a body movement, he would be shocked because it was capable of ignoring the existence of space. Just like the space silk banner and the thunderclap wings, they came and went without a trace. When they came and went, there would not even be a fluctuation in space. The county city was in an uproar, but Li Lingtian and the rest remained calm in the mansion. To them, the commotion at the Divine Pill Pavilion was within their expectations. However, he had sold quite a number of medicinal pills this time and obtained countless spirit stones. This was because he was currently plundering wealth, including experts, to establish his own faction. In the past, peerless medicinal pills were only a few hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. However, his medicinal pills were now several times more expensive than before. A peerless vitality pill costs 1,000 spirit stones each, a peerless spirit binding pill costs 5,000 spirit stones each, a peerless void spirit pill costs 10,000 spirit stones each, a peerless violet jade pill costs 100,000 spirit stones each, and a peerless azure yang pill costs 1,000,000 spirit stones each. As for the cleansing dust pill, it cost 10,000,000 spirit stones each. However, outsiders were not qualified to buy this pill. Only the internal members of the Divine Pill Pavilion could use it. There was also the Grade 7 Great Cyclic Pellet, which was also a peerless existence. Similarly, the Grade 7 Great Cyclic Pellet could only be used by the higher-ups of the Divine Pill Pavilion. These things were naturally leaked out secretly. This way, some experts naturally knew what was going on. This was the establishment of a force. Even so, no one dared to stop it despite knowing that it was to rope in experts. No one could stop them because martial artists could not lack medicinal pills. It was very difficult for a martial honor or martial emperor to increase their cultivation without a Grade 6 medicinal pill. A Grade 6 medicinal pill was already very rare, let alone a Grade 7 medicinal pill. Moreover, it was a Grade 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. It was a peerless pill. Not to mention a martial emperor, even a martial saint would not be able to resist this temptation. In other words, this alchemy saint had already grasped the lifeblood of countless super powerhouses. Yes, I got 300 million lower spiritual stones today. Not bad. Tang Ziming said happily. Seeing that she had earned so many spirit stones in one day, she was naturally extremely happy. These few days, I believe that husband will have used up more than half of the pills on him. However, after these few days we will gather some experts. At that time we will be able to establish a force. Shun Mei and the others had never been short of spirit stones, so spirit stones were just a number to them. Yes. After these few days we won't be exchanging pills for spirit stones. Well, just collect some experts. I believe that the other experts are also eyeing our Divine Pill Pavilion covetously. I hope they won't seek death so easily. Otherwise, if something happens, it won't look good for everyone. Although Li Lingtian said that, he did not show it on his face. It was as if he was welcoming trouble. This way, Li Lingtian would not have to find an excuse to kill the powerhouses who came. As long as there were no martial saints here, no one could threaten them. Moreover, even if a martial saint came, they might not be able to do anything to them. Chapter 572. The Country Rulers Visit. Chapter 572. The Country Rulers Visit You. Dat. By? Xn. Vel? There were still 3 powerful martial saints here. The 3 martial saints were all at the second firmament of the martial saint realm. The heavenly demon monarch was at the peak of the second firmament. He also had another high-grade saint artifact in his hand. This saint artifact was not much different from his heaven-startling hammer, but it had endless magical uses and was even more domineering than the heaven-startling hammer. Li Lingtian had personally refined it for him, and it contained the ice frost flame. Normally, opponents would be strength type when they saw a heavenly demon king. They wouldn't expect a heavenly demon king's treasure to contain terrifying destructive icy flames. It was an extremely sinister method. Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yun Hao were also second heaven martial saints. Although they knew that Li Lingtian's cultivation had dropped due to his injuries, they dared not show any disrespect or disloyalty. They were already numb to the sight of Li Lingtian's cultivation base recovering by 1 realm every day. Oh right, Meng, when I'm concocting pills tomorrow, you follow Qingling and help. Qingyue and Yuyan, you guys handle the other matters. Mei'er and Yingying, you guys just focus on your cultivation. During this period of time, let's not leave this place. When my cultivation recovers to Wuzong, I can rest assured. Li Lingtian made some arrangements and saw that it was already late at night. It was time for cultivation. With his current cultivation, he could only set up some simple arrays in the mansion to resist the attacks of experts below the martial emperor realm. Only when one's cultivation had reached the martial arts grandmaster level could one cast a powerful divine array diagram and create a powerful array. At that time, even a martial emperor powerhouse would be killed. All right. Well, be busy for a while. Well, go back first. Huang Fuyuyan and the rest left after Li Lingtian made the necessary arrangement. Qing Ling and Tang Zimeng were left behind because they were accompanying Li Lingtian today and could help him refine pills tomorrow. In the county capital, all the warriors basically knew about the existence of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Some experts also had their own plans. In the Black Continent, one had to either join a country or be an itinerant cultivator. Now that a sacred alchemy master had appeared, they would naturally find an opportunity to follow him. Even a fool understood the benefits of following a saint alchemist. Alchemy saint masters had medicinal pills and status. No one dared to provoke them. There were still people who did not curry favor with such a powerful existence. At present, countless powerhouses were looking for an opportunity to approach Li Lingtian, but they had no chance to do so. Furthermore, some of the mysterious powerhouses from the outside were caught off guard by Li Lingtian's sudden appearance. They would not have put any ordinary martial honors or martial emperors in their eyes. However, the person before them was an existence that surpassed a holy alchemist. No one dared to provoke him without knowing his background. In the entire county city, the topic revolved around the saint alchemist, the peerless medicinal pill, and the Divine Pill Pavilion. Half a month had passed. During this time, the county city had already adapted to the existence of the Divine Pill Pavilion. However, the medicinal pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion could not be traded with spirit stones. They could only be traded with precious medicinal herbs. The other option was to join the Divine Pill Pavilion and become a guard of the Divine Pill Pavilion. In the Xian continent, it was a world of countries. There were families, but there could not be sections. Most powerful families had guards. This was very normal and allowed by the country. It was normal for a saint alchemist like Li Lingtian to have a guard. However, this guard had to be approved by the country. However, the Divine Pill Pavilion hadn't been approved by Nandu Commandery for a long time. It seemed that they had been delaying the time. However, Li Lingtian did not mind. After all, his appearance was too sudden. Coupled with the current situation in Nandu County, it would be difficult to get the Commandery's king to approve the establishment of a guard force. Although the guards could not be established, there were experts who joined them. It was just that they could not be officially established. Those who could join the Divine Pill Pavilion had to be Martial Royal Realm experts. Those below the Martial Royal Realm were not allowed unless they were heaven-defying talents, had a skill, or were talented in alchemy. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, there were already 300 martial monarchs, 40 martial honors, and even 3 martial emperor powerhouses. These people had all gone through countless tests before staying. Although Li Lingtian had to give them a portion of the elixirs, these people could contribute greatly to the Divine Pill Pavilion. On this day, Li Lingtian's cultivation base had just broken through after refining the pill. Now that his cultivation had reached Tier 6 Warrior Ascendant, he could recover 1 realm per day at an incredible speed. Li Lingtian could clearly feel that his true essence was purer and stronger than his previous Tier 9 Warrior Ascendant. All kinds of improvements were much stronger than before. They were not several times stronger, but between the two, they were 2 times stronger. He's already a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. At this rate, I believe he won't be far from the martial emperor realm. Li Lingtian took a bath at the back of the courtyard while Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling helped him change into his clothes. Li Lingtian walked out in a good mood and felt refreshed. During this period, Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling were the ones who accompanied Li Lingtian to refine pills. At night, the 5 girls took turns to accompany Li Lingtian as usual. You're now a 6th rank martial arts grandmaster. You look much stronger than when you were in Moonrise City. Qing Ling was by Li Lingtian's side when he was a martial arts grandmaster. Although the timing was not right, Qing Ling could feel that Li Lingtian's strength was much stronger than before. Yes, indeed. I feel that my current cultivation of a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster is equivalent to my previous cultivation of a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. On the other hand, I've recovered to the peak of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm. I should be equivalent to the 4th Heaven Martial Emperor realm now. Li Lingtian said conservatively. He was not exaggerating. It should be known that the peak perfection of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm was only a thin line away from the 4th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. However, this thin line was a world of difference. When Big Brother Ling Tian recovers to the Martial Emperor realm, it'll be the time for him to dominate Qing Xian. Tang Zimeng said happily as she held Li Lingtian's arm. Her proud chest rubbed against Li Lingtian's arm, trapping his arm between her breasts, causing Li Lingtian to feel hot. Although they had been husband and wife for a long time, this feeling had always existed. No matter when, a few girls could give him a strong temptation and satisfaction. Well, the Xian continent is a world of nations. I'll build a powerful empire. When the time comes, I'll let you guys try being an empress. It's fun. Well, go back when we're done. Li Lingtian laughed as well with an evil look on his face. He felt a surge of hot blood in his heart. A man should be able to gallop on the battlefield and conquer the world. This was a man's nature. Although his goal was to live a carefree life, he was also a hot-blooded man. Even though he was obsessed with power, he still found this kind of thing fun. This is really fun. By the way, there won't be many emperors and empresses when the time comes. Qing Ling was also excited. She was just a young girl and naturally, she was interested in playing. Since Li Lingtian had said such a thing, there should be hope for that day to come. Of course, you are all my wives. This world is filled with concubines and empress. I will make you all empress, Li Lingtian said earnestly. Although it was just a matter of status and the girls were not stingy or jealous, Li Lingtian wanted to be fair and would not favor anyone. He wouldn't make anyone sad because they were equally important to him. Tang Zimeng and Qingling were naturally elated to hear Li Lingshan's words. Tang Zimeng was Li Lingshan's fiancée and should be a little jealous. However, she was not jealous at all. She only wanted Li Lingtian to be happy, and she was already satisfied with having these sisters. "Young master, there's someone outside requesting an audience. He's already waiting in the hall. He seems to be from Nandu Commandery." At that moment Li Lingtian and the other two had just come out. They were laughing and laughing happily. However, Xiao Xiao quickly walked over and bowed to Li Lingtian before explaining what had happened outside. Tang Qingyue and the others wouldn't do the reception. After all, they were women and didn't want to show their faces. "Let's go, well, go together." Li Lingtian nodded and walked forward. Qingling and Tang Zimeng quickly went forward to hold Li Lingshan's arm. Naturally, they would not miss out on fun things, especially Tang Zimeng. The group of four headed to the living room. Xiao Xiao explained the appearance and cultivation base of the person on the way so as to give Li Lingtian some information so that he would not be rude. In the hall, Longda stood beside the main seat, but he did not sit down. He did not even sit on the other seat. Apart from Longda, there were four other people present. One was a middle-aged martial artist who wore an exquisite crown on his head, symbolizing the crown of the country's ruler. His entire body emitted the aura of a superior. Beside him was a young girl around 17 or 18 years old. Longda recognized this young girl. She was the old Chu Meng. Longda paid special attention to the other two. One of them was a 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm expert, and the other was a 7th-level Martial Emperor Realm expert. Both of them were old men with calm expressions. There was a strange and mysterious aura around them. The four of them arrived together, but the middle-aged man with the crown on his head was extremely respectful to the two old men. After General Long led the four to the living room, he instructed the maidservant to serve them tea while he waited for Li Lingshan's arrival. Time slowly passed. The four of them did not show any signs of impatience and their expressions remained calm. Although Longda knew how powerful Li Lingtian was, he was still proud of himself. He knew that the middle-aged man beside Chu Meng was the king of Nandu County. Even a king was waiting patiently for him. It was obvious how much they respected Li Lingtian. For a saint alchemist to have such a heaven-defying status, it was a testament to the wonders of humanity. Similarly, he was amazed by Li Lingshan's pills. At that moment, sweet laughter could be heard from outside the living room. Li Lingshan's voice could be heard from time to time. When Longda heard these voices, he was instantly relieved. He knew that Li Lingtian and the others had arrived. Chapter 573. The Martial Emperor's Shock 1. Chapter 573. The Martial Emperor's Shock 1 U Dat. D by Xen Vel. Om Li Lingtian led Tang Zimeng and the other two girls to the living room. He finally understood who the guests were. However, she didn't have any intention of rushing over. She wouldn't even put the king of the kingdom in her eyes, let alone a mere ruler. Not only was the journey relaxed, but it was also filled with laughter. Soon, they arrived at the door of the living room. When they arrived, they had already sensed 3 powerful auras. Although he did not reveal this aura, he could sense that it was a martial emperor powerhouse. Moreover, it was the very powerful kind. However, this might only apply to other powerhouses. In front of Li Lingtian, there was no martial emperor powerhouse who could be considered powerful. Not to mention a martial emperor, even a martial saint powerhouse might not be his match. Now, he was a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. Even if he was not a match for a martial supreme, he could leave safely. Moreover, Longda had 3 martial saints in this place. They could easily crush a martial monarch realm expert with a finger. Tang Ziming and the other 2 girls walked into the living room. Although they did not smile or speak, there was no awkwardness on their faces, nor was there any restraint or fear. With their knowledge, they did not take these people seriously at all. In their hearts, there was no one to be afraid of where Li Lingtian was. Anyone could be suppressed by Li Lingtian. Haha, sorry to have made everyone wait for so long. It's really too powerful. I'll apologize here first. After Li Lingtian walked into the living room, his gaze swept across the 4 of them before he walked naturally to the main seat and sat down without any pretense. This action stunned the 3 experts. This was too impolite. Although he was the host, it was only right for him to sit at the main seat. However, he had to be polite. However, this young man did not show any courtesy at all, which made them stunned. However, they were all super experts. Naturally, they did not show any of it on their faces. They immediately calmed down. The other party was a saint alchemist, so they naturally had the dignity of a saint alchemist. If they were polite to them, they would not look like a saint alchemist. Sir, you are too polite. We came here rashly and have disturbed you. We hope that you can forgive us. Chu Tianlan also cupped his fists and saluted politely. He did not dare to assume the stance of a country ruler. If he was really so blind, he would not be able to sit still as the country ruler of Nandu Prefecture. He did not address Li Lingtian as a holy alchemist but addressed him as Your Excellency, because he was afraid of losing face. If the other party was not a holy alchemist, where would he put his dignity as the country's ruler? Country ruler is too polite. May I know why country ruler has come this time? Li Lingtian was too lazy to waste his breath on Chu Tianlan. A person like Chu Tianlan was always tactful and roundabout. If you did not mention it, he would not say anything for a day. Although he didn't like such people, that was because of their status and position. I've heard that you have refined a peerless pill. I wonder if that's true. Sorry for being so rude. Let me introduce you, Alchemy Saint. These are the 2 elders from Qing Xian country, His Excellency Xianyuan Dao and His Excellency Ping Qinglan. I came here specifically for the matter of Alchemy Saint Master. Please don't take offense. Chu Tianlan had changed the way he addressed Li Lingtian this time. Since Li Lingtian was direct, he could not beat around the bush. If he did not get it, he would be asking for trouble. Following that, he introduced the 2 elders. They were the core figures of Qing Xian and had come for Li Lingtian. I am Xian Yuan Dao from Qing Xian country. Greetings, Pill Saint. I am Ping Qinglan. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. The 2 martial emperor powerhouses stood up and greeted him first. Although the young man in front of them was only a martial arts grandmaster, they did not dare to underestimate him. After all, the other party was a saint alchemist with an extraordinary status. Not to mention a mere martial emperor, even a martial saint powerhouse would not dare to offend him easily. He also had a strange feeling that this young martial arts grandmaster gave him. It was as if this young man in front of him was a heaven-defying supreme expert. In front of this young man, he was just an ant. Furthermore, he had come for Qing Xian this time, so he naturally did not dare to mess things up. Even the Empire had to treat a saint alchemist with respect. One could imagine the status of a saint alchemist. Moreover, the saint alchemist in front of him was a saint alchemist who refined peerless pills. If they could stay in the Qing Xian kingdom, not to mention the fact that they would have a heaven-defying advantage in the kingdom, even in the entire Xian continent, the Qing Xian kingdom would be famous. If a saint alchemist who could refine peerless pills appeared in a commandery, the other kingdoms and even empires would send people to rope him in. It was too late to curry favor with them. After all, the Xian continent had 3 empires, 36 kingdoms, and 3,000 countries. Qing Xian did not have any advantage at all. Xian Yuan Dao, Ping Qinglan. That's right. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. Li Lingtian nodded as he had a plan in mind. Chu Tianlan must have invited these two over during this period of time. Moreover, these two were very important members of the Qing Xian kingdom. Otherwise, they would not have been sent here by the king. I have been entrusted by the king to make it inconvenient for you to stay here. I wonder if you are interested in going to Qing Xian. If you are there, no one would dare to offend you. Xian Yuan Dao stood up to speak, but Li Lingtian remained seated with his back against the throne, looking pleased with himself. It was like a master listening to his subordinates report on something. The entire scene looked very strange, but the few of them were not unhappy at all. They did not dare to be unhappy at this time. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling snuggled up to Li Lingtian's left and right. If one did not know, they would definitely think that Li Lingtian was an ignorant and incompetent rich kid. Fine here. Go back and tell Xianyuan Bailing that after I settle some matters, I will go to Qing Xian. Tell him to lock up his army so that he doesn't know what happened when Qing Xian disappears. Li Lingtian did not reply immediately after hearing Xian Yuan Dao's word. Instead, he opened his mouth to eat the fruit that Qing Ling had fed him before speaking at a moderate pace. His tone was so loud that it was frightening. Chu Tianlan and her daughter were instantly shocked. Xianyuan Bailing was the king of 48 commanderies. He was a supreme existence in Qing Xian. There were many experts below. Chu Tianlan was just an ant in front of the Xianyuan mausoleum. However, Li Lingtian's tone was filled with a lecturing tone. What kind of concept was this? Even a saint alchemist wouldn't teach a king a lesson like this. Xianyuan Dao and Ping Qinglan were shocked as well. They had never expected Li Lingtian to be so arrogant. However, as the other party was a sacred alchemist, they held their breath. If the other party was here to test them and they showed a little displeasure, it would not be a waste of their previous efforts. Understood. I will definitely inform His Majesty. Xianyuan Dao and Ping Qinglan nodded and replied. They didn't know what to say. Do you recognize this? Li Lingtian looked at the duo and decided not to waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, a token flew out and arrived in front of Xianyuan Dao. Chu Meng, Chu Tianlan, and the rest were puzzled as they did not know what Li Lingtian was up to. Not only did he avoid the topic, he even threw out a token. However, when they saw Xianyuan Dao's expression, the father and daughter, as well as Ping Qinglan, were shocked. Xianyuan Dao took the token and revealed a puzzled expression. Then, he looked at the token. However, the moment he looked at the token, his expression changed drastically and his hands trembled. A 9th-level martial emperor was like a hot potato in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, followed by excitement. He forcefully circulated his cultivation technique and calmed his mind. He carefully looked at the token, and his eyes revealed an excited light. In his line of sight, the word Xianyuan appeared on the token. Moreover, there was a mysterious 5-element halo around the word Xianyuan. The halo did not emit any light, but it represented a kind of identity. In the Xianyuan family there were 5 identities. The 5 identities represented the 5 elements. Elite disciples were one of the 5 elements, and they were given tokens according to the attributes of the master. The outer sect elders had 2 types of 5 elements, which were also determined by the attributes of the master. The elders and protectors of the inner sect had 3 types of 5 elements, which were also determined by the attributes of the master. Xianyuan Bailing was only the 3rd type. The 4th and 5th types could only be possessed by people like the Grand Elder and the family head. However, the token in front of him was actually at the peak of the 5 elements. This represented the Grand Elder, but the young man in front of him was clearly not the Grand Elder. He flipped the token over and saw the two words Lingtian engraved on the back of Li Lingtian. This was the name of the owner of the token. His divine sense touched the token, and Xianyuan Dao's entire body trembled. It wasn't triggered by the restriction inside the token, but it was trembling with excitement. This token represented the identity of the young master of the Xianyuan family. In other words, this young man was the young master of the Xianyuan family. The other three people saw his expression and changes, and they were all puzzled and shocked. To be able to make a ninth firmament martial emperor like this, he wondered what this token represented. Your subordinate Xianyuan Dao greets the young master. Young master has crossed the border. We have failed to welcome you. We hope that young master will punish us. At this moment, Xianyuan Dao could no longer stand steadily. He knelt down and did not dare to raise his head. He lay on the ground with an extremely respectful expression. Chu Meng, Chu Tianlan, and Ping Qinglan were completely stunned. Their minds were blank. What kind of concept was it to be able to make a ninth-level martial emperor kneel? However, Ping Qinglan was the first to react. Although his surname was Ping and not Xianyuan, his status in Qingxian was very high. He was extremely loyal to Qingxian and was one of the few people that the king absolutely trusted. He quickly knelt down and did not dare to say anything else. At this moment, he had lost his direction. Chapter 574. The Secret of Nandu County. Chapter 574. The Secret of Nandu County U. Dat. D. Bai? Xn. Vel? No matter how stupid Chu Tianlan and Chu Meng were, they understood everything. The young saint alchemist before him was clearly the super expert behind Qingxian. Naturally, Qingxian would not be so simple. During this period of time, Qingxian was in a crisis, and they must have asked for reinforcements. This young man must be someone from the upper echelons of Qingxian. Moreover, it was a very important person. Young master, this meant that this person was definitely a supreme existence in the family. There were many things that were difficult to understand at the moment, but they did not dare to be powerless. They also knelt down respectfully. For a moment, the entire living room was silent. There was no sound at all. Get up. Li Lingtian broke the silence in the living room. The pressure in the air immediately dissipated, causing the few of them to relax as if they had vented their anger. I didn't expect young master to come to Nandu County. Does young master want to return to Qingxian with me? Xianyuan Dao stood up and Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal him to sit down. He dared not resist, and could only return to his seat. He spoke with extreme respect and did not dare to be negligent. He was extremely excited. He did not expect that this saint alchemist, who refined a peerless medicinal pill, was actually the young master of his Xianyuan family. This matter was easy to handle. No matter what, the young lord would not help the other kingdoms. At that time, Qingxian might become as powerful as a kingdom. I crossed over and came here. Something unexpected happened, so I can't leave Nandu County for the time being. Moreover, the matter of Qingxian country has to start from here. Xianyuan Bailing, that fellow, can't let me be at ease. I only came here for a stroll, but I didn't expect Qingxian country to be like this. Tell him to mind his own business and ignore me. Even if the sky falls, I will still hold it up. After this seat has settled the matter here, I will naturally go to Qingxian. This seat would like to see what the so-called kingdom of Qingxian looks like. It is actually so arrogant. Alright, I have to thank Miss Chu for saving me that day. Otherwise, I would have to sleep in the sea for a few days. Li Lingtian said calmly. There were some things that he did not explain, but Xianyuan Dao and the others naturally understood what was going on. Even if they were unclear about some things, they did not dare to ask. At the end of his sentence, he looked at Chu Meng. At this moment, Chu Meng was completely stunned. That day, it was young master who saved Chu Meng first. Chu Meng should have let young master take action. Chu Meng was stunned. Chu Tianlan, who was beside her, quickly pushed Chu Meng when she saw this. She was also very happy. Chu Meng was a little familiar with this young master. It would be much easier for her to do things in the future. They could be considered acquaintances. He was still in shock. He had never thought that this young man was actually the young master of the Qing Xian kingdom. He didn't even take the Xianyuan mausoleum seriously. To treat crossing worlds as a common occurrence, wasn't this a little too terrifying? Even if he was a martial monarch realm expert, he could not easily cross realms. A martial monarch realm expert could not cross realms at all. Even if Chu Meng was talking, she didn't know what she was saying. She had never expected that the young man who had saved her was a saint alchemist and the young lord. The young lord who did not even put the king of Qing Xian in his eyes. I didn't save you that day. You were just lucky. The light of spacetime that I used to cross over just now killed the sea dragon beast. I've also suffered some injuries. Chu Tianlan, it's best if you pretend that you don't know about my presence here. Lord Nandun, you're in trouble, aren't you? Tell me some things about Nandu County. I need all the information here. Xianyuan Dao, when you go back, you should know what to say. There are some things that cannot be passed down to the 6 ears. Gather all the troops and forces together and listen to my arrangement. You guys can go back. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a storage pouch flew out. He then signaled for Xianyuan Dao and the other two to leave. This subordinate will take his leave first and wait for the arrival of the young master in the Qing Xian kingdom. Xianyuan Dao and Ping Qinglan bowed and left with their storage bags. Their faces were filled with respect. Chu Tianlan and her daughter were left alone in the living room. Naturally, Chu Tianlan understood what Li Lingtian wanted to do. Li Lingtian respectfully recounted some of the events in Nandu County. It was just as Li Lingtian had guessed. Young master is indeed resourceful. You saw the situation of Nandu County the moment you came out. In front of young master, I don't dare to hide anything. Nandu Prefecture is the place with the richest resources in Qing Xian. In the entire area of 100 million miles, among the countless countries, our Nandu Prefecture has the best resources. Because Nandu County has an ancient spirit herb garden and a bottomless abyss in the boundless ocean. These two places are places where countless marine race and human race experts compete. To put it bluntly, Nandu County is a place of trouble. The bottomless abyss has countless powerful treasures and underwater resources. There is an endless world under the sea area. It's like another world. The entrance to the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal garden are both in Nandu County. In the past, the opening time of the two places was different. There would be a difference of several hundred years. But now, the time difference between the two places is only 1 year. Therefore, the experts from countless countries and commanderies have come here. They not only want the resources here, but also want to occupy this place forever. Chu Tianlan recounted some of the events in Nandu County with a bitter smile on her face. Nandu County was rich in resources. Even without the spiritual herbal gardens and the entrance to the bottomless abyss, this place was definitely a good place for cultivation. However, these two mysterious entrances were both in Nandu County, so they naturally brought endless destruction to Nandu County. As Li Lingtian listened, he enjoyed the service of the three beauties, the fragrant fruits, and the top-quality tea. He was also shocked by what happened in Nandu County. Often, places like this were places where experts and forces competed. They all wanted to control the endless resources in their hand. Naturally, Nandu Prefecture became a battleground for military strategists. In his heart, he also thought so. He had to control Nandu County in his hand. If he couldn't control it, he had to destroy it. Qing Xian country was undoubtedly the Xianyuan families. Naturally, they could not allow other kingdoms to take away the resources of Qing Xian country. He was fighting for other people's resources. How could he let others fight for his? Two places, which one opens in front? Li Lingtian secretly made up his mind as a smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Chu Tianlan with a sharp gaze. The two places were separated by a year. He could make use of this time gap to obtain the resources in both places. Not only that, but he also had to scheme against other experts. Otherwise, he would be letting himself down. Young master, the bottomless abyss will open first. It will only be open for half a year. In other words, the experts who can successfully come out of the bottomless abyss can enter the spiritual herbal garden. Chu Tianlan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the evil smile on Li Lingshan's face. He still could not understand why a saint alchemist was only at the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, even a ninth firmament martial emperor powerhouse was so respectful. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation base? Thinking about it, it was somewhat similar. Even though Li Lingshan's aura was heaven-defying, it gave him a feeling of destruction. You go back first. I will send someone to inform you if there is anything. Li Lingtian nodded and waved Chu Tianlan away. He had to use this time to plan and quickly recover some of his cultivation. With that, he tossed the two jade bottles out. Chu Tianlan and Chu Meng each received a bottle and left happily. Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian as they watched the duo leave. Big brother Lingtian, do you think we should do something? Tang Zimeng said with a smile as she snuggled into Li Lingshan's arms. Her proud chest pressed against Li Lingshan's body, and the feeling of her firm and full body made Li Lingtian extremely excited. Now! Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at Tang Zimeng, Qing Ling, and Xiao Xiao. Big brother Lingtian, what are you thinking? Meng Meng was only talking about Nandu County. What are you thinking about? Were you not satisfied with Sister Mei last night? Tang Zimeng was taken aback as her face flushed red. Although she was Li Lingshan's wife, she was still extremely shy when Li Lingshan's thoughts went astray in broad daylight. However, by the end of her sentence, her small mouth had already moved close to Li Lingshan's ear. Her breath was like orchids, causing Li Lingshan's heart to go wild. Oh, so I was really thinking wrongly. How could I miss out on these matters? Isn't rushing to Nandu County to fight for the Xianyuan family's resources courting death? Li Lingtian replied with a smile. His face was filled with confidence. The aura from his entire body was also emitted. It was the aura of an expert, the aura of a disdainful person. I heard from Chu Tianlan that the bottomless abyss will only open in 2 months. We still have 2 months. In 2 months, Big Brother Ling Tian's cultivation base will have recovered long ago. When the time comes, I'll personally teach those jumping clowns a lesson. Tang Zimeng said happily. Even though she was a wife, she was still as fun as a little girl. Since he's a clown, I can't just casually attack him. If I attack him, I won't be on the same level as a clown. Big Dragon. Li Lingtian smiled before he shouted outside. When he arrived, Longda left on his own accord and stood guard outside, not allowing anyone to enter. Young master. After Longda entered, he bowed respectfully and waited for instructions. During this period of time, ask around about some of the foreign experts and figure out their numbers and cultivation levels. Oh right, go to the county city and look for a material called spiritual space stone. The more the better. Even if the county city doesn't have it, you have to find it in other counties and countries within a month. Li Lingtian began to give instructions. Although there were still 2 months left, he still had to prepare for some matters during these 2 months. With his own cultivation, he was naturally not afraid of ordinary experts. However, when facing countless experts, he was unable to do so. Therefore, no matter what, he had to make arrangements first. The opportunity was reserved for those who were prepared. Chapter 575. Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation. Chapter 575. Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation U. Dat. D by? Xn. Vel? Om. Spirit Spatial Stone? Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian. Even though they did not know much about arrays and refining, they understood the value of the spiritual air stone. They were curious as to why Li Lingtian needed the spiritual air stone. Spiritual spatial stone is a material used to create array formations. It's used for teleportation array formations. The entrance to the bottomless abyss is in our Nandu County. We naturally have to make preparations and control this entrance in our hand. A wicked smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to array Dao. In the past, he had encountered some spiritual air stones, but the number was small, so he had no use for them. Now that the entrance to the bottomless abyss was right under his nose, he naturally had to use an array to control this entrance. If he wanted to enter, he would have to pay a portion of the money. This subordinate will do it now. Long De bowed respectfully and left. Although he did not need to go personally, he still had to give instructions to his subordinate. Li Lingtian could not afford to delay the things he wanted. He had to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, what was the point of keeping a group of subordinates? Young master, you want to use this formation to earn spirit stones, right? Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian and suddenly understood something. If the array was controlled, anyone who wanted to enter would have no choice but to listen to Li Lingshan's request. Although Li Lingtian could not ask for anything else, he could still earn some spiritual stones. Yes, you've been with me for so long. You're still not smart. Li Lingtian nodded and looked at Qing Ling with satisfaction. He had the same thought. That's because young master taught me well. Qing Ling's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard Li Lingshan's praise. All right, then tonight, I'll teach you well. As Li Lingtian spoke, his eyes were filled with ambiguity. He reached out and pinched Qing Ling's perky buttocks, causing her to let out a soft moan. She looked at Li Lingtian shyly with a misty gaze, looking adorable and seductive. Naturally, she understood what Li Lingtian meant when he said he would teach her at night. She was always excited in front of Li Lingtian, and she would be happy even if Li Lingtian were to punish her on the spot. For the next few days, Li Lingtian focused on refining pills to recover his cultivation, cultivating his skills, and nourishing his treasures. He recovered one realm every day. After 8 days, Li Lingtian stopped cultivating. Now that his cultivation had reached rank 5 Martial Emperor, with such cultivation and heaven-defying methods, even a 9th-level Martial Honored Realm expert would not be his match. On this day, Li Lingtian brought along Martial Saint Ming Luo, Heavenly Monster King, and Xiaobai with Chu Tianlan following behind. The few of them drove the spaceship and quickly flew in the direction of the sea. After flying for a long time, they finally arrived at an island. Young master, the place where the bottomless abyss opened in the past is within 100 miles of here. I don't know the exact location either. Chu Tianlan bowed beside Li Lingtian. His eyes would occasionally glance at Ming Luo and the Heavenly Monster King. He was afraid, but he did not know what he was afraid of. However, these two people gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Okay, you two guard this place. Li Lingtian nodded before he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of clarity. Gradually, Li Lingshan's aura became ethereal. Then, Li Lingtian waved his hands and cast a series of magic arts. Cc. Waves of fluctuations appeared in space. The waves in the sky and sea calmed down, but the space trembled. Divine Array Diagram. Sacrifice. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness, and a stream of light flashed between his brows. A 3-foot-long and 1-foot-wide brocade map appeared before him. The moment the brocade map appeared, the entire space trembled. At the same time, Li Lingtian stood up and quickly cast a spell with both hands. As Li Lingtian waved his hand, the divine array diagram emitted a mysterious golden light. Chu Tianlan was shocked when she saw Li Lingtian's divine array diagram and magic art. Judging from his technique, he was clearly a superb array master. It was already enough for one person to have a cultivation base that was heaven-defying. However, Li Lingtian was also a super holy array master and now a powerful array master. How could the other geniuses survive? Li Lingtian's eyes gleamed as his lips curled into a smile. Retract! With a soft shout, Li Lingtian pointed at the air with one hand. The divine array diagram turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Li Lingtian's glabella. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at the calm waters. "Brother, how is it? Have you found the entrance?" Xiao Bai looked at the smile on Li Lingtian's face, but was unsure if Li Lingtian had found the entrance to the bottomless abyss. Hence it asked. Chu Tianlan was also listening attentively. Although she did not dare to ask Li Lingtian about it, she was extremely curious. Is there anything difficult in this world when your brother makes a move?" Li Lingtian smiled and reached out to pinch Little White's little face. This action was extremely natural. Little White allowed Li Lingtian to do as he pleased. In this state, it was very attached to Li Lingtian. "Of course, I knew that Big Brother is the most powerful expert in this world. Nothing can stop Big Brother." Xiaobai looked up at Li Lingtian. Although they looked similar, their height and charm were different. Otherwise, they would be a clone of Li Lingtian. "Watch carefully. I'm going to make a move." Li Lingtian let go of Little White and in a flash, he was suspended in the air. As Li Lingtian waved his hands, countless spiritual air stones appeared in front of him. As Li Lingtian waved his hands, countless spiritual air stones spun. Traces of mysterious aura appeared between heaven and earth. No one could understand these auras. Heaven and earth 5 elements formation. After countless incantations, Li Lingtian's eyes sparkled. With a soft shout, the entire space began to tremble. It was at this moment that the spiritual air stone beside Li Lingtian flew into the air. A mysterious starry sky appeared between the sky and the sea. The spirit space was petrified into stars. The twinkling stars seemed to be scattered, but they were moving in a mysterious trajectory. Tens of thousands of stars were moving, shocking Chu Tianlan. "Suppress, hurry!" After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian shouted softly again. The starry sky in the sky shot toward the bottom of the sea like a meteor. Crash! The seawater trembled continuously, and waves of splashing sounds could be heard. Boom, boom, an earth-shattering explosion followed, and the sea also began to churn. Chu Tianlan and the others on the island also felt a violent tremor. This situation was as if the end of the world had arrived. After a full 10 minutes, the sky and sea quieted down. Li Lingtian was drenched in sweat and his face was covered in sweat. He looked extremely tired. "Brother, are you done?" Xiao Bai waited for Li Lingtian to return to the island before coming forward to support him. She took out a silk handkerchief to help Li Lingtian wipe his sweat. After looking at Li Lingtian with concern, she realized that Li Lingtian was just too tired and needed to rest. "All right, let's go back. I'm a little tired." Li Lingtian nodded. As he watched the sky and sea quieten down, he spoke to Little White. Chu Tianlan was surprised. He handled it so easily? However, he also understood that he could not understand the world of array masters. Since Li Lingtian dared to say that he had succeeded, there would naturally be no problem. Immediately, the flying ship quickly flew into the distance. Li Lingtian and Xiao Bai were resting in the spaceship's room. "Xiao Bai, you can go back. I just need to rest for a while. Call me when you reach the prefecture capital. Li Lingtian was in his room. When he saw that Little White was also in his room, he spoke. Although there was nothing going on between him and Xiao Bai, it was still inappropriate for him to sleep with a girl by his side. Then you should rest first. I'll call you when we arrive. Little White nodded and turned to leave the room. It brought Li Lingshan's room with it and cast a simple restriction. Although there were no enemies on the spaceship, she did not want anyone to disturb Li Lingshan's rest. The spacecraft soon entered the county city, and Li Lingtian woke up from his sleep. However, he was still a little tired. He then returned to his residence. As for the other matters, Longda would naturally take care of them. This time, he was a rank 5 martial emperor, so it was a little difficult for him to cast such a heaven-defying array. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. This formation was called the Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation, and it was extremely powerful. More importantly, before the bottomless abyss appeared, there was nothing in this place. Even if an array master came, he might not be able to discover it unless he was someone with an array cultivation that was stronger than Li Lingtian. Even if the entrance to the bottomless abyss appeared, one would have to pass through the array formation to enter. In other words, one would have to obtain Li Lingshan's permission to enter. After resting for an entire day, Li Lingshan's spirit was fully restored. However, Shun Mei-er and Tang Qingyue accompanied him that night. The two women snuggled up to Li Lingtian and fell asleep contentedly. They did not follow Li Lingtian to have sex. As long as they were in Li Lingshan's arms, it was a blissful thing. When he woke up the next day, Li Lingtian looked at the remaining spiritual air stones and nodded in satisfaction. Husband, is this spirit spatial stone really that magical? Shun Mei-er knew that Longda had found these stones a few days ago. She had searched the entire county city and finally found them. Similarly, Long Da's search for the spiritual air stone did not stop. As Li Lingtian had used this formation more than once, the more the merrier. Of course, this array relies on the spiritual air stone. After the array appears, if you want to enter the entrance, you have to listen to us. When the time comes, let's not talk about anything else. I believe that these experts won't be unwilling to take out some spirit stones. As Li Lingtian spoke with a smile, Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei-er helped him put on his clothes while laughing happily. Although their proud breasts were restrained by the tube top, they were still trembling with their laughter. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.